因为知道的话挺好的，就可以安排很多事情。
知道什么时候去了天国，
知道自己怎么去的吧？
知道自己是怎么去的天国吧，因为不想知道自己什么时候死，因为这样子就有点倒计时的感觉吧，然后不想活得那么累。
언제 죽는지 알면 너무 힘들 것 같아서 그래서 어떻게 죽는 게 더 나은 것 같아요.
那选择不能说话，不懂语言。
那看得懂吧，不能说话，因为方便点。如果说可以做手势啊，就
저 어차피 말을 많이 안 하는 것 같아서 알아듣는 게 나은 것 같아요.
可以说话吧。不说话的话，感觉读懂了也没有用。
可以说话，但无法阅读出来任何语言，因为反正就不用读啊，能说就行。语言就是这样嘛，能沟通就好了。
제가 지금 후자인 것 같은데 그래도 뭐 잘 살고 있는 것 같아요.
拥有丰富的情感，那个吧，因为我觉得人是不能没有情感的，人就是因为有情感、有情绪才会有幸福跟不开心吧。
丰富的情感和经历。
拥有就是所有的知识吧。我觉得情感就是后续应该可以有后续的，但是知识的话有点难。
那吃什么免费吧，因为可以节省很大一笔开销。
요즘 맛있는 게 너무 많아서 그냥 많이 먹고 살 안 찌는 게 나은 것 같아요.
一辈子吃什么都免费吧，因为我本来就吃不胖。
一辈子吃啥都免费，可以不用花钱。
一辈子吃什么都不胖。
希望半个小时，因为我不会聊天，聊10秒已经有点难了。
自己希望1小时。
第一次见面的人聊半小时吧，可以听到很多有趣的事情。
설거지가 훨씬 더 쉽고 편할 것 같아요.
和第一次见面的人聊天半小时吧，我不想洗碗。
全世界人都以为你吃了屎，但你没吃，还是选择实际吃了，但是没人知道。
那还是全世界都知道，但我没吃吧。
那第一个吧，我不吃。
全世界都以为我吃了，但我没吃吧，因为人活在世界上不用太在乎别人的流言蜚语吧，活好自己最重要。
就选择全世界都知道吧，但我没吃，因为我本来就没有做。
그냥 한 번 먹고 편하게 사는 게 나을 것 같아요.
G 没指着，闪现抢 Q 到了，用大招进行控制底枪，找对面卢翔被秒了吗？没有，而且龙被女枪拿下来了，有火龙魂的加持，RA 还在继续，小鸡是在给盾，亨利已经红温了，但是闪现过来一枪 ，Starry 一枪一个，女枪虽然拿到了3杀，这边华仔没有命中，但是巨伟一个人也走不掉了。 闪不想给反应空间，勾到了，但女枪的大招短了一点点，反而元神落入了危险之中。汤圆没有闪现了，要被追死了。正面指了军找到格局，格局的闪现还没有赚好，他选择反方向逃跑，但是又把人给炸了回来，幻佛被炸回来了，队友也接上了这波技能，而且就此也被粘住了，再来一个精准弹幕，完美收尾。 小狙要先倒了，哎，但没倒，而且指上去了，先开起来找天真，天真有大招反身锁，但蓝墨这个大招和队友的配合好像这乌龙太歪了，这边有追击的机会吗？交了闪现还是被定住了，但是合理的往后拉扯掉，这边华仔有闪现躲开，找到了军尾，这边狙来1枪2枪，看龙是谁的，龙能拿到吗？而且自作一把接魔给狙死了，上到了岸上也没逃得掉这个狙击枪的命运，再来个击毙来到中路断后，这边华仔也命中了，所有技能给到了维格拉。
惩戒啊！
英勇牛牛不怕困难，顶进去顶走爆点，还 Q 闪起来要队友抢龙，但可惜74的血被德利给拿了下来，女枪扫了个完美的大招，风车落但自己被指到了，伤害虽然很高，但一个人不够，来波过来撒了个空大，这个大是用来烧开水的，这边直接闪现2段的球动物了，输掉了人头，欧文继续接着火烤，北上枪战有个精神在，李秀男要收割残局了，夸张去。 世界人物还开视野，踢进来找天真，想 WQ 闪，但是一个都没中，因为天真开了个金身，反身解了锁格大招，龙是谁的？龙被力量给扯了下来。那拿完龙了以后，OMG 众人要开始撤退了，因为天真已经倒了，小军踢进来被躲开了，反身一抬也抬到了，但是伤害真的够吗 ？Angel 的旁边迅速也超级爆闪，还在追击 ，Angel 的伤害打满了，而且大电刀出发 ，Angel。
我
不要想别的，反正专注自己游戏里的内容就行了。反正我们重要的是打倒自己，不要管什么下一
Hello, folks. How's it going? Hey, I'm here. I thought I'd just sit here in the background, just say that yeah, we'll be around talking stuff. Munch is going to join us very shortly. I don't know whether Munch is going to stream himself. So soonish. But either way, we'll be casting some stuff. Really looking forward to that. Love casting with Joe. And today is the last day we will be doing this like this, because every other LPL day will be officially broadcast. So we hope you enjoy what we've been doing here for the entire year. We'll have done 170 games or something like that. Anyway, I'm gonna let these clips play. I'll let you enjoy this, and we'll be back a little bit later.
有人能去找他吗？我找不了。
看下打野，看下打野。
牛头没闪，
我能闪走。慢点。
我走了。
龙是我的，走吧。
别打。看，我没血了，我一点。我抬他，我比较踢啊。
慢点，拉下来。慢点。
可以追。杀。中路一波，中路。啊，可惜没5杀，这不够5杀吗？
打太激烈了，
没办法，
打太激烈了，我没想到啊。
能，跟电脑选电死，可能有就能一波。我们6重，
一波吧。
那辅助等下上来顶我再看一下，先把他杀了吧。
可以。
他先推。他 W 我先把他杀了。
我们上来有大，
他会上的。
他没闪的辅助。
我会杀的。我觉得就会站一起。我看他，我来杀了。我就推了。推吧，5秒。
推，救一塔，别动，救一塔。
我别死。
A 塔 ，OK，
nice。
别搞了，今天稳稳的幸福2比0。
没事，正常玩就好了。
他们能过来了，
我
剑魔在下面。
剑魔在下面。
我先封路吧。
先拉，把这个打了。
我先封路。
打掉吗？
能看 AD 吗？
哎，可以看 AD，看 AD。
哎，来。
AD 死，慢点打。
抢剑魔。
可以打。AD 中单没闪。
开局。
中单没闪。
杀了。
杀！没闪，去催人没闪。
杀！
去大龙，给我控制我一塔。没闪。
击中了。
快杀，别快！大龙。
对，我们得加快进攻。你可以早就开局，
可以开 AD， 可以
开 AD，
看一下。
进！
杀！nice。
我帅不帅？一波吗？
可以。
尝试一波吧。
他们没伤害的，就
没 buff 了。先压吧。
A 塔，
不要站一起哦。哎，先把这个杀了。抢剑魔。哎，对，小心。
剑魔没闪。
先打前面。
杀剑魔。剑魔没闪。
路线一下。慢点。
剑魔没闪。
我有 W。
可以打。
哎，他死了。
哦，死了。
把杀看袁国龙吧。
把杀了吧，走吧。
而且应该一波不了，走吧。
哎，我被翠人 Q 到了。
没事，看下波，好打完就行。
AD 还有闪，
已经稳的幸福。他们很难玩。下波团正常打就行。
先打，我看先打。
慢点，我先封路。封路 A 塔。他人不好怪的。
A 塔。
你随便开谁吧，都行。
可以看吗？
这个。
剑魔。他听 Q 闪可能。
他剑魔没闪。OK，
我能看。
杀剑魔。杀！等一下，打个大。
回血那么多。
哎呦
，nice。
Hey, Blade. Hey, everyone. How's it going? Should be good to go soon. We'll be getting we'll be getting things together pretty soon. I've got my coffee brewing in the other room, so I'll be getting that, and then we'll be getting to it. NIP vs LGD. This will determine seeding for the Knights Rivals stage. That's very important. BLG AL. Technically, that has pretty high implications in terms of seeding too. BLG are a series behind. A lot of stuff. Sorry, I was reading a message. But yeah, God, it feels so weird. This is the last day of these kind of experiences, because every other LPL day will be officially covered beyond this point. So yeah, if you're in Twitch or YouTube chat, we'll be we'll be paying attention to you guys in chat, so I hope you enjoy yourselves, sit back and relax. And yeah, get ready for the last non-broadcast day of LPL. I need to really get my VODs uploaded as well. I have the live broadcasts and stuff like that, so they are available, but it would be nice to have them in individual VOD form as well, so you can enjoy them like that. And hopefully after we've done that, that will stand as an archive for this year. So you all can take that away and, you know, future viewers can enjoy that. And yeah, I hope you've enjoyed us kind of helping preserve this bit of LPL history and the games and the casting and a whole bunch of other stuff. If you put up with us various days, we've had some great days. And yeah, I hope this doesn't mean no chill co-streams on days you aren't live on broadcast. No, I'll still likely be doing them as well. Also, folks, one thing which I'll be doing as well in my free time, I've been wondering what I should do if I'm not doing LPL. I might go back to doing some co-streams, and then also I might not co-streams, some VOD reviews rather. I might be going back to do some of them, and then also doing some historical watchbacks. So if there's any particular team or moment in time you'd like to watch back from history in any region or competition, let me know what you'd find interesting. I'm already thinking about doing some of the 2014 OGN, maybe going back to see some Moscow 5 games as well, maybe the undefeated Fnatic 2015 run as well in summer 2015. Yep, Samsung White, and also Samsung Blue Naruto. I'd really like to go back and watch that, so I think I'd really enjoy that. C9 Samsung Blue 2014 was. Yeah, I kind of want to go back and watch season 4, because that was the first season which I was like live watching as well. Okay, folks, my voice is not 100% there again today, but this is you know, the last day of doing this, so I'll be able to do that. Does Lien play today? Yes, he does. Oh shit. Yeah, you know what, Munch? God damn it. Munch said if I don't tweet this out, he will. Maybe he should just tweet it out at this point. Lien playing in this series today ends Shanji and Aki's unbroken duo streak of 302 LPL games. Shanji has never played an LPL game without Aki, so this will be a different pairing for Shanji. He has always played with the same jungler throughout his 3 years now in the LPL, starting in 2022. So that's a huge change for him. It's also the first time that Rookie and Lien have played together for, I want to say, 1,554 days, I think, as well. So there are some big changes coming through from them. And get ourselves into the NIP studio as well. Cool. So we're out there in Shenzhen today for the first series, and the second series of the day, BLG vs Anyone's Legend, that'll be over in Shanghai, I guess. So it means that there's a potential that we miss part of the second series if we are kind of overrunning here. Hello, I'm here. How's it going? How's it going? Kiara, how's it going? Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follows, everyone. We've hit some huge milestones this year. So, for those of you who are either tuning in for the first time or even if you've been here longer as well, this year I have kind of set out to be on stream doing a more formal cast of all of the LPL games that are not officially broadcast by the LPL English channel. Now, that has been, for this year, mostly Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. What that has meant is that for the entirety of this year in the regular split, there have been a lot of games which haven't been broadcast. We have now, over the course of spring and summer, and I say we, in terms of myself, and then also my brother Initialize, Mazel, Munchables, Carrix, and Yanni, and a handful of other people who also threw out their availability as well. There are other people who didn't get to come on stream, but they gave their availability, which I'm very thankful for. And we have covered 170 games of LPL that have not been broadcast on the official English channel. We turn the cameras off and we focus on the games here as well. And yeah, we hope that you've been enjoying everything that we've been doing here. And yeah, it's just been really cool to get people on and enjoy this kind of time. I believe Munch is ready as well. You know, buddy, I was just doing my intro spiel. It's good to have you. How you doing, man?
How's it going, mate? I am doing all right. I'm excited to not only be casting some LPL, but to be on the official twitch.tv/Nymera_ channel. This is a big moment for me in my career.
Yeah, thanks, man. You know, I thought I'd be able to give you like a real opportunity to show what you can do.
Yeah.
So, oh my god,
I really appreciate the leg up, man.
I need to. Okay, you need to turn your mic off in the video, Ninja Link, because I'm getting Discord. You're double slapping me here. You know, your big opportunity. And you've already...
I've already fumbled it. What a nightmare.
Yeah, man. I think the way that we view this as casters is that, like, honestly, we would prefer if we didn't have to do this, because it'd be really nice for us to just have an official, like, broadcast to go do stuff on. Let me stream to you this stuff as well. Let me just have a look at this.
Yeah, I was just about to...
Yeah, I can... Yeah, this'll work, I think. So if I tab into this should now work, I think. Does this work?
I can see it.
Does it? Can you hear?
And
anything?
I've got some like funky little music.
Okay, so you get the background music as well. Okay, right. So when I tab out of this, you won't be able to see it, and you should be able to see me changing scenes like that. Okay, cool. So that should be fine. You should be seeing what I'm seeing here as well.
Sweet.
Let me just see if I can up the quality real quick. So I'm trying to remember if I put it on 720. I can't remember if I did. I didn't. No, I'm good. Awesome, cool. So that should be there. And yeah, so we've got like, I don't know, about 20 minutes until we actually get on stage, so we can chat about whatever the hell is happening. But yes, this is the last day of non-broadcast LPL games for the LPL this year. So the last time that we'll be doing this. I'm really happy to be joined by you, Joe, because obviously I think we've done a lot of good work this year.
Mate.
And it's going to be really fun to do this.
Mate, it's been a mental year. It's been a crazy year. We've gone from like basically strangers to like a kind of casting duo over the course of, I don't know, 12 months maybe? Or slightly more than 12 months.
Well, I mean, this year... Well, we weren't even doing that much last year. I would say that we... Well, I'm considering we started in January more honestly. It's actually been, in terms of casting duo, we've gone from it in about 6 months, which is insane considering what we've been to, really. But yeah, I think, you know...
Grind is real. The grind is real.
I think I've done almost 400 games in 6 months. Like...
Is that it? Fucking amateur hour, dude.
I swear to God, man. I swear to God. But yeah, I think I speak for all of the casters at LPL. Like, we prefer if we were just on broadcast, but while we don't have it, we hope that you enjoy the work that we do here. So Munch is in the title for Twitch and YouTube, so give Munch a follow over on various socials and stuff. And yeah, we'll bring to you hopefully some fun casts and some fun games. This first series is actually very important. The game score doesn't matter, but the series score does. Neither of these teams have picked up a win. Both of them are going into the Knights Rivals stage. Lian is starting for NIP because he's done out his stuffed animal humping ban, so he's now on stage.
Huge moment for him.
It's a huge moment for him. If NIP win, or LGD win, they'll be facing IG instead of Rare Atom in the next stage. And I will say that's probably a bonus. IG do definitely have some firepower when they're playing on the full Mojo mode, but like I still think coming in with some momentum and not facing technically the highest seed from the Nirvana group is still like a pretty good thing. So yeah, I mean, neither of these teams have picked up a series win. It's important, you know.
I just want to mention as well, obviously Lian, no champions played this split, etc. Conveniently for him, Nidalee is his most played of all time, and Nidalee's kind of good right now. So I'm curious if NIP will lean into that Nidalee style specifically for playing with Lian. Also, big on the Xin Zhao, although Xin Zhao kind of terrible right now. Do you want to know one of the cool picks though that Lian is really good at that nobody seems to know about?
Tell me.
Taliyah. He's 13-2 on Taliyah jungle. Taliyah jungle is a legit thing right now. I genuinely think that could be an option for NIP.
That's Yeah, that's actually kind of worth talking about, yeah. Also, you know what, another fun thing as well? The last team that Lian, like, emergency subbed back into a team was, I believe it was for IG, and they immediately beat BLG. Like, it's their first series in, and that was the one series which BLG lost the entirety of spring. And his post-game interview was absolutely hilarious, because the interviewer said something like, did you prepare anything particular for this series? It's like, no, not really. I just don't think they played very well. He's just like the most.
Nah, bro, just ran him. Just fucking ran him. We're just better. That's all.
Yeah, his interviews have been legendary. I like this guy a lot in terms of that. But yeah. So I don't know. Oh yeah, by the way, I didn't tweet this out. You can actually go and tweet this now because I forgot to tweet it.
Oh my god.
This is the first time, because Lian has come in, that Shanji will be playing an LPL game without Aki. Shanji started in the LPL in 2022, so he's now played basically 3 full years within the LPL, and that means he has played 302, I believe, games with Aki. This will be the first game he'll be playing with another jungler. Also, this is now the first time that Rookie and Lian have played for 1,554 games since the last time that they were on IG together as well. So, like, we're breaking one partnership and reforming another one from years past, which is just so much. This is the great thing about the LPL. There's just so much random history scattered about the place. It's like walking down the street in Rome and just seeing like a bit of Roman architecture there.
How many days was it that Shanji and Aki have played together?
Days I can't remember, because they would have started
300 and something, I think.
Well, the games were 302. In terms of
those games.
That's the amount of games that they've played. In terms of days, I'm not exactly sure, but they started in. I'd have to get like the date calculator out, but it has been. This is going to be wild in terms of the historical stuff. Right. So we've got about probably 5 minutes until we head on stage, and then another 10 minutes after that to. Right, just checking timing stuff because I need to go grab coffee in the other room, which is still sat there. I need to do that at some point. LGD. God, I don't know what to make of this team. I actually think their top side's playing really well right now. I really like what. I mean, Bertol's been stepping up recently. And again, he's had some worse moments, but at least he's been stepping up. Their top side was really good. They should have won a lot of their games recently, but I think that they have some huge issues in bot lane now. I think that LGD, they snuck into the Ascension stage. They deserved it. They were better than WE, and WE are now one of the worst teams in the LPL, so they absolutely deserve to go over them. But I don't know. I don't know what they're doing with Xiaoya and Kepler. This team, if they had a better bot lane, I could see them having some firepower. It might be enough for today, but I don't know what's happening with this AD carry role, man.
Yeah, I mean, what is there to say about like the options are just terrible, aren't they? At the end of the day, I feel mean saying it, but honestly, I'm not on the official broadcast, so I can say what I like. Xiaoya and Kepler, not it. Xiaoya has had some good moments, but Kepler has been pretty terrible for a long time in the LPL. I was kind of amazed to see him back on a roster again after he was sort of. You know, after he, just got kicked out of the league, somehow he managed to make it back into the LPL. There must be better prospects out there, right? There just has to be. Kepler just consistently isn't that good of a damage carry, but on top of that, gets caught out of position pretty regularly. Xiaoya at least is a new prospect, right? I'm okay with them playing Xiaoya because while he has struggled, he's a rookie. This is still new to him, so I'm okay with seeing players struggle a little bit. And he's had a couple of pop-off games. I would love for, especially since they are confirmed for the best of fives, I would love to see him try and do a little bit more. Because, we've criticized Leave a lot for trying to do too much, but at least he's got that flair. At least he wants to, be the one that wins the game. And I think as an AD carry in the LPL, you kind of got to want to be the one that wins. You kind of got to, push the envelope forward because you're never going to stand out in this league if you're not willing to just hard carry.
Bit of an aside, but I genuinely think that Leave ended up being the best player on his team towards the end of EDG. This is insane to me. The fact that he actually had some incredible late games later on. I mean, I wonder what's going to happen with him because actually he did have an okay end of split. But yeah, so both these teams are confirmed for the night's rival stage. For those of you who missed that context. And yeah, it's kind of freeing being on a co-stream like this, isn't it? You can occasionally drop some shit up there, talk about the stuffed animal humping, or wow, this player's running it. You can kind of do that sometimes. Look, neither of these teams have done particularly well. NIP, took a game off of BLG, I want to say. Am I right in saying that? They took a game off of someone big recently. I don't know, man. I think it's so hard to be a rookie fan right now because it felt like this team, even with all of their flaws, managed to cobble together a style where everyone's deficiencies were kind of covered by each other. And like they had decent drafts. The meta in spring was great for them. And then things have just fallen apart with the meta shift. I think that I don't.
I think Leon can fix it. Maybe I'm just crazy.
Really?
I think Leon can fix this
team. Do you believe
team.
in the honeymoon periods? But like,
yes.
The thing is that Aki was a problem. He was a problem, but he wasn't the problem because there are so many problems on this team. I think that Shanji is quite typecast into his individual champions, and not all you can't get all of them right now. You're never getting Rumble, and Konsante has a lot of bad matchups compared to Spring. I think that Photic has been awful. If we're talking about poor AD carries, I think that...
I mean, yeah, he's been terrible.
He's been terrible, which is such a shame.
And it breaks my heart to say, because I'm a Photic enjoyer. I'm an old school
Back
top
in V5?
esports Photic enjoyer.
Oh, top esports?
No, way before that.
You go on a quick run,
I was an
gonna get my
enjoyer of
coffee.
Photic when he was replaced by Jackie on top esports, you know? I was like, come on, I know Jackie Love's good, but give Photic a chance kind of thing. And Photic was just sat on the bench behind Jackie Love for a long time. I was a big proponent for him, especially on his Senna back in the day. But the crazy thing about Photic this split is his Senna hasn't even looked that good. Like, it's looked fine, but the issues are so much around his positioning coming into fights and whatnot that it doesn't really matter if he's on the Senna or not on the Senna, because if you're out of position on the Senna, you're just as dead as if you're out of position on a Xayah, you know? Like you're just turbo doomed if you position so aggressively and get caught all the time.
This is kind of why I was thinking, well, is he just a Ziggs one trick now? Because Ziggs, you stand so far away from the fight.
Well, yeah.
It's like
Ezreal too, I guess.
Ezreal as well. Yeah, but the problem is, you know, I would hate to be the coaching staff of NIP because it just feels like this team is just so narrow. Like, how do you draft a full composition which benefits everyone and doesn't lead to someone being a game-losing factor? Photic can be a game lane. That's a really.
That suitcase is very cute.
But like, Photic can be game-losing. I think that Aki could be game-losing. I think Shanji's team fighting has been great, and we know that Shanji's team fighting is good.
Yeah.
His laning phase, even in spring, was kind of dog. He was falling behind. I mean, there was that great matchup, was it NIPWE in spring playoffs, where we had this I remember one of the graphics we ran was about Wayward and Shanji, where both of them were having like really good teamfight impact, but Shanji was dropping ridiculous amounts of farm in laning phase, and he was just bluntly outlaned by everyone. Besides a couple of moments where he get those big solo kills and he had the Rumble games. That's becoming a big problem right now because of so many other flaws across the map. This one's just adding on to the pile of things. So Leon has got to do like some continental shifting in this team. This is like, yeah, he's a good jungler. We've seen him revolutionize Rare Atom for points in time, IG for points in time. Maybe there can be a honeymoon period here as well. And yeah, this guy's a good jungler, but and they are also against LGD, who are another struggling team. I actually don't know who I favor here, you know. And I think a conversation that we were having yesterday too was even when they come out of this series, I don't actually know what the benchmark is between the teams which are now going to be in Knights rivals and then also up into like the Ascension group and the Nirvana group. Like, what is actually the difference between these two groups right now? I mean, you assume that Ascension group is still quite a way above.
Yeah.
But it's not that clean. I don't think.
I mean, I agree that it's very much an open conversation right now where, you know, I think OMG have, with their win yesterday, they've sort of set themselves apart. And I do think that OMG is a roster that I expected way better than what we saw to start the year, you know, and to start summer. Like, their placements look terrible, and they sort of kind of redeemed themselves a bit. They definitely look better than they have in a while. Considering they were in the conversation with RNG for worst team of the year at the end of placements. Like, they've come a long way since then. However, like, the fact that we've got both LGD and NIP, I want to say taking games off of top teams. The fact that they've both only taken 2 games across this entire group is pretty tragic, really. But again, like, how do you judge it? How do you judge it? Because like OMG going 6-1, I would say 5 of the teams in Group Nirvana winning against them doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
So the 6-1 scoreline is kind of deceptive in that regard.
And also, like, the series they lost against TT was actually quite a big blueprint to beat them as well. Because I think what we've seen from, and God, even the series yesterday with their series against RA, I mean, they were the better team. But the thing that we know about OMG, and this is going to be a real worry when you go up against better and better teams, OMG and RA are shit at playing from behind. They cannot play from behind. If they fall behind the game with one big fight, as soon as that first big loss comes in, the teams just fall apart. I think that OMG, they need very quick engage, and they need to be able to pull the trigger very effectively. They're fine from even, and they're great from ahead, and they're good at snowballing, but if you put them behind, it's a big problem. So I think that when you go up against better and better teams in the early game, I just think that they're going to get blown out harder and harder. So, I don't know. And TT showed that they win one fight, and then suddenly OMG, they can't pull the trigger, and then game's over.
Yeah. I mean, I do worry as well that, like, there's a real chance that people just get lane gapped as well, although the bot lanes are not particularly strong on NIP and LGD. Better on NIP, but still not exactly great. But aside from the bot lane, like, Rookie, you would hope, can gap Angel and Vikla in lane, although Vikla's laning has looked pretty decent.
Yes, well, that's not going to be relevant for Knights Rivals, because the Knights I'm just remembering the matchups. So the Knight Rivals.
Oh, of course, they're going to be in the top. Yeah,
so we have TT OMG as that matchup. So that's actually going to be very interesting, because TT just beat OMG. So we might even see OMG not even making playoffs, because they come up against the one team that beat them in the group stage. So I think the winner of this series goes against IG. The loser of this series goes against Rare Atom.
Can we let's just, before we go into all of the matchups and stuff, just the fact that OMG and TT face off against each other, can we just take a second while we're not on the official broadcast to talk about how fucking bogus it is that OMG are going to finish as the first seed, they're going to lose 3 games to TT, and they are not going to qualify for playoffs when someone like IG or Rare Atom are going to get an upset and qualify for playoffs instead. Like, how fucking insane is that as a format?
Oh yeah, actually, while we're off this as well, just in terms of the overall format, what have you actually made of the group stage into the Rumble stage thing? Because I think group stage, I missed a lot of the top matchups, and I thought that Fearless was fun, but I don't even think Fearless is like that particularly useful in LPL, because we have a lot of weird champions anyway. I don't think it even changed that much, because it's not the full Fearless, so we just traded like Corki Tristana the entire series. And then Rumble, I do have a bit more time for the Rumble stage, because we have constant closer matchups. I don't mind that.
I love the Rumble stage. I really like the Rumble stage.
So that bit I'm actually okay with, and I don't even mind the idea of like having this overlap and like having the last play-ins for playoffs, but I don't. The problem is that I think
you just need a double LM. We just need a lower bracket.
I don't think they want to put in the extra broadcast days at that point, because it's just an. But already added.
If you think about it in the context of the fact that we've lost, what was it, like 7 to 10 broadcast days compared to the previous format?
I thought we had more.
Surely 2 or 3 more days is.
I thought we had more broadcast days. Because I seem to remember as a chat we had as an LPL.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I thought we ended up gaining some broadcast days here or there. Which is weird, because we have the 3
I thought
series
it was
days.
Slightly less. But I'm literally just trying to remember. I don't have it up, so.
Yeah. But, I mean, there are...
Either way,
yeah.
Like, but my point being, right, 2 days, is that really that much of a difference? Is that really so much to ask that to make a format just that much better? You could just do the regional finals format, essentially, for these teams. I think that would be so much better.
I agree with that too. I think it would be super hype as well, because I think I love best of 5 play. I'm really going to look forward to watching those extra 3 best of 5s as well, because hopefully they're going to be super tense and they're going to be like close, because we got teams which struggling in the Ascension group, doing quite well in the Nirvana group as well. Yeah, I think there's been a lot of good stuff from this. I think, yeah, the initial group stage I'm not sold on. I think the Rumble stage I do like, and I think there's some touches to be made. Considering that they were wanting to change it away from the single best of round, best of 3 round robin, I think there are still a lot of benefits over that, because you're not just getting, you know, this slog where strength of schedule lies to you. There are problems with 17 teams in a single best of 3 round robin. That can be a bit of an issue. So at least we get to take that away.
We certainly do. I feel like overall, like, final thoughts on the format as we head into playoffs. I think the main Rumble stage is fantastic. I really prefer this to the normal group stage we've had previously. I think the placements kind of just sucked. I think that they should just change that to Swiss. The Swiss functionally does the same thing,
that's a good point,
but it's just way more interesting. We've already seen Swiss in League of Legends. It clearly works. Like, why the hell are we not just doing Swiss for the placement round? It would just be so much more entertaining, so much more interesting. Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna. So first series of the day is gonna be in Shenzhen for NIP. Look, I actually haven't figured out how to delay the media.
Do you know what? Hang on, sorry.
Yeah, go on.
It's just hit me like a lightning bolt. You do Swiss for the first round, then you do 3 groups for the Rumble stage, so you have less games overall to seed towards playoffs, because the top teams are making it to playoffs anyway. So just reward them for succeeding in the Swiss by giving them a small group to decide seeding, and then you can have a sort of play-in bracket to make it into playoffs out of the bottom really 2 groups.
You know what? That's one of the sad things I think about the way Global League Esports went for a while, is that we lost a lot of those really funky formats, which were actually like, I miss some of the old OGN formats with the best of 2 group stages and going into like this huge bracket after that. That was kind of fun.
Yeah.
Like, I'm glad we're experimenting a bit with formats now. The problem is it's now come so late into the Global League career that we've kind of failed to figure out what formats work for bigger amounts of teams.
Yeah, maybe the solution is you just do away with half of the Rumble stage entirely, and you just run a longer Swiss for the first stage, and then you just have more teams in playoffs. You just have a massive playoff bracket.
God, we have 10 teams already there.
Yeah, but if you're replacing half of the Rumble stage, the playoff bracket can essentially function as a group stage as well, right? If you look at how Valorant runs tournaments, if you look at how CS runs tournaments, even StarCraft, right? Like, double elimination brackets basically run. You do like what's it called? SL something groups. GSL groups, right? And then into a proper bracket. Like, that's not much group stage play in the grand scheme of things compared to what we're talking about for LPL. So you could just do a larger bracket that's double elimination from the start, have your whole top group qualify for playoffs, and maybe the top like 3 or 4 from Group Nirvana, and then they just have to play longer in playoffs to make it through.
Man, yeah,
less group stage, more playoffs.
Yeah, and I think the more best of 5 play that we get, and the more like elimination play that we get through that as well, that's just better for me. So yeah, I think the current format, there are definitely some benefits to it. I wasn't entirely sold on all of it, but the Rumble stage, the Rumble stage has been good. The Rumble stage has not been good for NIP and LGD as we get onto the stage for both these teams here. So now, I guess zooming back into this matchup as we get ready for quite an important series. Look, I think NIP top 4 in spring, the meta fell into their hands. They had a really narrow but powerful way to play the game, with Rookie effectively being a second jungler. That worked out well for them. I have very rarely seen a meta shift affect a team like this heavily. They have gone from top 4 team to one which has not found a single win within the Rumble stage. They struggled a little bit in the group stage as well, but their player value kind of trumped a lot of the teams in Group Z. Now they're bringing Lien into the roster for his first time in NIP, and we talked a bit at length now about how his first time playing with Rookie in over 1,500 days, breaking up the duo of Shanji and Aki as well, because Shanji has never played an LPL game without Aki. They've played 302 games together. So this is a pretty monumental shift in terms of some of their duos. There might be a honeymoon period, and it would be very, very timely if it does happen against LGD. Look, it would be a big thing.
It would be very Leanne, wouldn't it? It would be very Leanne to come in today and win the matchup and get themselves... I mean, look, it doesn't matter that much which way around this goes. I guess it matters in terms of your opponent for the next round. I feel like I am reasonably confident for NIP for the next round. I'm a lot less confident for LGD for the next round anyway, so whether seeding matters, I guess there's up for debate. But Lien just coming in and smashing a series, that just sounds like Lien to me. Just coming in, bringing out some wacky pick, doing some crazy stuff, just running around the map, bodying fools. Like, that is Lien all over.
If NIP win this, they will have a rematch with IG from their own group as well. I just realized that. And IG did beat them in one series, remember? They did, where they had Nani picking the Galio into Rookie's LeBlanc. They actually did have a decent series versus them. They took that 2-1, where GLFS had that incredible Braves game as well. So there is weirdly a precedent for IG being big, like having some answers towards them. The second, so that was the first.
And they're on a win streak.
So that was the first time they played. The second time around was not close. So the precedent's not entirely there. But I just want to say that it might. This is why there are these questions about how far above the Nirvana group are these bottom teams in Ascension. Is there an overlap? Does that mean that the Knights rival stage is going to really expose some of our struggling teams here? LGD on the other side, they've I mean, they took down BLG in their own group stage. They've had their higher moments as well. I think particularly when Meteor and Hydra have been clutch and on powerful champions for themselves, they've looked really good. I have not been a fan of their early game, and I've not been a fan of their bot lane. I think that Jinzhao has had some good moments. You know, he's had an okay tenure in the LPL, I suppose. Not been a star, but he's had some good moments there. But you look particularly at Xiaoya getting caught in late game and Kepler coming in and also not really having a great time of things as well. For me, the real question is, can LGD just allow bot lane to exist without it becoming a black hole, and then allowing their top side to actually do some very fun stuff? I think the top side versus top side matchup in this series is genuinely nuts. I'm really looking forward to seeing how, Shanji and Birdall play. This jungle matchup with Lien stepping into it, because Meteor's been on excellent form. And then, of course, Chaovi in the mid lane versus Rookie.
Yeah, I feel like mid lane is an absolute banger. I also think just... like stylistically, I guess Shanji and Birdall kind of match in a way to me, where they've been pretty quiet, I want to say, in the laning phases. That's not always necessarily true, but the biggest moments for both of these players have been in those team fights. They're both players that love a bit of Cassante. You know, Birdall, you think of the Aatrox, which really has fallen out, but I feel like the way that they impact the game, generally speaking, is quite similar for the two players. I am curious to see how that matchup pans out, especially in the context of the junglers, because like I think it's very possible that we have the two junglers focusing towards the top side, because like realistically, if you're one of these two junglers, especially your Lien, you're coming in, you're looking at NIP, which side of the map are you going to focus on? It sure as fuck isn't going to be photo control. It's like Meteor's definitely not focusing on Xiaoya and Jinzhao, so like I feel like there's a reasonable chance that we just have an absolute scrap for grubs every game.
That's a good point, and particularly when you have players like Haichao who does like to go, well, when you've got ADC mids anyway, you're likely to go into side lanes. Birdall's also a Gnar player. There is a good chance that we go towards grubs and try and play through a wider map as well. Man, this is very interesting one to Shadowbox, just because these are no team in the LPL is flawless. I think we can accept that one as we head into the draft as well. We have two very flawed teams which are on the brink of desperation. They want to get their first series win, and they want to get a leg up going into that Knights rival stage to go into their first draft. NIP on blue side in their home arena, and some different bans. But anyway, Birdall's Jace, don't know if I expected that.
Yeah, look at LGD though, instant Nidalee ban towards Lien. Outright respect, you can't not ban that. I guarantee NIP would have B1'd that Nidalee if it was up and available.
It's a very powerful early game champion, and Lien has done a lot of work on a lot of different teams. Of course, stepping into the roster of NIP, replacing Aki, breaking up the duo of Shanji and Aki, and then rejoining an older duo of Lien and Rookie back from IG. Haichao also going to have his LeBlanc removed for him as well. What is up and available? That's important. Lucian, I think very important. I think both of these players have found some value on that, and it has been the mid lane pick of the moment. Wouldn't surprise that. Or maybe even the Lilia as well, because that's been a real LPL power pick recently. That's why it's being hot now.
Definitely within Lien's wheelhouse. I do feel like this meta could suit Lien, honestly. He does love to take games into his own hands. I feel like he's struggled
hooves.
more. Yeah, if you will, yeah. I feel like he's struggled a little bit more on more like hard engage junglers, where you have to be the kind of tank and engage as opposed to just being able to do damage yourself. LGD though, gonna answer with relatively strong carries, I think it's fair to say. The Tristana for mid lane, the Ezreal for bot lane. It's a pretty nice rotation.
We've changed the patch from 14-13 to 14-14, so the Tristana's been nerfed. I will say, I think for the best Tristana players, this is actually a good thing, because Tristana's not getting banned anymore, so you can play a lot more of it when you couldn't before. Yeah, you lose that free ban, but you get yourself a champion which can still
Cream is just rubbing his hands together.
Cream is really enjoying this, and I was about to say Chaovi again. Haichao is a big player of this too. He's going to go into that Lucian, which is probably the most powerful AD mid on the patch, unless you're like a very prominent Zeri player and you will play towards mid and late game. So that mid lane matchup, which was the highlighted matchup by the Chinese stream as well, I think that does get even more important now, because you've got two carries which can really be explosive, and particularly Rookie, who has been very lane dominant, is going to get himself something. Also, I mean, another thing too, Shanji gets his Rumble. How often have we managed to see that this split?
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Birdall goes for the Cassante to try and mitigate. We've seen this matchup a couple of times. Even since the nerfs, Rumble still absolutely bodies the laning phase, as you would expect. I mean, it's what the champion is designed to do. But I've got to say, like, I mean, it's exactly the same conversation as with the Tristana, right? Rumble is getting banned less because there were some nerfs towards that top lane. I don't think those nerfs are enough to stop him being an absolute menace. We've seen it a few times now. And I just want to quickly mention as well, while Shanji's not had his best split ever, he's still 4th in the league for solo kills up top.
Wow.
Like, he is still finding ways to get a 1v1.
That's actually pretty incredible. Considering now you can take this Rumble into what is a good laning matchup, that could be a big factor here. We have seen Kasantes be able to stabilize matchups more because of that, those nerfs towards that Rumble. If you get yourself a good first back, things can change out there. And what that means is that, I love this. What this means is that we have a dynamic mid lane. We have a dynamic top lane with some more counter pressure coming through there as well, which means that top side is where all the focus should hopefully be for these 2 great top sides. And we can leave these struggling bot sides to a little bit more of their own devices. We've had a couple of those junglers banned away. The Siobhan has risen to prominence in the LPL very recently, and of course that Ivan as well is becoming, weirdly, a bit more of an LPL staple for the first time since like MLXG in 2017.
Yeah.
It's been a long ass time since we've seen that. We're hovering over now some magic damage sources for LGD. They go towards that Talit, which you were saying Lien potentially could play. Meteor goes towards it instead. Big combo for him. He has no setup right now though, which means you're probably looking at that last pick Nautilus or Rakan because nothing else is setting up for that Talit.
Yeah, you got the sort of pseudo setup from the Cassante if the W can land kind of thing, but it's not exactly reliable, is it? So we'll see what... I mean, Meteor, definitely a play of it. He's played all sorts over the years. It does not surprise me that he's willing to bring it to the air. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Meteor, yeah. We're going classic for the bot lane of NIP. Photic takes his Senate, and Joel goes onto the Ornn. So... honestly, I think the Ornn is a really nice way to round this composition out for NLP. Gives you that engage, but also like the long-range layering of ultimates, right? With the railgun, with Lien's equalizer, and the sleeps on top from not Lien, sorry, Shanji's equalizer, and Lien getting the sleeps down as well. It does feel like a pretty easy to use composition for NIP.
I think NIP have range and advantage because they have those long range ultimates. I think they have a huge amount of damage. I think they have good laning phase. I think NIP have stomped this draft looking at this again. All of these picks fit their players. Lien coming to this roster allows NIP to play more heavily towards the AP junglers. And of course that Lilia is so powerful right now because it applies initial engage. LGD are going to have some of the skirmishes of their lives to work out with this game. If they can get ahead early on, maybe get themselves Birdle into a position where you can start neutralizing that Rumble, then they can have a bit more of a platform. I think it's going to be quite a hard game, though, as we head forward into that first game of the Rift. And just to warn you, Joe, I'm going to tab out just to change the volume of the stream, just so it goes a little bit higher. The game sounds, so the picture will stop working for you just for 1 second, and we'll get towards the
nightmare. Well, I'll just wait and see. I'll just wait and see. I have to say, I agree with Foxy Luxana in chat. Why did we pick Rel over Nautilus? I don't know is the answer, because I agree Nautilus definitely would have fit better. And I also just want to shout out Laker Show Me 08 in chat. They are obsessed with putting Photic on Senna. Yes, it's because it is by far his best champion, and every time he plays any other AD carry, he seems to just sort of run it down. So they kind of have to just keep putting him on Senna when they have the chance.
Man, we love being a little bit unhinged here. Thank you everyone for joining us for the last non-broadcast day of LPL for this year. It has been a heck of a journey. We have done 170 games. This is an important series for both these teams, trying to get themselves their first series win in the Rumble stage. So we hear what the crowd thinks.
I have to say, at the start of the split, my expectation was not that NIP are here in the, the second to last day, 0-7, battling it out against LGD. I think, you know, both of these teams, NIP have had a pretty rough year. It feels like it's got worse as the year has gone on, unfortunately for them. Maybe Lien subbing in can be the difference maker. For LGD, though, on the other side, I was also kind of disappointed. Like, in the group stage, this is a team that beat BLG, remember? This is a team that I think a lot of people were hopeful we'd get some magical stuff from. Unfortunately, it has not been magical at all for LGD. This is pretty magical for NIP as Shanji gets a flank onto Meteor. They're going to burn Meteor's flash at level 1.
No. This Talia is not the strongest early clearing jungler. They do not want to be forced out as Lien. Might have overstayed himself now, though. Gets the big Raptor. Doesn't get level 2 because of those rocks flying over the wall from Meteor. For those of you that don't know, he's changed his name over time after typoing his initial name. But Lien, good initial invade for him. In NIP, we have criticized their play around early games at points before. We've criticized their play around AP junglers. Lien coming in can very much help with that.
Certainly could. Lien is worth mentioning as well. For anyone that doesn't know Lien, like, this is a guy that's been around the LPL for a long time, most famously on IG for a very long time. He's a guy that likes to fight. He's like old school LPL jungler where he sees champion, he kills champion kind of vibes a lot of the time. You know, he's flexible. He can play different styles, but that's definitely what I think of when I see Lien on my screen. Nidalee, his most famous champion across his career, and probably his most successful champion as well. But here on the Lilia, I think the key thing for me with Lien is often he brings vibes to a team. He's dare I say, a mojo player. And so whenever you see Lien, I am the purveyor of mojo, and Lien is very much an enjoyer. I think that he can bring vibes to a team that teams often need. Rookie doesn't flash for it, holds on to that summoner.
Yeah, you know, you can talk about the jungle matchup. This top side across the board is so important for NIP. Rookie getting an early lead, that helps. See the Meteor gonna hold Lien down to level 2, weirdly. Don't know how he's failed that one. I guess because of those earlier Raptors being taken away, it means that this is now gonna be a bit of a fight between the junglers.
Oh no. Lien's just rinsing Meteor here. Remember, Meteor, no flash, but Jin Zhao has moved over. Smite is up for Lien. He will grab himself that chicken. In the end, wins out in the 1v1. Meteor has his own smite, though. Doesn't decide to continue the invade.
Even with Jin Zhao there, he's sat there thinking, yeah, maybe a bit of an overstay going that far into the jungle. And one of the big implications of what's happened with this early game is that we talked up this top side quite a lot. The fact that Lien went in and took so many camps from the top side, even at the expense of some of his own XP in that early game. Shanji has a free lane up in this top side right now, where Bertle's going to get pushed under his turret. Meteor has no camps on top side to go towards. He'll go towards that top scuttle now, and he might find himself an angle, but at least Lien has denied Meteor the easiest opportunity to go towards that himself, and that means that both these solo lanes, which can be very powerful for NIP, especially on picks like this, we rarely see Shanji having a moment to really dominate lane. He has had the solo kills, but his overall laning performance hasn't been the best right now because he's been taking, you know, the K'Sante into losing matchups. This is a good start from NIP, and it's a continuation of early game worries for LGD. The early game has really what's been putting them behind against a lot of our Ascension Group teams. When they've had a better early game, they've managed to skirmish very effectively in mid game. The problem is getting there, and I wonder whether they'll be able to do that versus NIP, especially with these solo lanes now being given a good platform for them.
Bit of an engage in the bottom side from Jin Zhao, but Juwon already, so just a ruby crystal is enough for Ornn to be basically unkillable down at the bottom lane during the laning phase. Hai Chao's dead. Hai Chao is dead. Rookie gets a solo kill chance the first time, blows the flash, gets a second, and immediately eradicates Hai Chao.
Lien's up in top side as well. Bertle's gonna get burned.
Oh, there's no way out of this one. The Flame Spitter does enough. Lien zips back underneath the tower, does have his flash if he needs it, and just about gets out of range.
Yeah, so LGD, their top side is not having the best of times. Their powerhouse, you can see there's laughing on the screen from Rookie and crew as well. NIP just demolished both solo laners, and it's not going to get that much easier from this point. Which replay we're going to get? Of course, it's this solo kill in mid lane. Hai Chao blew that flash before. Rookie continues to dominate that lane, gets himself that XP advantage, and Hai Chao tries to stick around for that bomb explosion, and then just greeds for this next minion. Maybe tries to get himself level 5, but Rookie's on his number, completely shuts him out. This Lucian mid, for so many of our best mid laners, has really been a way for them to showcase their laning ability again. For such a long time, we've had quite non-interactive. The Tristana, Corki mid lanes weren't that interactive either. Well, I mean, Rookie actually managed to find ways that too. But the Lucian for players like Rookie, for Xiaohu, for others, has been so important to get them that mechanical edge.
I think one of the biggest things I've noticed with this Lucian mid is the older mid laners are really, really good at it, because guess what? This has been meta before. This isn't the first time we've seen Lucian mid. And the players that played it all those years ago, they know how to use that kit. They know how to get all of the animation cancels out, how to get the maximum value out of the Light Slinger passive. And it feels good to watch players like Rookie just flex on it.
Yeah, and funnily enough, we've had some of the very first of their Lucian mid players. Here's what Xiao, who effectively invented the pick way back in the day. 2016 MSI was the first time we saw it really in pro, and so many players have played it for years since then. Even with the change to the champion, has found his way back into there. LGD losing on the initial objectives. Shanji was initially looking to see if there was a play to be made there, but no level 6 from Lian makes it a little bit harder. That's going to be 3 grubs over to NIP. Dragon has still spawned. This is just a complete controlling early game from NIP. They're getting everything they want right now.
Jinzhao going to try and contest against Lien here, but he just takes a huge chunk. He's surely dead as they chase on forwards. Good peel from Meteor, though. Will save his support's life, but will be at the cost of his chickens by the looks of things. Lien jumps on in, doesn't go for the smite, instead goes for a lullaby instead. That'll be a kill going over as Lien is sent away. Meteor is burning because Shanji's moved on over and picks up a bonus.
Lien comes in for his first game at NIP, the first game he's played with Rookie in over 1,500 days, breaking apart Shanji and Aki's combo for the top jungle as well. He's had an absolute storm of an early game. Yeah, gave up a little bit of XP early on, but he's really comboed up well, that gets that level 6 and gets the double sleep, which leads to those 2 kills.
Can I just say, like, NIP, all they needed was some vibes. Like, the players have the skill, they just needed some vibes, and Lien is like, look guys, we're going in. I don't care if you're ready, we're going in. It works beautifully.
He gets the double sleep right at the level 6 mark, and Meteor gets flashed on as well. He blew that flash just to get away from that initial sleep too. This top side from NIP has absolutely demolished this early game.
Do you know, I just realised, getting an equalizer when you've got the lilting lullaby in play is literally that dog meme saying, this is fine. You're literally asleep in the fire. Like, it couldn't be a better lineup.
It's that kind of thing where you wake, oh god, it just reminds me of those stories of people like waking up and thinking, that smells like smoke. Yeah, it is. The fire's inside the house, buddy. And now the problem is for LGD. So they're behind with Haichao on the Tristana, which has typically been a big carry for them. Tristana hates being behind, so that's a problem. You expect a little bit of a deficit early for the Cassante versus the Rumble. Not 1,000 gold at 8 minutes, so that's a problem. Talia, not really a champion that wants to be playing from behind either, because you are outranged by stuff like the Ornalt and the Rumbler and the Lilia of the World Seeds as well. So you're going to have a hard time. So where does this leave LGD? They have to rely on Xiaoye. They have to rely on the player with the only gold lead who's really struggled this split. And, you know, we have empathy for him as a newer player into the league, but he has not been it in this summer. Xiaoye, he needs to be someone who can be a point of pressure now for LGD, and I just don't see it.
I feel like this is just such a good draft from NIP in the context of how this team historically has played as well. Just giving pretty much the pick of the patch to Lien is fantastic, but having the priority mid and top, and then you get to play Photic center to just completely ignore bot lane, so Photic can join in on the absolute scrap on the top side as well. It just feels perfect, doesn't it? And now, a combo in the bottom side, not wanting to be left out. Photic and Dwo look for kills, but Meteor is here to punish them for it. Goes wide on the knock-up, and here comes Lien. Oh, Meteor just face plants.
He's got his ult again. There's a flash from Xiaoye, but will it be enough? Rookie's coming in. He'll come to clean it up.
The culling comes on in under the tower. Jinzhao can only tank for so long. And a snipe comes up through the dot to finish the kill. Jinzhao will fall under the tower, but there's one for Haichao. Maybe a chance to sweep up. He's got a reset as Jinzhao is still alive underneath the tower somehow. And LGD have somewhat mitigated the dive.
Yeah, Chalvi to the rescue, manages to save 1 kill and also get himself another as well. That should have been disaster. That should have been abject slaughter from NIP, and it's still bad for LGD. They still lose a kill onto Xiaoye, who... the way that you judge gold leads between the center lanes and then the enemy kind of bot lane as well is that you take the gold lead of the support and you compare it to the AD carry. Xiaoye had a slim lead there. Now he's even with draw, so it's not even technically a quote-unquote gold lead, as weird as that can be with the center on. And they're even happy playing from a slight deficit anyway, because they're center on. They're completely happy to be weak side and contribute later into the game. NIP, I think you're completely right. Drafting for this team is hard, but they've come out with a great one. Jinzhao's going in.
Jinzhao wants to punish this attempt on the grubs, and it's a great little combo. Numbers advantage for LGD, and they know it. 2 kills straight away. Rookie now comes in on the bottom side, but he's 1v4. Dwo arriving. Looks like NIP kind of want to fight. 3v5 here is Rookie. Backs away. Dwo now tanking as Shanji comes in on the top side. They're still going. The equalizer comes down. Meteor burning, and he's down. How the hell have they pulled up a 3 3v5.
Support artillery coming in from the top lane. Yes, they don't have the Call of the Forge God, but they got themselves that great mathematical equation from the sky. Shanji equalizes that fight, and it means that NIP walk away with 4 grubs currently. The last 2 are still alive, and yeah, Lian ended up dying, but he can come back for the rest of them now. LGD, I thought this was going to be the moment where we could see their mid-game-ish. It's coming towards the start of that now. Their early skirmishing, where their early game has been something that I've criticized an awful lot for them. But if they get themselves into their first big fights of the game, they're a very competent team at getting these big fights alongside these carries of the likes of Haichao on this Tristana. They almost find it right now. They're teleporting into this top side. Meteor's here to protect it. Shouldn't be anything more. Birdle does have all out, though.
Oh, a chance for Birdle, but he pushes away Rookie. Dodges from the knock-up, but the shield isn't enough, and Birdle gets the kill. Shanji now knocked away, but he just finds an answer. Every single play, Shanji is finding an answer.
Shanji 4-0 on the Rumble. There's a reason you don't give him this champion. It's been banned for the whole year. Why are we giving it to him now? NIP have walked away with a draft, which is... If I were to say a perfect draft for NIP with this composite, with this team right now in the current meta, I think this would be it. I actually can't think of a better composition for them.
Honestly.
I don't even think
maybe Nidalee instead of
maybe. But even,
Lillian, but aside from
even
that.
then, I think this is a better combo in the meta, and Leon is showing that he can absolutely play this too. So this is about the perfect draft for them. And yeah, they do overstay on the top side. They didn't have the Lucian back in mid lane right now, so it's a bit of a disconnect between mid lane and the rest of it. But even then, the fact that Rookie managed to get a huge amount of turnaround and Shanji just kind of waltzes his way down for a last bit of damage makes this a 2-for-1, and there's no grubs taken on the back end of this. So LGD, good fight, good damage. They don't really get anything for it. Meteor dies here. They can't stick around for the extra objective. So Shanji, really well played to get that equalizer and the maximum value out of it. We've had some pretty pants equalizers recently, so I'm glad Shanji's showing us how they should be played.
Yeah, I feel like we're kind of seeing, like, now Rumble's been nerfed. It's not perma-banned every single game. Everyone was like used to the fact that you're banning Rumble because it's so strong right now. Against NIP, you're banning Rumble because Shanji's so good at Rumble.
Yeah.
Like, Shanji is a problem on this champion. This is one of the picks that he made his name on in that top lane, alongside the Cassante and the Shyvana, which I will say, Shyvana sneaking into the jungle. Maybe there's a Shanji angle there when we come to playoffs, but we'll have to wait and see. As NIP, not only do they get the 6 grubs, they got themselves a Drake as well. They got themselves a 3,000 gold lead. It's a really nice start for them. And sure, slightly overstepping for that second load of grubs, but off of the back of the late pick on Meteor, they still get the full 6. LGD, it feels like they're struggling to find a foothold in this game.
It's another LGD early game where they just misjudged their only skirmishes. Juwon might be caught out, has flash, doesn't use it, gets comboed, but he's not dead just yet.
Ornn is so funny. He just kind of walks towards them and hits them with a hammer. He is surely going to go down here, but Jin Zhao might fall alongside him. The culling is enough, and that is an equalizer again from Shanji. Look at the flame spinner, but the bomb is on his head, and it's flipped around. Haichao jumps in for more as Rookie finds himself in a 1v3. That's his comfort zone, but Haichao has the damage to chase this Lucian back to the mid lane. Flash forwards as Rookie chunked and taken out. LGD back in the game.
LGD's early games we criticize, their mid games we respect. Haichao gets on the board on a champion which has also been nerfed, but maybe should just be banned away from LGD because he's so good at it. The Tristana comes into the play here, and I think NIP, I don't think they respect where Haichao is on the map, so they do spot him heading down from mid lane. So no, that's actually completely wrong. They know he's coming. I thought that maybe they just misjudged things and thought that maybe the Tristana was heading back towards mid lane. The start of this is fine. It's a 1-for-1. Jin Zhao kind of overestimates himself. That's not the best play really available to him. This is where things get really messy, though. They don't see Haichao back in mid lane. We don't see the full fog of war here, but they should know by process elimination that they can be around, and Haichao just dunks on him. He just goes in for a bit of Mario gameplay, and Goomba stomps them, and now suddenly you have a Tristana, which is very, very fed. Yes, there's a fed Rumble on one side, but Haichao picked up a lot of gold from that, so maybe LGD can find themselves some fighting angles.
Yeah. And ultimately, a huge portion of the team's gold is on that Lilia. Lian was topside. Like, I don't know why NIP felt inspired to fight without the Lilia. Maybe the Mojo get into their heads. Remember, Mojo is a double-edged blade for any team. Rookie knows that all too well. And I do feel like Rookie and Lian have kind of gone back to their IG roots with the style of gameplay we're seeing today.
I'm enjoying this series already, and I hope we get to see more of these close skirmishes, because we haven't got to see the best of these teams that often. And I think that the Ascension group, it is ruthless. You are playing against teams which are very, very proficient at very different areas of the game as well. NIP and LGD, they have clearly been the two worst teams in the Ascension group, despite the fact that both of them maybe should have picked up a win versus the FPX. I don't know how they managed to clutch away those series away from both of these teams, but either way, it can sign them both down here to the lower echelons of the Ascension group. But now they're against teams where maybe they can contest in the early game, or contest in the mid game, or contest in team fights where they've been struggling before. And now with suddenly Haichao being a threat, and with Xiaoye getting towards his 2-item spike as well, LGD will have a mid-game they can fight around. This team can definitely pull out a lot of damage, and NIP, this is now a bit of a worry for them. Great start for them, but neither of these teams have been fantastic at closing out games. Are we seeing that again from NIP?
Quite possibly. They do have a good amount of scaling. It's not like this composition is going to fall off of a cliff. It's down to the decision-making that could be the issue. Birdall, though, tries to step towards his bot lane tower. He doesn't know quite how many people are laying in wait for him. He arrives at the tower. Jin Zhao is moving over to try and support his top laner with Shanji and Lien here, and Photic arriving. Can they finish the tower? They look to just hit the tower before the fight kicks off, but Birdall engages onto Shanji. Tower surviving as Haichao going to be the one to grab that tower in the top side first.
So the 6 grubs make it obviously easier to play around immediate tower pushes from NIP. One thing which sprang to mind there as well, watching Shanji and Lien almost combo up there, if you get enough of these Electro Harpoons on target, Lien is going to do a lot more damage. Gee, people forget that the Rumble E, one of the reasons why Rumble came back into meta is that they added % magic resist shred on his Electro Harpoon. If you hit 2 of them, it can be, once you've maxed it out, as he almost has that now, something like 60% magic resist down. Lien's going to love that. If you get him onto a target to hit someone hard at that point, they are going to absolutely evaporate. So Birdall, with all the magic resist in the world, is not going to be as tanky potentially as you would like to be beyond that point. We do see that Haichao has a lot of gold too, so he's going to have some value, but NIP, if they combo up correctly around Shanji, it is going to be a lot of damage in a very short amount of time.
Jin Zhao trying to get away from Rookie. The culling comes on through. Xiaoye actually dives towards Rookie. That might have been a mistake, but gets away before Draw can land any CC. 9-8 as we broach 18 minutes in the game. Drake coming up in 5 seconds.
Haichao.
Oh no, he's overstepped a little bit there, hasn't he? Buster shot is available, but he's going to be put to sleep. W already used. And there's the equalizer. I mean, what can you do? What can you do?
I mean, we've seen the Lilia MF. We've seen this kind of sleep combination. Yeah, you don't wake up from that red carpet. It is a nice place to have a nap, I suppose, and it will be your resting place as well. So, Dragon going over to NIP.
I just, this is not really relevant, but I just want to quickly mention. You know how we always call the equalizer the red carpet?
Yeah.
Well, I've created a reason to call it the red carpet and a situation in which to call it the red carpet, because Leona is very meta right now.
Yes.
So I'm saying it's called the red carpet only when there's a Leona there as well, because you've got the spotlights coming out from above for the red carpet to be rolled out. You're a true celebrity in that combo.
I was trying to think of the Sundance Festival. Shanji, he might be finding himself in a bit of fiesta himself. Birdall on the flank.
Birdall trying to get the damage done, all out onto Shanji. Flash, and the shield's not there in time, but on the opposite side of the fight, NIP find themselves 1, and Meteor goes down for a second. 2 for 1 as LGD cannot find any more. And despite Shanji going down, still positive. True shot barrage. But it's a nice chunk, but they don't find a kill.
NOP, I think LGD are lucky that this didn't happen 30 seconds later. Tower's going to fall, 6 grubs going to make that easy. Senna Lucian, the married couple, trying to do some destruction as a hobby in their own free time. They take down that mid lane out of turret. Xiaoye feeling it though.
Xiaoye chasing out for Rookie here. He could have an angle, but looks like... I mean, his E was up and available. I think that's a kill angle for Xiaoye, and this is what I'm talking about. Xiaoye is not the player that is hunting for that 1v1, that is hunting for the big play. He's a player that is trying to not lose in the games that I've seen from him this year, and if you want to stand out in the LPL as an AD carry, you've got to be looking for those 1v1s. Like, that is a kill angle on the Lucian. You've got to hunt for it.
Yeah, and this felt like, as an overall team, a kill angle onto NIP. I don't know how they didn't manage to execute on this flank. I guess Jin Zhao really mistimes his engage on the one side. Look, Birdall gets himself a good play here. That's one side of it. But the big problem for me is that Jin Zhao and Meteor massively misplay this combo on the left-hand side of the fight. Jin Zhao gets caught out. He's a huge part of the engage, and this is a continuation of worries for LGD's bot lane, not just in their AD carry role, but also that support. Jinzhou has not had an easy time of it. NIP, they take control of the map again. Baron is now spawned. They have more than enough damage to burn through that with the AP jungle, and then also Shanji being just ungodly fed. Also has that first strike to keep stacking up gold as well. LGD, they don't have those same teleports now to get themselves a big flank around this big objective. And I think at IP, they can just go towards that Baron, force LGD out of position, and potentially look to pull them across the map.
Highchow's got to be a little bit careful here, because that tower is gone. The rest of LGD arriving on the scene to protect their mid laner. Birdall goes for an engage alongside Jinzhou. The flick back is good. True shot barrage across the team, and LGD have a chance. As Birdall looking for Rookie and forces a flash. Photic will fall as Highchow sets up another 12-12 with Baron up on the map and 3 members of NIP down. LGD might just have their moment to turn it back around.
Shanji uses Equalizer. He won't have that either. And you could have fooled me to think that this game was being played in Paris right now at the Olympics. NIP, I think they're partaking in one of the many throwing events that we see there at that tournament. Why did they end up overstaying that? They didn't use their tools effectively at all. They clump up for the big engage, and Jinzhou and Bird will take that one for free.
If this was in Paris, they would have died of pollution by being in the river, so it can't possibly be the case. Great little combo, though, from LGD here. The flick back comes on through, and then Birdall follows it up with the all-out onto Rookie.
I don't know, maybe we should take part in another French national pastime and go on a bit of a protest against that play as well as NIP. NIP, ninjas in protest, we'll say that for top side. I mean, this game was in their hands. They had a fantastic early game, but their setup for the fights has just not been it. That clump in the top side was just not it, and, you know, serious credit to Birdall and Jinzhou. I think that most of this game has been quite poor from them. That combo was slick and it opens up the game for them again. And in a series like this, between two teams which are very desperate, they're looking for their first series win, those kind of moments where you see that opportunity pulled through are so important.
NIP, it felt like they had been in control this entire game, and then just a couple of missteps, and suddenly it's all flipped around. And this composition is so good at using a Baron buff. Ezreal and Tristana, the towers are like paper. Lien is caught in the jungle. That's 2 times in a row, but Meteor just evaporates under the heat of Shanji's Flame Spitter. It turns it into a 1-for-1 between the junglers.
Yeah, the Baron buff is still there. You don't have the Equalizer, you don't have the Call of the Forge Gods. That's an easy another turret say. LGD, they find themselves in a gold lead. They find them. It's going to evaporate now because the Rookie's going to take an inhib turret, but even then there's a teleport behind him. He could potentially get shut down. Highchow is very strong and a level up.
Revenge for the laning phase. Highchow goes for the 1v1 once again. The shield comes through. Rookie survives. The Buster Shot denied by Photic's ultimate.
Rookie goes down! It's not an honorable 1v1! It's not an honorable 1v1! Both ults from both AD carries just tilting the play.
He finally gets his moment. I mean, the scoreline's good for Xiaoya. I criticised the lack of killer instinct before, but that's a beautiful shot. And now Drake coming up as well. This should be a Drake for LGD, unless Lien can make some miracle happen, but he's going topside. He's not even interested.
Yes, that was an incredibly close quote-unquote 1v1, and then suddenly global ultimates fly across the map. It's you know, Lucian's wife trying to save the play. Doesn't quite manage to do so as Azrael comes to it. LGD, they use this Baron buff so well for themselves, and they get themselves a dragon off the back of it. Rookie's trying to cross-map. NIP have not played their cross maps well this game. They have the 6 grubs. They should be running this kind of map, but they didn't do well against that Baron. They almost throw themselves a 1v1 hit. That is a clutch ultimate, but Shai ends up getting that snipe. Was this blind? Where was the information from it? There was a red ping, and this is, I think, completely blind. Great shot from Shai.
Fair play. Just sees that he's probably going to go towards that brush. Nice presence of mind there from Xiaoya to find his shot and find that punish. And I will say, crucially for Highchow there, the last auto, like split seconds away from hitting before the shield comes through from Photic there. He nearly calculated it perfectly. That would have been beautiful if he'd found that 1v1. The broccoli head comes out before the play as well. If he'd found it just before the shield, it really would have been magnificent. Sort of ironic that he's running Faker emotes when he's known as Chow V. Here we go though, Xiaoya just ease on to further equalizer. Bit of a weird one as the root comes out onto Highchow as well. But this is staying from NIP. These fights, have been a little sideways sometimes, haven't they? It's not been perfect gameplay.
And I think that Shia in that case was not sideways, but just straight backwards. Just goes into it again. And I suppose NIP, they use 2 of their big ultimates. They don't get that much right. They get a chunk onto Shia, and Shia doesn't blow the flash. So we will forgive him for now. He didn't die.
I mean, the cooldowns are so low at this point. Like, Equalizer's already half done. Equalizer is up every, like, 4 seconds in the late game. So I don't even think like using the cooldowns is that big of a deal. I've seen fights with multiple equalizers on in the LPL later on in the game, so like, I don't even think it's a big deal for NIP to just blast them out.
Be honest, do you miss the Zeri Sivir meta when we had like a minute 30 team fights because both AD carries would just keep running around for the whole time? Do you miss that as a play-by-play particularly?
Not even slightly. I don't know anyone in their right mind that misses Zeri in the meta, to be honest, but when I saw Zeri in the mid lane, for the first time, I was a little bit like, please no, please don't let this be. Yeah, don't let this be the top pick of the patch. I will say, look, do you know, I don't know if I should say this on broadcast, I might will it into existence, but Ezreal bot lane is very strong right now. Zeri Yuumi is very strong. Ezreal is good at laning with Yuumi. It does sound like a disgusting combo that could work in the meta right now.
Ult's coming out again. Sentinel, another big cooldown there. Actually, the splash damage hits onto Haichao. Leia might even... There's a thing you can do with the Lilia where you can kind of let the burn stick for a while, press the ult, and it reapplies the dots. So you can use that to get some extra damage. We've seen that occasionally come through for big execute combos. Don't think it was quite in damage range there, so he doesn't pull out the ultimate. We've spoken now a lot about LGD, how they come back in this mid game, some great plays coming out of various members for their big combos. Now we've got into this mid and late game. This is one of the problems of playing with a new player. Lian is not as entrenched into the systems that NIP would have had, and NIP, even before this, were struggling with closing games. They were struggling with some of their mid and late games. Now Lian, great early game. I think he set up the game for success, and NIP have now let that lead go. We get to see now what happens when Lian, at this stage in NIP, bringing in a new jungler, brings to the stability and the overall structure of the team.
What happens when the vibes suddenly don't work? What happens when one play goes wrong and it's all falling apart? I mean, the question I have at this point is, you know, this composition from NIP, it feels like one big fight kind of just removed the lead that they had. Oh, we'll walk away. I mean, was that an expectation of this composition? I didn't really think this was a composition that was on a timer that would just fall off like this.
No, I didn't think so either, but now they're struggling to set up for their fights. And I think when you look at how the fights should happen, NIP want to typically be sat at a range advantage, playing around those swirl seeds and getting themselves the long-range ultimates through. I think the problem is now that the carries from LGD are really strong and they're really mobile. They're not getting the kills onto the right targets. Yeah, they could probably kill Jinja and they could probably kill Meteor at the right moments, but I think they'd open up too many other options. Ornn's coming in, big ult player onto Xiao.
Xiao, the target, does get knocked up, but managed to make it over the wall, and Jin Zhao goes for a two-man combo alongside Meteor. Jin Zhao even survives as Lian limps away from the play, but Birdle isn't finished just yet. The all-out to try and get onto the enemy jungler. He might go down for his triple, though, and Lian walks away. 1-for-1 now as LGD overstep, and Shanji flashing forwards for more. The Electro Harpoons landing. Xiaoya so chunked, and Photic wants to punish. Railgun across the team. LGD low on health bars, but surviving.
Neither team can get all of the key carries down. Birdle tries to use the all-out, almost like a taxi to get towards Lian, but he had flash and he had that Zhonya's and clutches out his own escape. Dragon's now up in 10 seconds. Because we've been fighting so long, we don't even get to talk about the setup for the Dragon. We don't even really get to do that again. It's a teleport onto the top side of the map. LGD wanting to go towards that Baron. Instead, Haichao, so strong. If anyone face checks one of these powerful AD carries, I think that's a free kill. Mid lane is therefore the priority to try and make sure that those face checks are harder to achieve.
This Rel to Leah combo has been so potent for LGD. I take back my criticism of not having the Nautilus from the draft. The Rel is working out in these fights, definitely, for Jin Zhao. Once we got to the mid-game, it feels like he's consistently finding these big multi-man ultimates and the flickbacks from Meteor. Turn it into more.
Oh, Lian, no flash, no Zhonya's.
Lian, he's got a lot of move speed, though. He is on that Lilia, so he'll zip away.
Yeah, I misjudged how many Qs he had, but Lian gets out safely and he gets himself, he doesn't manage to get himself the global blue buff. That goes over towards LGD. Great damage coming in from Photic too. It feels like if one of these carries missteps and it comes down to carry positioning now, I think this game flips on its head. So eyes on Shia, eyes on Photic, eyes on those big ultimates.
The 280 carries that are known for.
Oh, no!
It's Xiaoya caught out over the wall. Photic surviving in a 1v1 with Haichao. But Rookie has fallen in the meantime, so a different AD carry ends up falling in the end. Lien trying to escape with his life as Haichao staying on the front line, forced to flash away. How is this a 1-for-1? How the hell do they get free pick on Xiaoya and it's a 1-for-1?
I can't believe that was probably the most badly timed caster curse I've had in a long time. Wow, we should really got to pay attention to these carries positioning. There's big ults. Oh, Xiaoya has just bitten like the boot of NIP.
How is that not spotted?
It just gets like completely like mashed in that fight. Big ultimates came through from NIP. I mean, yeah, we were talking about Xiaoya. Okay, fishing for his poke. Sure, gets a really good like flash combo, and they gets himself a knock up onto the other side of the wall. He doesn't get far enough away. The big ultimates just demolish Xiaoya. While this happens though, at least good pick from Birdall, who's been using his ultimate for that extra mobility as much as the damage to get on top of Rookie again. Now Baron started LGD pulling an IP to it.
Really nice from Bird. Honestly, Birdall has been doing a lot of heavy lifting in these team fights for LGD. Half health on the Baron. It's a great equalizer to deny the escape. Meteor chunked as Jin Zhao's gone onto the backline here, but NIP have so much health to work with. The sleep comes through. Xiaoya's caught again. It must have been a swirl seed as Jin Zhao can't escape either. And NIP, they might have salvaged this game after all.
Meteor still has a blast cone, still has a wall.
He needs to get in there, Birdall trying to buy space and time as Lien is just staying in the pit. Shanji sacrifices himself to get the Baron, but Photic's not done just yet. The swirl seed will get the slow. Birdall just ain't tanky enough. And NIP grab a Baron and a bonus.
NIP have played out the team fights better, and frankly, the carries of LGD have played them out worse. Xiaoya, 2 huge fights in a row in the late game, which we've known from this young player, have not worked out for him. He's ended up misstepping, get caught out by those big ultimates, and NIP, they threw their early game lead. They've had to claw it back, but they have done that all the same. They get themselves the Baron buff. They'll get themselves into Soul Point. I don't think this is enough to seal the game. We are probably still going to have ourselves at least one more big fight after this point.
Look at this. Like, honestly, Shanji needs a job at carpet right. I'd give my life savings for him to do my stairs. The way he is laying these red carpets in these fights is beautiful.
I don't know. I think I'd also, like, I'd probably take him at a pizzeria at this point. That wood-fired oven starting to put up some mighty fine snacks for NIP. And Xiaoya just gets caught out by multiple skill shots. He is not playing well in regards to his front line. He's not positioning well around this terrain. Look, red side Barons are hard because the Baron pit puts your carries into an awkward position with their front line, but he still doesn't make his job any easier. Birdall actually plays this really well. He tries to get himself to a point where he can carry someone through a wall, and he does. Birdall's teamfight impact has actually been pretty good, even in one of those earlier fights where he doesn't quite get that kill until the end. He's really putting pressure in situations which I wouldn't expect, so despite the 4.3 thousand gold deficit, credit to Birdall to still having an impact and doing some Cassante things.
Honestly, this is just a top lane matchup at this point for me. Like, all I care about is what Birdall and Shanji do in these fights. And I'm keeping a weather eye on Lien as well, because these swirl seeds have been good. The ultimates coming through have been fight-changing. Xiaoya had so much gold, had such a good score, but these last couple of fights, getting caught out of position. It's a hard composition to play against, I'll give him that, but on the Ezreal, you would expect him to survive a bit better.
Yeah, Ezreal's such a priority pick right now. We do have a cross map. 6 scrubs for NIP makes this a lot easier. Haichao is currently destroying this top lane inhibitor, and the equalizer is down from Rumble, so Haichao can stick in this top side. It's going to be an inhib for inhib. Engage comes through.
Oh, it might be inhib for game if they're not careful. Xiaoya does survive, zips away. Inhib taken. Haichao trying to get his reset off. I wonder if Shanji can cancel that one, because there's still 2 cannons sieging in the base. The reset comes through from Haichao though, and it looks like they get away as Rookie is caught. This could be a 5v4 for LGD. TP
Rookie's
coming
down
through from Shanji, but he's going to be too late. Rookie, the one to get caught, that ruins the game. But there goes Meteor, and maybe a chance. NIP wounded, but sticking around for the time being. Photic has that sustained. Haichao sent away. I don't think NIP can get much more done here.
I mean, I guess they could wait until the equalizer comes back up. They have the 6 grubs, and the center can tap out pretty well. Yeah, the equalizer's back up, and, you know, I've seen LGD misposition before. Maybe they could get themselves something out of that. Haichao giving LGD some extra options across the map. These cross maps have been really powerful, despite the fact that they're against the 6 scrubs. I think LGD have played sidelines better than NIP. NIP, a lot of their throws have come through not really viewing the entire minimap. They view things on their screen. They don't quite realize what's happening with the other members moving towards it. When everyone's there at the same time, I think they're winning. As soon as it comes towards people moving across the map, LGD, credit to them, and specifically credit to Haichao. He has managed to move between lanes and get options for LGD, which I didn't think were possible.
Honestly, the pressure he's brought on that top side. I really want to take a look at that replay, though, and see what actually happened to Rookie. Like, how did he get so badly caught out in that position? Because it's such a crucial moment in the game. Like, you just can't afford... And a player like Rookie, you don't expect to be the guy getting caught out in that position.
Yeah, there were a lot of big plays in there. I think I also noticed Meteor flashing forward and failing a combo. If he'd hit that, that could have been the end of the game in the other way. They had themselves teleports. They got to teleport to that dead inhib on top side. That's something that NIP are going to need to be careful of now. One big fight for LGD, yes, ends the game. They're against 6 scrubs. There's a very powerful composition from NIP to force those big fights. If NIP slip up, there's still an open inhib and there's still a Tristana. You could also get ran down the entire length of the map beyond this point. Now, we have Dragon spawning, minute and a half. That'll be Soul for NIP. It's a Cloud Soul, and I think in this game, given how scrappy the game's been, I think that Cloud Soul could be a game winner. I think that Rookie and Foe to get themselves that extra move speed, it can help them survive against a number of carries. It's one of those games where the mobility really comes into priority. I think just Lilia as well. Very important with that.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've got Lilia, who's just becomes an absolute stampede on her own with the Cloud Soul as soon as the ultimate comes up through. But also Shanji, actually. Shanji becomes a real problem if you can blast that Equalizer and just charge at them while overheated. Like, spacing against the Rumble is so important in the late game because the overheat auto damage is obscene from Rumble.
And it gives you the percent HP damage too. It gives you everything you want.
Like, even Birdle won't be able to survive against Shanji if he goes for a full combo. So, like, having that extra move speed on a Rumble late game is really devastating.
So, I can understand why some people would really hate this kind of game of League of Legends because you see the mistakes. You definitely can see that from the carries. I love these games.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I love these games because these are two teams which are very under a lot of emotional stress right now. They're under a load of pressure and they are being forced to overperform. Teleport onto Haichao. He succeeded in the sidelines before, but not in a 1v5.
Haichao being collapsed upon and Votic just kiting it out. Leyen goes in to get the damage down and Rookie finishes the job. It was Rookie that overstepped last time. Now his opposite man in Haichao has overstepped for LGD. As Rookie stays to try and push this wave on the top side, you can see Xiaoya is trying to get something done, wants to emulate what Haichao did earlier, but he's way overstepped to make it happen. Jin Zhao, I think, wants to save his AD carry. And NIP don't commit to collapsing. That was dicey.
It is tense as shit right now, folks. LGD starting up that dragon, maybe looking for a smite steal. This would be Soul for NIP. Xiaoya not in great position again. This should be the dragon going over. They get it for free. Haichao dying is probably going to give that dragon. It's not going to give the Baron. LGD, guys, you are walking over enemy vision. This is not great.
Xiaoya's
Rookie.
dead. Xiaoya is surely dead. Rookie doesn't go through. Oh, but Xiaoya gives up his position. He wants the 1v1. That's what we wanted, Xiaoya. But Jin Zhao's gone elsewhere on the map, and Baron suddenly open for an IP.
With Rookie down and Haichao coming up in 3 seconds, we might get a fight. Xiaoya has teleport himself. He brings that to bear, but can he get himself another late game play? Xiaoya gets one. What more can he do?
So happy to see Xiaoya finding his moments here. Steps up once again, but he might have isolated himself as Shanji turns golden on the top side. Call of the Forge God doesn't quite catch Birdle. Shanji flashes over to finish the Cassante, but here comes Haichao to do the same the opposite way. Leyen, the target on the front line, but surviving. True shot barrage as Xiaoya wants to win this game. He wants to make the difference as Dwal caught and taken down, and Haichao dives in for more onto Photic, resets. Oh, the root stops him jumping over the wall, but Lien is still stuck on the minion wave. He doesn't know where to go. He doesn't have anywhere to go as Meteor looks to chase him down. Lien might be able to recall in the brush.
I think Haichao's going to follow that wave through into the inhibitor. What more can they get? If Meteor gets the kill here, they could end the entire game. Xiaoya, we've criticized him for the late game. Lien will die. There will be no jungler. At minimum, it is Baron. At maximum, it could be the game. Haichao and Xiaoya looking to end things out.
Rookie goes in, but Xiaoya survives. Rookie barely lives through as the true shot goes in. Oh Haichao! He went too far and Rookie takes him down, and suddenly the Nexus Tower is looking awfully tanky. Rookie survives, he holds on for NIP.
This is an absolute cataclysm happening in this game. Both of these teams trying to make the hero plays, and honestly, a lot of players which I'd counted out are making them. Xiaoya gets that one shot onto Rookie, which sets up most of this map, but also before that, NIP managed to catch out Haichao, who was being the hero player before. LGD, because they fail on the Nexus, don't get the Nexus, and they don't get the Baron. I think LGD might have just thrown away a huge golden opportunity in this game, and NIP get themselves somehow a bit of breathing room. They still have that soul. They don't lose that Baron. They lose the top inhib again, but considering what they should have lost with Xiaoya and Haichao pushing down in that top lane and Lien dying with all the objectives up, this is still very much far from that worst case scenario.
Honestly, these are the games that made me fall in love with the LPL way back when, and I'm so happy to see this kind of performance. 0-7 for both. This combo from Xiaoya, point blank true shot barrage into the full combo. Just gorgeous.
That is the perfect Ezreal combo. That's one which would make Dragdar proud as we now going towards this late game. Xiaoya's even bought himself up a Frozen Heart to get the extra cooldown reduction in the armor for this late game. He's a little bit tankier than potentially he could be. Doesn't have that Shojin, but potentially has himself some good ability to still put out that damage, even like that. LGD grouping up. It is a bit of an ARAM as we look for mid prior, which makes it easier to play around vision. The mid lane is so wide, you don't have to go into that fog of war as easily, which has killed so many people this game.
The teams in Group Nirvana in 3rd and 4th seed, IG and RA, watching this series, wondering what on earth they are in for in those nice round games. Baron just going to be pretty much one shot by NIP. Meteor gets into the pit, but he smites too early. Will survive. Call of the Forge Gods try and disengage. Jin Zhao is just 1v1 on the top side, and Xiaoya sent out at the bottom side. Sleep onto Birdol, and the chase down is there from NIP with an equalizer in. Birdol will fall. NIP with a Baron and 2. I think that might be game. Meteor rooted up. Photic wants to find more, but needs to be cautious not to take too much of a chunk. Shanji's on the flank. That's where their base is. NIP go for the recalls to finish the job. Meteor, he needs to be careful not to anger Gromp at this point.
Double teleport into the mid lane. I think NIP are done with this one. There is a wave. I think that just about survived coming down with it. So they'll get themselves 6 grub push at least into the base. I think I'm wrong, actually. The wave has died. They don't have the wave, and NIP are not sticking around for further inhibs. Now with the teleports down from NIP, they can't punish Haichao sat on this top side immediately. Meteor might have to come and bail him out. This might be an extended play to try and catch out Haichao again, who did just kill that wave to save the game.
He's not been seen for a little while. I think he'll walk away from this one. My goodness, this game is ridiculous. Far more than a kill a minute. It's a 7,000 gold lead for NIP, but it just does not matter. Look at Photic's inventory. That is a full build center. How often do you get to see that in modern League of Legends? We're pretty much full build across the board at this stage.
I don't think I've ever seen a full build center. I don't think I've ever seen it. And you know, you've got the support item, you've got the extra warding item in there too, but it's still a lot of gold. Photic, this is a champion which he's put in so much time in over the years that it had so much success with. We are into the hyper late game now, folks, and I love to see this because 2 teams on the brink looking for their first series win. It's such an important series for, I guess, emotional pride, but also their seeding heading into the next round as well. Could mean a world of difference to these teams and their, I guess, their stability and the momentum heading into the next one. Elder, up in 30 seconds, it is all about the carries positioning. It is all about those carries positioning and whether they can get a clean fight.
I want to quickly mention as well, Photic, not only full build at this point, but 180 stacks on this center. We are at mega late game center at this point. The Infinity Edge is there to boost up the fact that you've got 100% crit chance with that many stacks. Haichao going to catch the wave of supers, but he has his TP available for the Elder Dragon that is spawning on the map now. Keep your eyes on Photic, keep your eyes on Xiaoya. But Shanji and Birdol have been looking for a bit of limelight themselves in these fights. Elder will go down fast with how many items are in the game, but the reset comes on through, and LGD grouping up to try and burst it. Equalizer into the pit. Shanji! One shot Haichao, but Xiaoya is still there. Meteor is still there. The smite comes on through for Meteor, but is it enough? Because NIP are winning the fight without. Who needs Elder? The ninjas have got their pajamas instead. It's It's a clean ace against an Elder buff, and it's a win for NIP.
In one of the most entertaining games of LPL we've had this entire year, NIP clutch it out. They have needed to clutch it out, but with Lien's first game with the roster, they will start off with a win.
Give Shanji MVP right this second, LPL. That was a magnificent final play. Equalizer into overheat. That's what we were talking about. The movement speed, the chase down, and the damage out from that Rumble. Phenomenal first. What a... How the hell is the rest of the day going to follow up on that game?
The fact that this is, folks... thank you so much for tuning in. Of course, this is not the LPL official broadcast, but for the entire year, we've been trying to be a stopgap to help bring these games to you. This is the last non-broadcast game of LPL for this year, and we really hope you are enjoying it. My name's Nymera, also known as Alex. This is Joe, also known as Munch, also point that way, and I'm really happy to have you for these games. You have been a blessing, apparently, for these games, because, oh my god, what a game one!
Yeah, this is 2 0-7 teams going up against each other right here, and I couldn't enjoy it anymore. I just got to say as well, my father-in-law is in the next room painting the bathroom, and I'm just like screaming at the top of my lungs here. But you can't do anything other than that in a game like that.
Get him to tune in. Maybe you'd understand. Yeah, folks. Over the course of this year, there have been about 180 games which haven't been broadcast by the LPL English channel. We've done about 170 of them here about that. We have, and with the help of Mazel and Initialize and Yanni and Carrix and of course you as well, Munch, we did that EDG series back in spring as well. That was also hilariously fun in the late game, and I had to rush off to go and watch Dune 2 after that point. It has been a hell of a lot of hours. It has been really, really enjoyable, and we hope that you out there in chat as well are enjoying the games as well, because I think a lot of people would miss these games if we didn't have like the co-streamers and streams like this as well. So we hope they're enjoying it. Mate, I think now is probably the time to get ourselves a bit of a break. I'm gonna get myself a coffee at some point. Wait around for the MVP, and then we'll, I don't know, recover for game 2.
I was gonna say I need to see that it is definitely Shanji MVP. Mate, wait, hang on a second. Oh my god, it's just hit me. This is the first game Shanji has away from Aki being his duo. Lien comes in, and Shanji has a game like that. Was Aki mentally shackling his top laner? What's happened?
I don't know, man. We get ourselves the post-game stat. Oh my god! 50,000 damage! Photic also getting 1,000 DPM? What the shit?
That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy.
Oh
what a game.
That was fantastic.
What a game. That was insane. And I could not have enjoyed that more.
And you know what? Considering that early game, LGD also had some really star moments as well. The one shot from Xiaoyan to Rookie was absolutely phenomenal. It's one of the cleanest Ezreal combos I've seen. They couldn't clutch it out, and I do think that particularly the play around the top lane push into the Nexus, I think Haichao and Xiao are going to kick themselves over. Haichao had a lot of hero plays this game. He was pushing out side lanes well. He was playing side lanes largely better, and LGD still couldn't clutch out the big fights. We saw this big kind of two ends of the scale. If it was a big, everyone's on the same stage, everyone's on the same screen rather, NIP probably win. If you have people running around the map and doing random stuff, LGD are probably going to win at the same point. It was really cool to try and see both these teams trying to fence off with both of these areas of them working out better. God.
Yeah, I mean,
God.
Just taking these highlights, everyone at home, just enjoy this absolute mash of team fights. I just love quite how many fights we got. Like, it's rare to get a game that's close enough that you can have this many team fights and it continue.
Yeah. Look, I love these kind of games. And, you know, you said it partway through the game. This is the kind of game which makes you fall in love with the LPL. These are not our best teams. They are not our flawless teams. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a care. I don't give a damn. These are teams which are fighting, like, very stressful, very tense League of Legends. And in some ways, I find League of Legends more entertaining when you see players which are trying to go beyond their limits. Even if their limits are lower than other players, just seeing them strive in the moment, be put under that pressure and succeed or fail, that is the drama I'm here to watch.
And I think it's, you know, it's worth mentioning that the way that people view League of Legends these days, a lot of viewers just want to see the very, very best. And while I can appreciate that sort of mindset that you want to watch the top League of Legends, of course, everyone wants to watch the top League of Legends, but you can't appreciate the top League of Legends without getting down in the mud sometimes. And you know what? We are writhing around. This is full-on Mongolian mud wrestling right here, as we are. I mean, look at these fights. Just look at them.
This is wonderful. This is great. Look, the way I've described it before is like, you have your Michelin star meals, and that is completely fine, and it is technically the best food you can get. Sometimes you need a burger. Sometimes you need that grease, and sometimes you just need that fast food, which is good. It might not be as good for like your like the taste buds in terms of like your higher level of understanding of this, but it is really good for your soul sometimes. As I don't know, I just love seeing these players like go beyond their limits, and sometimes find those limits in a very harsh, dramatic way. It, I think coming, both of us are Brits, both of us have come from, a country which has had a long history of, we both come from Britain because we're Brits. We come from a culture which also has like a lot of respect for like tier 2 football and stuff like that, and the FA Cup, which has these incredible stories of, I don't know, like Wrexham and the way that they've played in recent years, and those huge teams which have somehow made
Sheffield
it through.
Wednesday this
Sheffield
year,
Wednesday,
right, where they
yeah.
started off like 0-16, was it, something like that, and then the manager change, and suddenly everything turns around.
It's like, they're not Man City. They're not going to be one of your big 4 Premier League clubs, but people still go to support them. They still have these huge moments, and that is inherently good for competitive scenes. It is inherently good for esports that you support teams which might not be the best teams in the world right now, and you're not just a glory follower. And it's completely fine to support the teams that are the best in the world too. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but also to spare a thought for the teams which are just entertaining, that they have these great stories, that they have these players going beyond their limits.
Just
like this.
you would just miss great games like that if you didn't appreciate the lower tier stuff. It's not like, we're talking about this like it's like this is LDL or something.
No.
Like this
It's
this
still
is the
LPL.
technically tied 8 teams within the LPL, right? Like theoretically, it's obviously 2 groups, but yeah. What a game one, though.
I love that. Okay.
What a game one.
Okay,
I'm
gonna run an ad break. I'm gonna get myself a coffee. I saw a couple of subs in chat as well. Obviously, go
I
give
need
a follow.
to see MVP.
Yeah, we need to see MVP. Oh, true. We need to do that. If it comes up in the next minute, it should be fine.
It should come up in a second.
Yeah, because ad's gonna auto play in like 1 minute. So we'll play before that comes through. But thank you so much for the subs that came through from Jess, from Kirby and the Gift Bomb, from Grams earlier, and Nick V as well. Thank you so much. If you can give any support over to Munch as well on socials, obviously means an awful lot to the both of us. And the MVP was Shanji, of course.
Of course it was.
One of my favorite things about Shanji's Rumble is, do you know Neon Genesis Evangelion? You know how the whole story about that is just the main character, Shinji, getting in the goddamn robot. I feel like Shanji has a bit of that spiritual connection there. He sucks on like some of these lane losing matchups, and then he gets in the goddamn robot, and Shanji carries the game. He got in the goddamn robot, and he carried the goddamn game.
Absolutely fantastic. There is truth in the world, like God is good. Shanji gets his MVP for hard carry in this game.
6 votes, there we go, unanimous, of course it was. You can throw 8 out of 8 as well, from us as well.
I've got to say, I've seen some absolutely dog shit MVP awards in LPL history. This is not one of them. Everything is right in the world, yeah.
Oh man. Right, I need to get myself some caffeine. We'll be hanging around, we'll be chatting. So I don't really like delaying the clean feed as much as we can. If we overlap with the second series, I think we just hot swap over to wherever the hell it is and just get it over as well.
The second series is too important.
It's too important as well. But we have to finish this one. But like, yeah, we just stick with this one because it's entertaining as shit. And I'm gonna get myself some caffeine, and then yeah, we'll stick around and chat, I suppose. So be right back.
Yeah, I'll be.
把生活玩出新意，自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，让眼界突破边界。 让远在天边，近在眼前。
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
Okay. Jess, thank you so much for the gift sub as well. It means an awful lot. I need to turn the volume down on this very briefly, don't I? How was audio at the end of it, folks? I did notice a couple of things in chat about how Joe was quite loud for the start of it. I did turn it down a little bit. Hopefully that was okay. Was audio okay in terms of the balancing? We can fix things around a little bit now. Yeah, it was better. Okay, was it still a little loud? Cool. Will it give me? Cool. Awesome. No, as long as it's fine, it's cool. Eating lunch on a balcony in the shade of a pine tree watching LPL. That sounds like the life, Harold. Man, I need to do that at some point. God, you know what? You know what would be great? Having like a caster holiday where we just like go to really picturesque locations and then cast the games from there. That'd be... There's no reason to do it besides I would find it really enjoyable. But I would find it really enjoyable. Have to like go like beach cast or something like that, like the 2014 OGN finals that took place on the beach. That was fantastic. Oh man, yeah, we can have the beach episode. Oh my god, we can have the cast the beach episode. That'd be fantastic. What do you mean no reasoning? Having casting is a very valid one. True. 2013 summer, right. Oh, right, that would have been the reverse sweep. I thought it was 2014, but maybe it was. I didn't think, because the 2013 summer one was, that was the ZVZ 1v1. Okay, folks, right. We'll get some caffeine in a second. I've just got a brain in the other room. But like, could you imagine just hiring out like a villa in Tuscany or something like that? Because I have very fond memories of a place I stayed in near Lucca once, and just like doing like this kind of job from there. Oh, it'd be beautiful. Probably be too hard to do it most of the time, but I'd really like that. Go cast some great League of Legends, wander off in some picturesque scenery. That'd be fantastic. Be hot, so hot, bro, buddy. I'm casting in like 30-degree heat in my room most of the time this summer. It's been enough. It's not if it's not above, true. Not quite the same energy, but I think the home story cuts from StarCraft 2 kind of work too. Well, I don't know the story of them. You have to tell me that one. Do I not have AC? A lot of Europe doesn't have AC. Not in residential buildings anyway. And because of climate change, a lot of like older buildings which were not built for this kind of like, well, I guess continental Europe's always been quite hot in the summers anyway, but particularly in the UK and Germany and bits of France as well, temperatures are getting so much higher and lower in different points in the year that they're just not built. The buildings were not built for that at that time, so. Even a Fahrenheit build, right. Oh yeah, Harold, you did get your AC, didn't you? Yeah. Okay, let me get my coffee real quick. Just the thing I hear. Joe coming back anyway. I'll be back. It's 5 degrees. Blade, where are you? 5 degrees, you kidding? Oh, man. Well, back onto stage and into draft soon enough, I suppose. Turn the volume a little bit. God, what a first game. If this second game matches that, we are in for a real treat, folks. We're in for such a treat in this stuff. I think this is the bonus of having the Ascension stage, and having this Rumble stage, rather, between the groups of Ascension and Nirvana. The teams are just closer together, which is really important in some ways. It means you get consistent, close matchups. Not all the time. The top of the Ascension group and the bottom of the Ascension group is not particularly close, but even then, I suppose NIP took a game for BLG. LGD have taken some games as well. Well, they've only taken 2 games each, but they've had some good moments, I suppose. But even then, it's closer than it would be otherwise. So it looks like we will head back into the draft for our second game of the day. If you missed the first game of the day, you have missed an absolute banger. So we get ourselves into this one. Once again, Lien subbing in for Aki on NIP. Does seem, we'll see whether this is a long-term change, but it is at least for now, after Lien served out his 2-match suspension for things. You can go look that one up. He's a big Nidalee player that's been taken away from them, and Shanji's going to have his Renekton removed at the same time. LGD, they're not going to get that LeBlanc for Haichao. Stuff like the Ashe is available, the Rumble is available. What else is important? Of course, that Tristana now as well, banned away from Haichao, as we see what other priority picks come through. Jace was also banned away from Birdle, worth noting as well, in that first draft. Braum taken away from that Ashe-Braum combo. Does mean that Leona is a lot more playable. With the Braum gone, do we also see an Ashe or a Leona ban? The Ashe-Braum tends to be the combo, but Ashe is still strong on its own. The Leona really hates playing against the Ashe-Braum specifically. With the Braum gone, the Leona goes up in value as well. Ezreal also an important pick. Lucian also an important pick too. With the Tristana already gone, you could actually see 3 mid lane bans coming through from NIP. Instead, it's that Lilia taken away from Meteor. Leon won that first game with it. Has been such an important pick. Rumble let through the draft. Leona as well. Highlighted all of these picks already. Do you really want to give Shanji that Rumble again? Do you want to give it? They will give him the opportunity to go towards that. Again, Birdle might just take that K'Sante back into the matchup. Again, but it's a conversation we had in that game 1. There are champions you ban because they are strong, and then there are champions you ban because the enemy team is good at them. Rumble is no longer a champion you ban because it's overwhelmingly strong, but you should probably ban it against Shanji because he's so effective at that pick, and it will be locked in first rotation for NIP. Ezreal alongside it, so that goes in for Photic, another pick which he's done better at. His center was better last game than a lot of his recent games. We've had criticism for Photic on more traditional AD carries and stuff, which he has to position at closer range for. The Ezreal, saw Shaya have some fantastic moments and some terrible moments. Some great individual plays, but also in the team fights he was called out a lot. If he doesn't even have that Ezreal to reposition, what's Shaya going to go towards? That pick might have hovered over, or at least covered over, rather, some of his deficiencies in terms of his positioning. Gonna get ourselves now into the second round for LGD, and the Shyvana makes its way through. So Shyvana K'Sante, very different now from the Taliyah that Meteor was playing in that previous game. Shyvana, if you were ever isolated, will jump on you and shred you apart. What we've seen in the jungle is typically going towards Spear of Shojin, and then the Liandry's after that point. You stack percent damage up, and you get yourself a huge amount of cooldown reduction, huge amount of HP as well, which can make you very, very powerful at just jumping in an enemy champion. You're not great at jumping in 1v3, 1v4, but if someone is isolated, Shyvana is one of the finest duelists in the game right now, to the point where Shanji on the Rumble will lose a 1v1 versus Shyvana in that jungle top lane matchup, so he needs to be very careful about his side lane play. LGD did end up outplaying that a lot of the time. Rookie not going towards the Lucian, interesting. Going towards, well, we presume it to be the Zeri. I don't think we've had any mid lane Ezreal on the patch so far. It's an IP lock-in, 2 AD carries, and they now need to find themselves a big part of their combo. They need to find themselves CC from jungle and support, and something that can be a real engage factor that can allow these big damage carries to form. Second round of bans, AD carry is going to be focused away from Xiaoya. This is a little bit of a worry for LGD. Xiaoya didn't have the... Okay, had some great moments in that first game, but on the whole, he was also caught out of position. He was on a champion, which hides some of that positioning errors as well. What happens now? You don't have something like that Ezreal. That's going to be gone. And Joe, welcome back. We're deep into the draft. We have a Shyvana. We have some big carries, and for some reason, Shanji has Rumble again. Wonder how that happened.
Why isn't Shanji on the Shyvana? That's what I wanted. Yeah, well, hey guys, sorry I'm late.
It's okay, it's fine.
You know, we only have one loo in the house. It's our upstairs bathroom, and that is the room that is being decorated, so I had to clear out the decorators to be able to go to the loo between the games, and made a coffee. I'm on my 3rd coffee of the day already. I don't know what is wrong with me today, but I am... I'm basically 80% caffeine at this point.
Oh, God. I feel like you kind of need it at this kind of game.
Zeri IRL.
You do kind of... Sparks ready, goes to the toilet. Anyway, going into the second round of the draft. NIP, they do get themselves towards the flex pick of the Maokai between jungle and support. We'll see what Xiaoya and Jinja go towards. I think actually by banning away the MF, I think Joao could just go towards this Maokai in that support role, and I think that would be fine. You've got the Kai'Sa Leona, it's fine in laning phase, but now you have this flex pick between jungle and support. Lien and Joao do have options here.
I wonder what we're going to see. I will say the Rumble can be flexed to jungle as well, but I don't really expect that to happen. Especially after Shanji's first game. Sorry, I'm eating a bit of cake. I know it's terrible form, but
it's completely fine, buddy. Look, folks,
it's not an official stream, and I'm really taking that to heart.
Yeah, we're celebrating the fact that we have made it through this entire year of LPL, of the non-broadcast games. Today will be the last day of non-broadcast games, and the first game was so incredibly entertaining that we started to let our hair down a little bit and loosen the tie and get real into the mire as well. I love the fact that High Chair goes towards that Yone. I think he's a big player of that. It allows him to play around sidelines heavily, which he was doing very well in that first game as well. I think Shyvana is very, very good at running down individual carries as well. I think there is a big onus on Shanji in particular, but also potentially Lien as well, to not get caught out of position. Because if you do have Shyvana jumping at you while you are on a side lane alone, walking over vision with no one supporting you, this Shyvana will shred you. You get towards that Shojin, you get towards that Liandry's, and you're just not a champion anymore. You just end up getting blown apart by Shyvana, who's one of the strongest duelists on the patch. So Meteor, potential for him to have a much better game than he did in that first game. The Talia was fine. The Shyvana could be game-changing.
Feels like LGD, it's full dive buddies, right? The whole gang can go in together and just absolutely one-shot someone. NIP gonna try and play opposite with this Maokai for disengage and the rest of the team. Like, they've got kind of a long-range execution kind of composition, right? With the Maokai routes into Equalizer, into True Shot Mirage, with the Karthus coming down on top. I don't know if they're going to be able to survive the sheer damage that's going to come out up front from LGD.
Yeah, that's the thing. Can you get to the point where that combo is very powerful? You know what? This composition for NIP reminds me a lot of the OMG combos back in the day. Can they get themselves that big combo again? Can they get themselves that 2-0 and seal themselves out their first series victory?
It's kind of funny, really, that you equate this composition to that previous version of OMG.
Just when they got rid of
when
Aki.
They're up against... Aki's not playing this game. They're up against Shanji, and there's a Shyvana in the game. It's just not quite in the right hands to be that old OMG of Shanji.
I love that we're going towards this combo-based gameplay, though. I love a good, weird wombo combo. I like my Yasuo Dianas and the stuff that we've seen more over time, but stuff like, like Karthus Rumble with like the hellfire from the gods. Every time these kind of combos come in, we kind of make jokes about the Mac cannons from Halo as well. We go down that kind of route. I just love how dramatic it is when suddenly you think a trade's over, then just a million extra damage comes in. Starting at the level 1, NIP with another level 1 plan. They did this in the last game, invading into the Raptor side of the enemy jungle. And they do find Ginger, a bit of damage on there. That'll be the end of it. It looks like it's a red buff steal instead of the Raptors.
Just swallow my last bit of cookie there. As Meteor going to go opposite and trade for the Raptors here, and this could be a full quadrant trade. This could actually be vertical jungling here, as Meteor gets to start on that top side, and both have full information that this is happening. It really wouldn't surprise me at all to see Meteor try and go for that top quadrant, especially before Shanji's really been able to take control of that top lane, because later on, Birdall is never going to have control of that top lane. So at level 1 is kind of your one time where you ever really get to invade the top side. I'm
really surprised that NIP elected to do this. You have that Rumble. You saw what Shanji did in the last game. He has to do like a 5,000 individual gold lead towards the end of it. And yeah, it's an easy enough invade. You get towards those Raptors full camp clear, and they are looking for a dive. Well, if they get the dive, then it doesn't particularly matter. You still get that all the same. The wave's not crashing in. This isn't actually a crashed wave right now. And now they're going to have to wait a little longer because there's a cannon wave coming in. So they don't get anything there. They don't get themselves a dive. It's going to be, just full vertical jungling, full quadrant clear on either side as Meteor just finishes up the Krugs on NIP's side of the map. And for some reason, we have NIP electing to put their Rumble on weak side.
Yeah, bit of an odd one. But it might not continue. Perhaps Lien will play up towards his top side on the second spawn of the camps. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, full quadrant clear. No dive comes through from NIP. And to be honest, I think that's okay. I'm not sure how well Maokai Ezreal Karthus dives really at level 2.
True.
Against the Leona. That doesn't sound that great to me on paper. But massive wave crash. And you can expect Photic will be able to get some good harass down onto Jinzhao and Xiaoya while they try and get this wave.
I mean, there is some logic to say on on a nameplate value, regardless of draft, yeah, Xiaoya and Jin Zhao have struggled a lot, and Xiaoya had a better last game, and even then, he had some pretty high-tier late-game mistakes too. If you put them under more pressure and you make sure that Xiaoya doesn't have the resources he had last game, is playing on weak side, then yeah, I can understand maybe playing around that. NIP, they've typically had stronger early games than LGD, it's worth mentioning that too. They've got more value out of them, but they haven't been able to hold on to those leads particularly well. We saw that in that first game, very much on show. And once again, Lian heading towards this bot side. There's no camps down here. There's no camps for him to take anywhere, actually. So he's kind of an unknown quantity across the map. And he's just here to, I guess, protect the push coming in. You do have Meteor coming towards bot side now. Zenith played in.
Oh, they've engaged just as Lian was finishing his recall, but he did not finish it and predicts the flash with his Skittle, his first blood for Photic.
Jin Zhao tastes the rainbow in the worst possible way, and the color he ends up with is sepia. Goes into the death screen. Fantastic play from Lian to get himself that flash predict and that first kill. We did say, LGD, their typically worst performing members have been Xiaoya and Jin Zhao, putting them under pressure early on a nameplate value, regardless of the fact that you have a Rumble on the top side, which might use the resources better in a draft sense, is still valuable. Going back towards the replay of this now, Lian, there's no camps from up on the map, and there's no vision into the enemy jungle. Yeah, Meteor's coming down towards this bot side, but he's not going to be there within the duration of this trade, and Lian could be anywhere, and just so happened he was at the worst possible spot. He gets the flash predict as well, Jin Zhao. Ankles broken, health bar depleted.
I'm going to be honest, I don't know how good of a trade that would have been from Xiaoya and Jin Zhao.
Yeah, I don't think
without
it was good anyway.
Lian there. I'm pretty sure it's still just a losing 2v2 at this point, so kind of an awkward engage from Jin Zhao. It costs him his life, and it sets up for Photic's first recall to be a Sheen and a Tear. I mean, that is pretty much worst case scenario against an Ezreal.
Yeah, back in previous seasons of the League of Legends very early on, hang on, Photic's Court, he still has that cleanse and he just ease out anyway. Jin Zhao's really not having a great time in this lane. He's not really getting the value out of this. But yeah, back in earlier seasons of League, a lot of how early lanes and lanes in general against Ezreal would go would be about what items you back on first. Where it used to be, oh, it's Sheen to BF Sword, but the BF Sword's better than the Sheen, but the Sheen was cheaper. So if you could force people to recall before they had BF Sword Gold and get onto Pickaxe, then the Ezreal would win. It's changed a lot over time, but the importance of the first back for Ezreal hasn't. Getting that tier, getting that Sheen, it unlocks him in a huge, huge way. So now you have that Sheen in the tier, and there's, the Rectrix on the other side. It's not a bad first item. It's not what you want, though. 2v2, cleanse forced out.
Photic might just go down here. Flash from Xiaoya. His W's on cooldown for another 17 seconds, and he can't get close enough. Barrier, just a complete waste. Expected the Mystic shot to hit. That's both summoners burnt from Photic, but it's both from Xiaoya to make it happen.
Yeah, so we were just praising early laning phase from NIP and getting that first back in, and they immediately take a really bad trade. Bertel trading okay in this top side. That matchup's not fallen out of proportion right now. One thing I will say about this top lane matchup, after the nerfs, it has become more manageable than it was, obviously, and now Bertel's coming down first. Rookie's here, though.
Lian just getting absolutely shredded by Meteor, but Rookie is going to go for the lightning crash and hunt for some damage. Haichao kind of whiffs it, and Lian doesn't even go down, and Meteor will be next on the chopping block as Shanji forces a flash out. Equalizer already used. Bertel! He Q3'd before the flash, and he doesn't find the knockback. Now he's in a 1v2, but Jin Zhao arrives to set up some CC, but Bertel can't really follow up on it, and Lian rejoins the fray. This is going on a lot longer than I think anyone expected, as Jin Zhao technically solo kills Lian.
Jin Zhao making up for the earlier plays. Meteor is the only person with the smite. He will get this now. He gets it with the flame breath nonetheless as well. So now he has the smite for the last one. How the hell did LGD walk away?
He gets 3.
With 3 grubs from the series.
Clean grub play here from LGD. Okay. Perfectly planned, perfectly executed.
Haichao is going
Lian. No fate sealed available, but that is just a great chunk.
Man, just revisiting, part of what we said in post, Meteor has 6. Hang on, this is a problem. Lian doesn't have flash, he's going to get run down!
Oh, Haichao sets it up beautifully for Meteor to knock it out of the park. Red buff will be the next thing to go, and NIP, that's 2 plays back to back. The LGD kind of just bodied them.
I'm getting to the point where I'm laughing too much. It's starting to make me cough again. Jesus. Rookie, on his first ever professional game of the Zeri, to my knowledge, gets himself into the play nice and early. First Zeri out of the game does a lot more damage than you would have thought. And, the ultimate, it would have been a goal in football. Not in League of Legends. Completely puts himself at the whims of NIP's jungle and mid laner. It gets really weird after this point, though, as it's getting weird again now. Photic caught out.
Photic. Oh, Photic. Oh, Photic. You just You just can't, can you? You just can't.
I don't
Not on
really,
this team.
I don't really,
You can't do this to Rookie.
folks, I don't think Rookie's making it to Worlds. I'm putting it out this way. It has been a fiesta. Jinzhao does have his flash, not forced to blow it. Look, last game was incredibly entertaining because it was high stress and it was tense, it was back and forth. This game is entertaining because I don't have a clue what's happening right now. And sometimes I need that, I just need that brain off moment as these plays happen. We've got 9 minutes into the game, 6 kills. This is the LPL that we love. Right. What does all this mean for everyone? Top lane matchup is okay, considering that it's the K'Sante into the Rumble. The Rumble doesn't exacerbate that lead as heavily as he did before. K'Sante can actually stay even-ish if you're at this state right now, so we'll see whether Birdall can keep that in kind of contention. Jungle is weird. We're getting to the point where Meteor's going to have himself Shojin. Once he gets towards Shojin and then the Leandries, Meteor will 1v1 anyone on the map. Legitimately. If you step out of position, Meteor will run you down. NIP needs to be very careful of that, and they weren't great at playing around isolated picks in the last game, so I've got my eyes on that jungle matchup. But then also, while all this is coming through as well, we have just so many mobile carries on the bot side of the map. If you misstep in general, someone is going to get jumped on, and that could lead to huge objectives, it can lead to huge gold swings, which means we might be set up for another fiesta, Joe.
I'm going to be honest, that's why I'm here. That is precisely what I have subscribed for. Shanji underneath the tower here. Oh, Meteor goes wide on the pushback, but Birdall is just going to do it all by himself. He doesn't even need Meteor there. Oh, he wished Meteor was there. Though. Shanji gets a kill, and now Xiaoya chunked us. Lien searching in the bottom side. Xiaoya dodges the route. Jinzhao does not and goes back in. Xiaoya trying to turn it around onto Zhuo. Jinzhao just sacrifices his life to make the play happen.
So, 1-for-1 on top side. Kill goes to Birdall, which does get him to the Kaenic Rooken. That is an important point in the matchup. You would have liked to not die for it, though. Photic looking for something into Xiaoya. Misses the W.
Xiaoya, you shouldn't be here, buddy. You should just not be here. Zhuo happy to tank. Uses the killer instinct. Zhuo dodges the tower aggro with a twisted advance. Very nicely done by the NIP support.
I think Xiaoya could have got a kill if he stayed in auto. Trade 1-for-1, get the passive onto him. Zhuo gets out, had the flash. Maybe could have outplayed anyway. High chest out again. We said we were calling this maybe a chance for Fiesta with the amount of mobility. Lien stopped it as recall. Haichao on the flank.
The smite from Meteor denies the recall. Photic just about gets away, but Haichao. Actually, the flash might be enough. No, it's not. That's a Yone. Never mind.
We're in 11 minutes and we have 12 kills. We have officially crested the kill per minute margin, which is one of those great metrics we like to reach here. What this means is the gold is now very, very, very spiked. We have an 11-minute Triforce for Photic. We have a Shojin at 11 minutes for Meteor as well. And we have talked about how important a duelist Shyvana is. It's not the same kind of carries that we've seen in terms of the mage-style gameplay from Karthus, Zyra, Brand. This is a diving brawler, kind of almost an assassin in some ways too when you get onto the right targets. And no, Meteor doesn't even have the Dragon's Descent here, but he smites to stop that recall. Lien caught out of position. Even if he started walking backwards, Haichao was in a good enough roam. We are well and truly into the Mongolian mud wrestling again. With the Grubs have spawned again. Meteor does have ult this time, does have Shojin. Lien doesn't have ult. I think in LGD, I think they feel they can take this.
Oh, it feels so scary for Karthus, doesn't it? Lien is trying to stick to these grubs. There's the solar flare. There's the follow-up onto him. Lien does survive, though, and gets a kill onto Jinzhao. And in the meantime, Meteor forced away. Rookie over with a lightning crash. And Xiaoya sent away. Birdall managed to get a 4th grub while all that was going on.
Right, and then also, you know, they could go towards this again. Birdall does have flash at all. Leon's really low HP. You could even trade 1-for-1 if you wanted to do that, which is why Rookie is zoning him out on the top side. I think Rookie's fearful for his new old jungler's life. Meteor's going to go back towards farming. Meteor, I don't think he had the best ult in that last play. Kind of feel like he just kind of punted himself into no man's land. Could have gone straight onto Lien. Doesn't manage to get that kill there. But NIP, they stopped the Grobageddon coming through. Meteor, hang on, that's going to be it all in.
Oh, Photic's been caught. This is why you pick Kai'Sa into Ezreal. That exact interaction. Once you got an item, it's a freebie.
I'm out of words already with 30 minutes in. 14 kills, 13 minutes. We'll keep that one on the tracker. Xiaoya, halfway through the draft, coming around to the second round of bans, I was questioning, okay, you don't have the Ezreal. That's something that kind of covers over poor positioning and already was exposed. On the Kai'Sa, not the best early game. Gets himself 2 kills though, all the same. And if he has himself this Kai'Sa to reposition immediately, maybe this could be a strong performance from him again, where he can look for those late game assassinations. Rookie on the other side, I do believe this is his first Seri game ever on one of those other reposition AD carries that can get a huge amount of value. I want to see if Rookie can have himself one of those, again, great team fighting games that we know he can do. We can kind of pull the game by the scruff of its neck into NIP's advantage. I don't know who to favor in this game at this point. It is very even. NIP do have themselves a slight lead in this early game, which is less than they had the last game, which might be a bit of a problem because LGD managed to fight themselves back from that deficit before.
HiChao hunting on the top side for Rookie. Rookie trying to set it up. His Juan and Photic move in, but I think HiChao knew something was going on there. And he's on the Yone, so he's basically impossible to get. Do you know, I already hated Yasuo. Man, Yone, I think I hate Yone more than I hate Yuumi. Like, unironically, is this champion not just awful? I think I hate him more than I hate K'Sante. He's so hard to punish. He gets so much damage for free. He gets so much movement speed for free. I don't know. I just think he's obnoxious.
I think the thing with Yasuo is that sometimes he needs a stunt double, which helps him set up the big plays. He doesn't do everything himself.
Yeah, and it's like a high skill cap champion, you know? You have to be good.
Yeah, whereas Yone is his own stuntman. He does everything. This guy is like the Tom Cruise of mid lane, and I don't know whether that's a positive thing in this connotation, because he just does everything, and he gets that blade power spike, and much like the Aurelia, you hit like Vamp Scepter or Blade, and suddenly you're full build and you can kill everyone. Yeah, this champion has been an issue for a very long time. One of the reasons we haven't seen him for a long time is because AP junglers haven't been good. Meteor puts the Herald down in mid lane. Maokai ult. Meteor has himself the ults.
Jin Chao's going to go down again. At least stuns Rookie before he drops, but I'm not really sure that's quite enough of a trade. Herald comes in, but it's not enough to finish the tower off. And Rookie will finish the Herald, so not quite enough from LGD to finish the tower there. It's just a pick ultimately for NIP.
Right. Again, let's try and add some. Let's try and.
I've got to say, some of these plays are lots. They're kind of anticlimactic after how the first game went. Like plays like this are just like, sorry.
I will say, once we hit 2-3 items, I think we'll start ratcheting it up again. That's what I think things start like really start hitting the fan again. I'm trying to think where the structure comes into this game. We have Yone in a side lane with Blade. That's one thing which is a PowerPoint to play around. And the problem when you have teams like this is that you can tell them that they have PowerPoints and they should be playing around XYZ parts of the game. Sometimes they just want to fight anyway away from those strengths. LGD have the 4 grubs, they have the Yone in the side them. That's very, very powerful for them. They have the Shyvana, they can pick off isolated targets. NIP, I think they're the ones which want to force the grouped up fights again. That's what they worked out well in game 1. I think that when you have the Triforce Muramana coming through from Photic, and when you have the Shiv and potentially something like that Hurricane as well from Rookie, the AoE damage from NIP is going to be absurd, and they have the Maokai ult to set up for that. So I think group fights need to be played out well by NIP. That's what they're angling towards. Whereas LGD, I think if they can get themselves a bit of vision control to spot off people isolated, it's probably what they want to play around, particularly with the Yone and the Shyvana doing their dirty business.
I just want to acknowledge a sentiment in the chat right now. That, I sort of, you know, I agree to an extent, and I see where you're coming from, and that's that Leon is not good for the KDA because all she can do is go in. You can't get back out again. Now, there's an important part of that conversation that's being sort of missed in this, and that's the fact that you can choose whether or not to go in. Like, being 1 and 5 at 16 minutes is not just like, oh, Leona, you know, she's always 1 and 5 at 16 minutes. No. You can just not go in. Like, Mako is not usually 1 and 5 at 16 minutes. There's a reason for that.
There's half of this which I like to call losing support syndrome, where you lose the players and the supporters. Oh my god, Rookie's having to force. That's Yone in a side lane. That's what they want to play towards. Pulling up the teleports. Here we go.
Oh, Shanji flashes away, and the equalizer is pretty good, but he's in a 1v4. Trisha Barrage comes on in. That's some good damage. And Requiem is available for Lien. Jin Zhao will definitely fall. Can it be more? Lien, where is it? There it is. Singing to the stars.
The Loki shield!
And the Aegis comes in!
That is why we build Locket versus Karthus. The Warbox meta is said. The Warbox nerves mean that supports itemize effectively again. Lien pulls out the ultimate. It's not enough. And LGD, they're playing isolated on the side lane. They get themselves that kill after the teleports come ringing through. And, you know, I feel like, I'm going to bring this back up. First game, largely LGD were winning when people were moving across the map. If everyone was there in a 5v5 at the start of it, I think NIP win. It starts with a split fight. A great play from Haichao to get a huge amount out of Rookie. And Haichao has still got his ultimate at this point. He does manage to get the flash out of Shanji. It's a bit of a tight timing, can't quite get him at the end of that. And then, of course, Shyvana comes to play as well. So it's a very easy kill onto Shanji, who doesn't have the best entrance into this. And folks, this is literally just a Locket diff. Build Locket versus Karthus. It will save your life.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure Jinjiao gained HP from that ultimate there, as Shanji has just been found. And I will say, as much as I personally hate Yone, Haichao is having a great game on this pick right now.
And Haichao has had some... Hang on a second. Rookie trying to get himself that dip over the wall. Spectator really convinced something is going to happen. Not too convinced myself, as Birdall just skips away from that one. And yeah, you know, Haichao, great game on the Yone. He had some great games in group stage with this. Struggled to show that in the Rumble stage so far, but now he gets himself towards the second item. He is really online. And on the other side, Shanji, he's not that far ahead. Birdall could potentially look for Shanji. Is anyone roaming towards this place? It's all v3 right now.
Oh, the CC comes out from Zhuo. It saves Lien's life. That was a huge all-out angle, but Birdall gets interrupted by Zhuo before he can find it. Lucky, honestly, for Lien that he's not got a fourth death right now.
Yeah, you can say that one again. So now the problem is, NIP, they have a Rumble who's weaker than they should be. You know, remember this time last game, we were cresting 3,000 gold lead or something like that. Ended up almost at 5,000. He's going to get killed again. Shanji, he's not in the lead. He's just getting isolated. LGD, they're looking for the isolated picks, and they're fighting them onto Shanji continually.
Shanji giveth, Shanji taketh. One game is a 4-1 kind of performance, one game is a 1-4 kind of performance. Shanji really struggling in this second one. This Rumble being punished pretty heavily. Meteor, he's hit those two items, and as such, can now 1v5 on the Shyvana.
Yeah, this Shyvana, this build is one of the strongest duelist builds in the entirety of the game right now. It's absolutely absurd. And now, also worth noting, Shyvana does actually have a passive, very easy to forget. You do 20% extra damage to dragons, and also per dragon you kill, get an extra 5 armor and magic resist. So I'll get a lot of HP through the the Dragon's Ascent. You get some bonus HP through that one, but also you get it from the Leandries and the Shojin. But then if you start stacking up dragons, you can become a lot tankier if you're ahead in the game than people would necessarily expect. But considering that you go towards heavy damage as well, you also get to have kind of this jack of all trades when you're ahead.
There's also, you know, the Q from Shyvana reduces her cooldown slightly. I don't know if you've seen the Namori Flickerblade version of Shyvana, but it is obscene.
You know, funnily enough, Shyvana currently is the strongest champion in Arena because of interactions like that, because there are other items which are like Flickerblade, so Shyvana just hits you for like 2,000 damage and then immediately has the cooldown back again. He has a flash. Lian does have a flash, but can he get out? I doubt it.
What's stronger, the God of Death or a dragon with a fidget spinner? It's the dragon every single time. Diving on in though, and Shanji's gone once again. He tried to show up to the fight, but he's not the one breathing out fire this time. It's Meteor. There's a bonus for LGD. They are looking like they might just win this one as a bit of a wash against NIP.
Rookie's still trying to chase down. Rookie, I think he's feeling it right now. There's a lot of low health bars. Rookie very strong on the Zeri, very strong. He might just go for it again.
Oh, he's looking for Birdall. Isolated target, but the all-out comes on through! And Birdall just takes him out of the picture. Xiaoya supporting his top laner.
I mean, it's like, I don't know, Tony Hawk's American Wasteland or something. He's like on the rail grinding over the wall. So he's just wiped out by somebody coming out to hit him. Birdall stops the trick short, and sadly, Rookie will look to try and freestyle again after this one. 2 items, sorry, you can see the angle. He should have tried to carry it. He was almost in a position to carry that, but he just wipes out.
That wasn't Tony Hawk's. That was Skate 3, where you have to do the biggest, like, crash off of the top or something and break the most bones.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
I don't know, man. Well, if top lane's a half pipe, sadly, they didn't find themselves the best score on that one. Shanji, buddy, he's been wiping out all day long well, not all day, all game long. First game, MVP, but this composition from LGD is leaning into the strengths of LGD from that first game. The first one's a good walled ride, gets away from the Zenith blade, and Rookie, you can see why he thinks he can run this down. He has his ult running. The ultimate 2-item spike from Zeri is really, really strong in terms of AoE damage. Problem is after this point that he kind of tries to use that a little too much, and Trap Baron started.
We don't get a replay of the KO at the end of the fight. We're just going to be 50-50ing Baron, aren't we? It's a good equalizer. The smite comes in, though. Can LGD get away with their prize? Can they get away with this objective? Jin Zhao sacrifices himself as Shanji moves over the fire. Haichao ults defensively. They're trying to escape, and Lien doesn't want to let the wall of pain on 3 players. It's a big slow. The health bar's ticking down. Rookie with a lightning crash. They find 2, but 2 just isn't enough.
2 doesn't feel like it should have been that cost for LGD. There were so many players in the right position to do a lot of damage. I thought the wall of pain slow might also have ended up getting an extra kill for LGD. Doesn't quite end up being that case, so LGD walk away now with 3 Barons. They get themselves onto a point now where Yone, importantly, has that Baron. Xiaoya, also in the Kai'Sa, has that Baron, which means you're going to have this split map play where Shyvana can grow him into one of these isolated plays too and just start slaughtering people with the item spikes. How close does this get? Okay, alright, I don't know why exactly they were doing it to that one. It's not like Lien comes in with the smite. Meteor does come in with that one. And you can see that, you know, the Flame Breath slows down bits and pieces, but this Wall of Pain felt like it should end out everything. Yeah. But I think Birdle does a good job of just getting a couple of slows to the queue, gets himself a little bit further into that play. If Birdle doesn't play rearguard, I think maybe another person dies.
Lien's Wall of Pain there fundamentally got 3 flashes out from them. So, you know, if anyone didn't have flash, it would have guaranteed a kill. Alas, they all had flash. And just look at the scoreboard for LGD. Look down that scoreboard at how strong the players are getting. It's Photic with a lead. It's Shanji somehow with a gold lead in the top lane as well. But aside from that, it's looking pretty tough. And especially Haichao in that mid lane and Meteor in the jungle are so far ahead of their counterparts. It's devastating.
I also kind of like that Meteor's going towards the Seekers as well. You could go towards the Horizon Focus. One of the... Hang on, Photic, forced to cleanse there. Should be fine after that point. But, you know, a lot of... And Shyvana's is going straight in. That's some artillery.
It certainly is. Meteor might have overstepped on this one. Seeker's Arm Guard keeps him alive. Does he get away from the equalizer, though? Rookie is cleaning it up. That's 2 for the side of NIP and maybe a throw from LGD. This is the exact same that we saw last game, just the other way around. Haichao dives into the mix. But in the meantime, Birdle has fallen. Xiaoya, I don't know why we're even looking at him right now, but it's a fight for NIP.
I mean, he has the ult. Maybe they thought he would dive in with the Kai'Sa with Flash Barrier and Ultimate, but he doesn't make that Killer Instinct play. Rookie is the one with the Killer Instincts in this one. He's been trying to find those Zeri kind of sit in the pocket, just out of your range, but inside his maximum range kind of play. He does manage to find it there. LGD, they're forgetting they need to find split targets. Not everyone on the same screen. They feel themselves a little too much, and now suddenly Meteor's used up that Seekers. It's not going to be that useful. NIP can get some gold back, and mate, we're in for another bagger, I think. We're within 2,000 gold coming into 25, 26 minutes. We have multiple objectives taken across the board. NIP ahead in Dragons, but slightly behind in gold. I think we're ready for some big team fights again now. I thought it was going to be LGD all day in this game too, but it's now become a lot more even.
And I've got to say, Shanji, he may be 1-5, but he's on his rumble, and we know how good he is with those equalizers. Rookie is on a Zeri that's about to hit 3 items. Like, at the end of the day, NIP, regardless of what the early game looked like, they've got some characters that can just 1v9.
Yeah, so they use the Solar Flare, so that's not there for the big fight. Haichao uses E, so he pings back at the rank point. So Meteor goes in. Well, there's no Solar Flare, and also Haichao can't join the fight because he's pinned back to his soul. So you don't have that Yone to help in that choke point. The Equalizer's great, and then Rookie just sees, okay, well, you don't have that Yone. Right, that's fine. Birdle also comes in on a bad timing. The approach of the solo laners is just really poor timing. I don't think the solo laners called this fight, but they definitely didn't end up helping with the way they introduced it after that point.
Tough one there for Birdle. I think maybe expecting more from the Haichao over the wall, etc. Maybe expecting that to turn into a big 2-man play, but alas, it did not, and the Baron earns negative 2,000 gold for LGD. They are still ever so slightly ahead in gold, but it really isn't much for the 27-minute mark. And importantly, NIP, Soul Point now, with the next straight coming up in 3.5.
So, important things to know about some of these dragons. I know, you know, Chemtech is one of the dragons which has been more added, obviously the newest addition with Hextech as well. It gives you heal and shield power and tenacity when you come through into those basic dragons. The soul, you can sometimes give or take it, but in games like this, which are very close, I think the soul's very powerful. But also when you have stuff like lockets on both supports who don't normally get heal and shield power items, that can give you an extra bonus. I think also the shield bow benefits from this too. And when you're against a Leona, typically Leona has come back into the meta because tenacity has been shredded from the game. If NIP get themselves soul and they get themselves the second dragon as well, in terms of the Chemtech variety, I think they're going to be pretty happy with an extra 12% heal shield power, or 16% rather, and the tenacity as well. That could actually be quite a big game changer. So LGD, 3 minutes to organize the map, find some isolated picks, maybe go towards a Baron themselves, and try and stop NIP from playing around their grouped up fights where they're really starting to thrive, especially with the 3-item spikes and the carries.
Does feel like we're getting towards that point for NIP where these carries do just individually start popping off. And at the end of the day, like when we think back to how we mentioned this composition straight after the draft, like it is just a lot of really big high damage set pieces, you know, where you've got the True Shot Barrage that can chunk a whole team. You've got Zeri that can pop off, obviously, but like the Equalizer and the Requiem used alongside the roots from Juan, like it all just ends up in one player getting annihilated. And I mean, if Haichao is that player, suddenly these fights look completely doomed for LGD.
I also think, even if it's Meteor, I think it's pretty doomed for them too. I think they actually need both of them to be doing optimal damage. I don't think it's enough for one of them at this point. The carries do too much. Wookiee going to walk up towards Haichao, a bit dangerous there, takes a bit of damage. Fighting over the global red buff, that's the Solar Flare use, and it's now a grouped up fight.
True Shot Barrage comes on through, Requiem across the team as well. Meteor is chunked, but it's not quite enough to finish anybody off. I'd say a positive trade for NIP, but it doesn't really lead to much.
No, not really that much of a big win. Of course, the global red buff goes to NIP. That can be quite important post 20 minutes, particularly when you have multiple AD carries which are applying it across the team very effectively. Of course, with Zeri having the Runan's Hurricane, you're applying to 3 targets potentially too, in terms of that red buff. It can be very, very powerful. So NIP getting that potentially could have helped them towards a Baron fight if it were to come to that, which is of course up and available, and we'll keep tracking whether that is as important as potentially we have thought it to be. Now, Dragon up in a minute, Baron up now. LGD might go to start this. They don't have themselves too much deep vision, but they have just enough to scout out the approach from NIP. They don't have themselves those big ults as Zeri and Karthus.
They've got some good damage on that Baron. Photic going to True Shot Barrage onto Xiaoyu here. Rookie caught out by Haichao. The Baron's just going to go down here for LGD. That's twice now that they find the objective for themselves. Shanji's moving over to try and be a part of the play, and NIP are stalling as long as they can to get that Equalizer in the mix. But LGD, they got the Baron, and they will get their recalls. No, Equalizer?
Okay, no, so this is important. I was just trying to think through this. Now, NIP, because of that Equalizer, they delay the backs enough. So yeah, you're right. They delay that to the point where now Soul is going to go over to NIP, I think. You're going to have late resets coming through, so they're going to give over that Chemtech Soul. But we just talked about the value of base Chemtech Dragons, and then also that Soul. They are going to be slow on the recall. Haichao does have teleport, but he won't be able to back and spend his gold. If he gets himself enough gold to recall and then get an Infinity Edge for this next fight, then I think it's completely game on. Watch that back. He's teleporting in. He won't have Infedge, but he will have himself a good angle. Blue Buds is picked up for NIP, and they will have themselves positioned in River first. Big objectives now up on the table. NIP, if they get Soul, it's a big win for them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that the play really worked out for them in the end. Without Equalizer up for this fight, it feels really hard. Haichao gets onto Lien as well, and just one bangs him at land. Meteor there to finish it off. Requiem will at least get Jin Zhao, but it's one kill in trade for the Drake, and now in goes Birdall to set up the fight, but he's gone way too deep. The rest of the team not on board for the players. Meteor is burning down as well. NIP have found a miracle off the back of the fight. Rookie skates his way to safety. How have LGD got the Drake but then lost the fight?
Rookie survives with the shield bow. You know what? We talk about heal and shield power. That might have actually saved them with that too. Shia burned down by the Equalizer, so he can't go back into position to protect everything, and Midwave is not going to be a full kill, but NIP, they walk away with no Dragon, but a handful of kills, and what that means is that the Baron buff basically means nothing for LGD now. They get themselves that kill until the end, they don't get anything else, and suddenly, LGD, that Baron, which they fought very hard for, only gets them the Dragon. It denies the Soul, that's still important, but it's not the end of all things. Lien trying to stick around to try and burst down that Baron, gets hit by an AP Kaiser W, and then gets hit by Haichao after that point, so he just gets completely obliterated, no flash. Poor positioning from him around the objective. I mean, he's still going to be that Karthus putting out extra damage in his Soul form at this point. Sadly, Locket doesn't save poor Jin Zhao there.
Yeah, we're too late in the game for Locket to be the difference maker now against that Karthus ult. I will say, this composition, it's not easy for a Karthus to position in these fights when you have absolutely no frontline. Juo being your only frontline on the composition, and it's not like he's the tankiest tree in the world. I will say 1-0 and 12 so far for Juo. He's having a pretty good game on the Maokai. The ults have been decent. But now, again, Soul wasn't taken. Dwar has found Haichao, forced the flash out from him. That is equalizer used, not ideal for NIP.
And that is going to be a big tool down for Haichao. Haichao, a huge part of why LGD have been winning out in the side lane plays. I'm getting a bit worried for LGD now, because it feels like this is less about isolated picks, it's more about the big fights. And if there's anything we've talked about in this series, is that NIP are somehow winning the bigger fights as it stands. I think that it's helping now as well that Shanji has that Zhonya, so he can be a pseudo frontliner with the ability to jump forward with that flame spitter and just kind of put himself into stasis and get some good value out of that. I think that Shanji, despite him not being nearly as fed as that last game, is still Shanji's Rumble, and Shanji in team fights is a very different beast from Shanji from the rest of his game. Rookie jumping forwards, trying to hop over and get some good damage onto Haichao. Yeah. I think NIP are feeling good about the group fights, even if the LGD are still pushing in across the map.
And I have to say, I think it's worth us acknowledging the fact that LGD now, that is 3 neutral objectives in a row, 2 Barons and a Dragon that they've secured for themselves. Meteor actually blasts out the ultra setup for Haichao. What a combo! Photic might drop as well, does survive as the Requiem comes on through. Haichao chunked and Rookie trying to flank, but I mean, Meteor, just perfect setup, and Haichao there to finish the job.
Yeah, Leon had like 3 seconds left up on his flash. It was great timing from LGD to take that. It's just going to be a kill, but hey, you'll definitely take that kill, and that's going to fund, of course, Haichao going towards even more. He has himself those 4 items.
They were sending a message, you know. They may not get an objective out of that, but they're just reminding Leon that he can never step up. You step up, you're dead, sunshine.
It just steps up and says, welcome back to the LPL. Leon in his first series back in the LPL, stepping into Aki's shoes. It has been very entertaining. Very entertaining. Has it been clean? No. Leon does have his flash for the next fight. He doesn't have himself something like a Seekers, which could be a bit of a problem for NIP. I think as soon as he gets something like a Seekers, he'll be a lot more happy to kind of walk up and potentially put on his ego into Zhonya's and try and survive a little bit longer in that front line.
Rookie has been found. No, Haichao grabs away that Gromp. I just want to point out quickly, Camington Bear spotted this in chat. Lien has done a bit of a top esports as he is now 3, 6, and 9 in the scoreboard. Maybe he'll be able to channel his inner 3, 6, 9 and pop off in these team fights. Now, I mean, the Requiems are getting scary. He's on those 3 items, but not going for the death cap. Typically, the Karthus 3rd item death cap is just the stronger damage build.
Yeah, and he's also gone for the Dark Harvest instead of the First Strike. First Strike can help you power through to later items. We saw a fall off of Dark Harvest because it's just harder to
it got buffed on this patch, though, right?
It did get buffed. I think it's now better at scaling, I want to say. I think it's better in kind of like the more stacks you get, the more damage it does. And it does better into the late game. So
I think you can, if I remember, I mean, I'm reaching into my memory here, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was also that you can stack it more often. So if it's better for laning.
So if you get it procs, but it doesn't kill, it's still on a low cooldown. Rookie might have to blow his flash here. Haichao going towards the knockup, doesn't hit him. Here comes Meteor.
Rookie trying to count it out. Haichao doing some big damage. Meteor is also doing some big damage. Rookie just can't escape. True Shot Barrage comes in and, you know, a fair effort to Rookie, but what can you do when they're chasing you down like that?
I think you have to flash the first Flame Breath if you're going to have any thoughts of going towards that. Shanji teleports too, doesn't make it to the play in time, so NIP losing in the split picks. LGD consistently winning in that now. Xiaoya, he might even go for an ult towards that one. You can see that doubly landing. That's why they were going towards that Spectator. Xiaoya, not necessarily been making the hero plays, and that is now a, what, a 4th? 5th?
3 in a row.
3 dragons in a row, but a 4th, 5th neutral objectives with the Barons put in there too. NIP really struggling to get themselves into the right areas of the map for their big team fights to come to bear. They are winning the grouped up fights, but they're not getting to them cleanly now.
The crazy thing as well is it feels like it's all off the back of this Shyvana-Yone combo. It's not a combo I expected to be talking about coming in today, but my goodness, these set pieces are beautiful. And like it, you know, Shyvana makes Zeri look slow, which is saying something in that previous play. That's another Baron. That is, I think, 5 neutrals in a row at this point, if I'm not mistaken. Meteor, absolutely king of the Baron. Unfortunately, that does also mean that that is the 3rd Baron now for LGD, and they still haven't broken it in it. It's not exactly a ringing endorsement.
So LGD, they've not won the big team fights themselves. They're not getting those decisive victories which end the game. They're getting those ones which get them, you know, an inch forward, a meter forward, but it's not ending the game. We are getting to the point now where everyone's getting closer towards that full build. We're very close to that on both carries for Rookie and Photic. I think for Rookie, as soon as he gets himself towards Will Dominate's Regards, he could potentially kill Meteor while he tries to run at him at that point, unless he gets hit by one of those massive flame breaths. Meteor getting himself towards the last item too. This Shyvana is doing a hell of a lot of work. Liam going towards a pen item as well. Not got that death cap, which of course can be really big in terms of that burst, but still needs something to cut through. Bits of Birdle and Meteor's resist from Shyvana's passive, and then some of the items coming through as well. I still think NIP can win the grouped up fights. It's just so much harder to look for them.
Yeah.
It's just really hard for them to get on the board there.
I think the tough thing is that none of the fights have really been grouped up because the amount of mobility.
Oh,
that's the solar flare onto Lien. He's forced to flash into the base. Jin Zhao might have overstepped, but flashes to safety himself. Zhuo showing his mastery of the tree. Twisted advance to safety once again for the second time this game as Rookie gets caught by the fate sealed, but Haichao immediately just dips back out. LGD, though, using this Baron to break a bottom inhib tower. Birdol and Xiaoya not afraid to step up, but looks like they will back away in the end. They can't overcommit, they can't overstay because the game is still on a knife's edge here. NIP, with a fight win, could find their way straight back in.
Yeah, all it's going to take is one pick now. All it takes is one big pick, and LGD could potentially blow up the entire base. They don't get themselves the inhib, they get themselves the inhib turret. Big damage check happened there too. Photic tried to do a load of damage into Birdle. He just doesn't have the damage. Well, I think if he gets himself towards that last item, whether it's a Cyrilda's or even the Lord Dominus Regards for himself, that could be a big change in that damage differential. Birdle, he is very, very tanky right now, and it means that NIP can't necessarily get themselves free picks with their AD carries.
Feels like it's all LGD right now. Xiaoya walks away. Barrier used there, but another tower broken. Inhib down now on the bottom side as Birdol just using the Baron to pressure. Rookie trying to chase onto this Cassante, but the flash all out comes through onto Rookie. The solar flare trying to deny his exit, but he does survive. Lien does not. Rookie doesn't, and Zhuo falls as well. Photic sent underneath his Nexus towers. He just doesn't have the damage. This combo from LGD has been absolutely disgusting.
Both these teams have not won a series. Both these teams have only won 2 games in the Rumble stage. Shanji's going to try and save the game, but he won't be able to do anything close to it. And LGD will bring us back to even here, 1-1 in this deciding series to see who will win at least one series in the Rumble stage.
This just had to go to 3 games, didn't it? It just had to. LGD looking like the better team here in the second game of the series. 3 Barons it took them, but it turns out 3 is the charm. And, well, NIP, I think just wondering what on earth went wrong in the draft there. The Shyvana, it turns out, needs to be banned. Like, that was a problem for them.
It was banned in the first game draft as well, so we bring ourselves to 1-1. That does mean we're probably going to miss a bit of the second series, folks, as well, because we got to stick with this one. It's too fun, and we'll hop up to that one as soon as we can. But yeah, folks, this is the last day of LPL not being broadcast on the English official channel, so we thought we'd make a special occasion of it as well, and I'm very thankful to have Joe joining me for this one. The games have been entertaining as hell. I have been enjoying them. The first game was probably more of a banger than the second. I'm sad that NIP couldn't get themselves those group fights, but hey, I'm glad that we do have 2 teams which are again really fighting tooth and nail for what should be actually a very important victory for them. Even if it won't get the, they're not going into playoffs straight through the Ascension group. Getting that win and getting themselves at least a series win is very important. Now both these teams have no series won. They're both at 1-1. They both have 3 games total won throughout the entirety of this Rumble stage so far. They are literally neck and neck. They are as even as possible right now.
Honestly, I don't even know who wins this one
at
this point.
Me neither.
I don't know who takes game 3. I do feel like this was a bit of a draft issue for NIP. That late game felt pretty impossible to play. However, whether or not that happens again, I mean, NIP probably move over to the blue side again, and perhaps that can change their fortune here, but I don't know. These games are crazy. The first game was absolutely mental. The second game, the fact that it took 3 Barons to finish things out, the fact that NIP were on Soul Point for so long, but could never regain control of the map.
Who do you reckon MVP is? I'd say maybe, I mean,
it's got to be Meteor, right?
Meteor's also has a good argument. Pretty good. I don't know. It's actually quite hard to tell from this one. I mean, Meteor.
I think either of those 2 is fine.
Yeah, I think it has to be one of those 2. If it's not, I don't know, we'll write a strongly worded letter or something.
Yeah, I think Meteor probably had the bigger impact, but then it was Haichao often like finishing these plays off. But just out of my sheer hatred for Yone, I'm going to say
give it to Shyvana instead. Fun champion.
Yeah.
God, I'm kind of glad to see that Shyvana come through as a different archetype of jungler again. Like, I know that a lot of people have had a lot of like mixed thoughts about the AP junglers now at this point. I'm glad that at least the AP junglers aren't all the same archetype of champion. Brand is very different to Zyra, which is very different to Lilia, which is very different to Karthus, and all of these very, very different from the Shyvana as well. They're not necessarily as plug and play. They do require some different skill sets being used. And God, I'm really surprised to see NIP really all in towards this kind of like a lot of these split map plays. And I think particularly Shanji was caught out a million times after an MVP in Game 1. Game 3, I think it's pretty clear to me now. The team with the better ability to play through their strengths in these first 2 games will win. And what that means is effectively if LGD get better ability to play through split picks than NIP have ability to play through grouped up team fights, that'll be the deciding factor. NIP, they have still won most of the 5v5s. Even in this game, the 5v5s weren't actually the problem here. The problem was that NIP were like getting caught out in split bitty fights and they couldn't really get themselves those big kind of plays. I mean, this play was really close. I'm very surprised that Rookie didn't get himself like a huge play here, but he gets he gets a bit of a wipeout from Skate 3, I guess.
Yeah, this play was hilarious. Just gets absolutely annihilated. It's that bit where you you know, you could like get your skateboard in your hand and just like clobber people. Yeah, good times. I miss the PS2.
Yeah. There's a question in chat, by the way, and I think you're better placed to answer this than I am. What was the most boring meta for LPL that you can remember? Because I quite like the meta right now, but what was the most boring meta for LPL for you?
I mean, last year was pretty boring with Corki Azir, Zeri Lucian.
Oh,
that was a pretty miserable meta. I mean, there have been some metas as well where it's like sort of Senna Jinx with Azir mid, and like I always think whenever Azir is meta and whenever scaling AD carries are meta, usually it's a pretty boring meta, especially if it's tanks in the top side. I think any time that like Ornn is a really big pick and Sion is a really big pick, usually leads to pretty boring metas.
I hope you realize this is like Toppy's what's in shambles with the way that they've played around Ornn and like all of these scaling carries for years. You're showing your colours here, buddy.
But it has been the metas that they've had to play as well. Like I much preferred top esports back in like 2020 when we were playing like crazy carries. Like Gangplank was a big play up top, and like Zoe versus LeBlanc mid lane.
I miss Syndra as well. I really miss good Syndra players.
Yeah.
You know, and I have my issues with Sylas as a champion because I think this guy ruins a lot of different matchups in mid lane. But I don't know. I think most of the rest of the map is having fun right now. Mid lane feels really shit because
it's boring.
I think that most of the AD carries, where I said, you know, there's a difference between the AP junglers, a lot of the AD carries are very similar actually. Like you've got some kind of mobility, you scale up, you have good early wave clear, and then like you scale up into being like a backline like damage dealer later on. Like there's very little risk to a lot of these carries. They do everything better than everything else in their class. Mid lane does need to change a little bit, and I'd also like some non-AD carry AD mids to be viable too. Like even Jace isn't getting played right now. Like Jace was being played a ton last year, and I didn't mind the Jace meta. That was pretty fun. Like the Jace Annie from early last year, that was pretty good. I didn't mind that in terms of proactive kind of combo-based team comps. But you know, it's a million years since we've seen like Aurelia, no assassins or anything like that. It's just,
I really liked, weirdly enough, I really liked the kind of TF Annie meta that Cryan created in the mid lane, because even though it meant that mid lane wasn't that exciting, it meant that there was a lot of action elsewhere on the map because you were playing these picks that kind of needed to find fights elsewhere. So you had a lot of carries in top lane, you had a lot of carries in jungle, had a lot of AD carries that could pop off as well. Speaking of popping off, Hi Chow, MVP, good stuff.
Yeah, and like as much as the hatred for Yone is there, he did play a good game, and a lot of the way they were playing around the split picks was playing around him. So, right,
it pains me to say, but he did.
Yeah. So right, we're sticking with this one for the third game, which means we'll probably miss most of the first game of the second series, but hey, whatever. And it's a split vote. Yeah, that's probably about how I put it for that for MVP vote as well. Right, last game of the last day of the non-broadcast games, and at least we're getting some fun stuff. Yeah, I'll run that break now.
Do you know? There's something weirdly ironic about this being the last game of these two teams being 0-7, and whoever we're kind of saluting whoever loses, even though they go 0-8. It doesn't make any sense.
God, that's a good one. Yeah, I mean, in some ways, I kind of feel like the second series of the day might just not be a banger as well, even though Croco's looked better. I hope it's a good series, but also part of me has a sinking suspicion that BLG just slap AL.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit worried about that.
It's one of those things, isn't it, where I often feel this way when it comes to big games like that, because AL, I mean, AL looked decent in their series
recently,
against
so
LNG.
that's been a big change,
like,
yeah.
I do think that AL are, like, I think that inevitably their schedule has been really hard, right? Because that is how Group Send works. Like, they've had JDG, Weibo, TES, LNG back to back. These are arguably the top 4 teams in the league. With, you know, BLG mixed in there, and guess what? BLG is their final opponent. So
AL had like all the easy teams first, like all of them.
They've kind of had, they've almost had the standings in reverse as their schedule. So it has just got gradually harder as the split has got on for them. So I don't necessarily think that AL are like a dramatically worse team than they were earlier on in the split. I think that they just have to step up. They have to level up if they want. Like, at the end of the day, we're getting to the end of the year for the LPL. If you're not one of the very best teams in the world, you don't get to play anymore. That's just how it goes.
That's true. Oh, yeah, and I think that's why, like, the LPL playoff system is so comprehensive and so impressive to watch, because, I mean, realistically, it is ruthless, but that is exactly what you need. When you have 17 teams, where you probably have, in any given year, 5 or 6 teams which are vying to be top teams within LPL, depending on how close at least the top teams are and then kind of like the mid-table are. And I think given that we've seen, you know, Weibo and LG looked crap for most of this year, they're now back in the equation. Yeah, the top of the table is actually very cramped. This is not like last year. I mean, I guess in 22 you had JDG and Top Esports who were like, at least they were quite clearly the top 2 from what I remember. Maybe you can correct me on that one, but I think they were quite clearly top 2. And in last year, it was a bit weird because JDG was quite clearly top 1, and then it was like, if that was the time I was thinking, okay, well it is the super team, the golden road potential and whatever. But like this year, I don't think I've got a favorite for playoffs right now. I mean, I think I'm going to take that right, isn't it? I think this is the most open it's been for at least 2 years. I can't remember what it was like in 21 either. But yeah,
I've got more to say on that, but just quickly, in case you haven't already, don't forget to run ads.
I just did that.
Now is the moment. Yeah, okay. But yeah, I think like teams in contention for that conversation right now are, I think, LNG and Top Esports are the strongest candidates. I think Top Esports, despite standings, I think are the strongest candidate for favorite. I think LNG look really good. I think BLG haven't actually looked that good, despite the fact that they're winning every series. Like, you know, they're going to 3 games and I don't know, BLG, the thing with BLG is they're one of these teams that when we've seen them strong, they have just been destroying everyone except JDG, right? So seeing them not just manhandling everyone suddenly makes it feel like this is not the same team anymore.
And they were like regular season regular dominant as well. They broke.
Yeah, exactly.
They set a record, then broke the round record from last summer to this spring in terms of regional dominance. Now we're not even seeing that. Like, that's, Jesus Christ, 50,000 bits from Double. Double also dropped 100 gift bomb earlier. Folks, the support for this, and honestly, the support for the channel has been fucking incredible, and, you know, I can't do this without the folks which come on here as well, and I hope, honestly, this helps you and the other people out there enjoy LPL in a different way. It means a fucking load for me. Let's fucking go. But yeah, no, it means an awful lot, so thank you so much, W. You've been so supportive. Mecha as well has dropped something like literally like 500 subs in the last couple of months. This is now the LPL sponsored by Double and Mecha Fanboy, so let's fucking go. I need to get I need to take down the Ari shrine briefly and like put up like the sub shrine at this point.
You can get those little LED displays, can't you, that you can link to Stream Deck or whatever. Maybe that's the play.
I did want to get like a neon sign to put on the wall with like the LPL logo. I thought that'd be kind of cool to have in the background at some point. I need to do something in the background. Having the band in the background's not great, but hey. Do you need to get a drink? Oh god, we're not actually gonna have that time before it. I should probably refill my water bottle really quickly.
I might quickly pee.
Yeah, let's go do that, and hopefully we won't miss the first part of the draft. We will very quickly get back to it, and thank you so much, folks, for the support. We'll be right back.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
Holy shit, Double. Thank you so much. You're an absolute stud. You're an absolute star. I really, really appreciate you. I appreciate everyone who sat down and watched as well. No, for those of you who are tuning in now or didn't tune in for the other streams and stuff, I've been doing this every Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday for the LPL splits in both spring and summer when there is no official broadcast. I've been co-streaming. I've been officially casting as well when the main broadcast is on. And yeah, we've ended up effectively saving 170 games from being lost media. Anywhere else in the world, that would be an entire year's worth of games in LCS and LEC. 170 games across the entire year, like that's a hell of a lot of games for a region. And this is just the non-broadcast games of the LPL. I've had the absolute pleasure and honor of casting with my brother Sam for most of these games. He's away right now, which is why he's not here today as well. But of course, when he's not here as well, casters like Mazel, like Munch, like Yanni, like Carrix as well, and people who've come onto him have very, very kindly given their time and given their energy to casting these games as well. I will end up... am I going to double stream both matches? Because we're doing the more official cast, no, we will not. We will focus on one, then we'll very quickly switch over to the other. So, we will switch over to that ASAP, but we'll be sticking with this one just because we haven't really found a way to make that satisfying. BLG, we will cover that as soon as this game is finished. We'd like to finish this one off first, so stick with us for that one. And... yeah, folks, it has been a real pleasure to have your support and to have everyone kind of behind us for this one. As we get ourselves into our third draft of this first series, it has gone long. It has gone to very late game in both of these games so far. And now, with the Shyvana ban once again, NIP back on blue side, maybe it should be a little bit more comfortable for them. For the first time, Shanji not going to get his Rumble as well. So... what's going to be our first pick? The Braum once again banned away as well as we get ourselves into our first picks. Leona up and available, and now it is not. Lilia on the table. That should be an easy first pick, I believe, for NIP. Gives you a good amount of forward potential from that jungle because you are an AP carry, which then gives you that engage as well. It's been so powerful in the LPL so far. That should realistically be that first pick, unless they value something like the Ezreal more. That could be potentially quite strong for them. Of course, they lost on that Ezreal pick that NIP in that game too. Oh, but this is something which has slipped through the bands. Lien, with his first series for NIP on this roster, gets himself his Nidalee, his most played champion of all time. There is a current fad across the world of the Nidalee pass. You must be so good mechanically at this champion to make it work, and Lien is going to try and put his hat into the ring with that one. On the other side, we mentioned the Ezreal, we mentioned the Lilia, both locked in by LGD. Very tier list, high tier list picks for them. Xiaoya had a great game one on that one in some regards, in terms of his individual picks. His positioning, maybe less so, as we get ourselves later into this draft again. NIP. Lucian be easy lock him. They need some lockdown somewhere though. Also, they could potentially look towards, if they wanted to go back to a classic for this year, Chandra could go towards that Twist of Fate and that top side to have some lockdown from there. How much lockdown do they really want to go towards? Because typically, Nidalee fits into two kind of comps. Multiple poke comps where you have something like the Corki or the Ezreal alongside it, or you also have heavy lockdown on the other side. Right now, it is just a Nidalee on its own.
Hello, team.
How's it going? We're back into the draft as it stands right now. How you doing, buddy?
I am good. I am watching good League of Legends, even if it's messy. I'm ready for the second series. It's going to be a banger. I'm ready to see the conclusion to this series. Lien got his signature Nidalee. We've got a rookie on the Lucian again. Photic is on a champion where he can dive in amongst them. Like, feels pretty good to me.
Looks like it's set up for another, like, it's just so much damage as well. There are no tanks here. There is no setup. This is all damage. LGD, they're setting up for a good amount of poke. I mean, the Kai'Sa will get to that point too once you get to 2.5 items, when you get yourself the AP components of the Nash's Tooth. But LGD, they have triple poke. They have Swirl Seeds, they have the Tree Shot Barrage and the Mystic Shots from Ezreal, and they also have the Rocket Barrage coming in from the Corki. So LGD, currently leading in the poke wars. Neither team has any sort of tank. Neither team has any sort of setup. It is all just shooting gallery, seeing who's more accurate right now.
It certainly is. A lot of long-range damage. And to be honest, it's kind of what NIP had in the previous game to some extent. The difference is I think Nidalee can survive that a lot better than what they had in the previous game with Karthus, so maybe it could work out for them. LGD don't get to run with the same, like, full dive comp that they had last time around, which I feel was very, very good at punishing NIP's comp.
So, NIP I think they should really be looking at a Twisted Fate top now, you know? I think that a gold card means so much to this team. Okay, that's why it's removed. Okay, so LGD, you know, this is one of my favorite things about drafts. When you watch so much League of Legends, you end up just getting into the mindset of the players and the coaches as well. So that Twisted Fate, one of the few lockup champions that you could actually have from Shanji in terms of that easy gold card. They're probably still looking for something like a Nautilus, a Rel, or a Rakan that can also help combo up as well. They need setup. I think NIP probably more than LGD because one Swell Seed is pretty much an engage by itself if it hits, whereas on the other side, much harder to use one spear to then win a team fight off of, or the same kind of thing with a Void Seeker from Fotek. NIP banning away some of Birdall's stronger individual laning picks in topside to give Shanji an easier time.
I feel like Shanji has been a player that has been somewhat hit or miss in this series. Game number 1 was absolutely insane. Game number 2, the equalizers were still good, the laning phase less so. And now, do we go for the Mordekaiser? It was the answer we saw earlier in the year to Skarner. It has been transitioned over to try to punish this Cassante a few times. I don't know if Shanju... The thing is, you've got an AP jungler and you've got a Kai'Sa in the comp. I feel like an AD top would be nice.
Yeah, that's completely fine. I'll also say, I don't like this Alistar at all. Alistar sucks versus poke. Warmog's Mitre is dead. You can't just tank a poke and leave with that one. So if you take too much poke, then you end up like out of the fight. And it means that you can't just... You don't ever want to use Alistar ultimate on poke. This would be something crazy. Shanji has played a game of this before. It is very good at running down tanks. You have a lot of damage, and we have ourselves in the last game of the Rumble stage for NIP, a bit of that dog in them in the top lane.
Oh my days, Shanji brings the Nasus out. I mean, this has been an answer a couple of times in the top lane, not necessarily to Cassante, but just basically, I mean, to be fair, the pace of these games has been pretty slow. Maybe just stack it up in the top side is the answer.
Maybe. I have to say, I like it into the Cassante. I think it's garbage into the rest of the comp. I mean, the attack speed onto Corki's Rocket Barrage and onto Ezreal's Q doesn't matter. Putting a Wither on them doesn't matter that much. Yeah, sometimes you get a Wither onto Ezreal when he's away for a wall. He can't get away from you, but NIP, they don't have a great amount of setup. The Wither can help with the Nidalee because once you max that out, you have a huge amount of slow for that spear. But even then, in this matchup, you need to be maxing that Soulfire to make sure you have the shred from that too. So it's not even going to be the best setup in this top side. Shanji, after NIP chasing their first series win, the first time that Shanji's played without Aki on the LPL stage, the first time in 1,500 days that Lian has been reunited with Rookie on the same side of the stage as well. And it has come down to a Game 3 in Shenzhen. And LGD, they played out a pretty good game in the Game 2. They played around split picks. They were losing in the grouped up fights, but they made things work when they weren't quite there. So we get ourselves into Game 3 to decide which of these teams has to win.
Yep. Honestly, it felt poetic that we came in today saying, LGD, it's down to Haichao and Meteor carrying this team. And game number 2 was precisely that, the two of them vying for MVP. It does feel like they both have carry potential with these picks. It's going to be a tough laning phase, though, for Haichao in that mid lane against Rookie's Lucian. And we get the Nasus out from Shanji. Whether it can work against this comp, we'll just have to wait and see. Hard to say if LGD have more fans there or if they're closer to the crowd mics. But it sounded like a stronger chant towards LGD. They did win most recently, and I'm going to be honest, neutral fans in the LPL do tend to cheer for whoever just won the game.
Also, LGD is kind of a fan chant that's kind of like TSM in the West, where it's just, a lot of people, even after other teams where LGD is not playing, they will just say, LGD, Jaiho, just because it's just one of those teams which has been around for such a long time. And of course, you know, in the state of the whole LPL, it feels like we are in a whole midst of change. This is the first time when none of the quote-unquote big three have made a playoffs in the LPL. We've had EDG, RNG, and WE all miss playoffs for the first time in the same time. We've had RNG and EDG miss playoffs at the same time before, but never them alongside WE as well. It has felt like it has been a period of big change. And the question is, who goes in to fill those gaps? LGD and NIP have had moments. I think LGD and the starter groups have looked pretty good, and they've shown some good gameplay, but they haven't been... They have that curse where they can only succeed in a year ending in a multiple of 5, so 2015, 2020, maybe we'll see them next year. NIP, you know, they used to be V5, and they were a top 4 team in spring.
Speaking of 5s.
They've also kind of struggled to stick the landing. They've been a good team, but haven't really been a great team for long enough.
By not winning a single series in the group stage, they have lived up to the V5 reputation as an organization of just never winning games. Good to see them honoring their organization's history, although technically not the same organization. It is still V5 in conjunction with NIP, so technically still counts. It's been a rough year, hasn't it, for both of these teams?
Yeah.
It has been. I mean, LGD, to be honest, I don't even think this counts as a rough year. They made it to Group Ascent. Like, even though they went 0-7, they finished the split in 8th place, right? So that is a massive upgrade. Lien finds a 1v1. Meteor trades it back pretty efficiently, though.
Yeah, that was with a Conqueror versus an Electrocute too, so the burst really coming out from Meteor gets that center of the Watch Out Eep. One of the best or worst named abilities in the game, depending on your opinion on it. Bot lane fighting a little
Definitely
bit.
Worst.
Definitely worst. I found it quite... Oh god, Rookie doing really well in terms of trading here. One of the reasons we see this Lucian into the Corki, and this is the core of this matchup, is that Lucian very early into the game can deny Corki most of his trading power. If you don't hit the Foss Bomb, ever since we moved away from the Emax to the Corki when we briefly had that lethality build, if you miss Foss Bomb, you don't win trades, and Lucian just hops over it and makes you lose that trade, so it's incredibly important to do that. As we see, this jungle matchup already had a spear land in the jungle. Meteor goes right into the enemy jungle, just takes away the camps.
I do find it funny that the way that jungle aggro works was changed so that junglers couldn't double jungle, and then we get these AP junglers that still just double jungle anyway. Shanji finds Meteor, but the 2 camps are already gone. It's too little too late from the dog in the top lane.
Yeah. So what you'll notice from Shanji here is that he started with the Soulfire. That E gives you much better wave control than the Q, which means you can't push waves. Now, problem is, Nasus, especially early into the game, very, very mana hungry. You will often see a tier built up on him, even if you don't complete it until much later into the game. You can go towards that Thimble Winter because of the slow from your Wither still being fine with that. It just means that you can just continually control waves with that Soulfire later on. You still should see a Q max, but it's just that first level on the E, which can help with that. And then it can help you get good wave clear, even from beyond that melee range, which is something like Sante can't really max at that same point. Does mean you drop some stacks for the early parts of the game, but it just gives you much easier first kind of back of the game, so you can get yourself towards Sheen and a tier and maybe some boots like that. It just means that you get into the lane a lot more effectively.
I mean, there was some really obnoxious AP Nasus shenanigans earlier in the year. I don't know if that's still going on, where you just Emax, you run Comet, and you just burn them down, and then once you finish... I can't remember what first item was. I think it might have been Leandri's. It might have just been Blackfire, to be honest. You basically just eat them twice and they die, and then you win the game. You basically just don't level Q as well, because your stacks don't matter, because it's all about your E damage.
Yeah. See, this is one of those things where, you know, that back in 2018 when the Shy was winning Worlds, he was saying, yeah, I play ARAM a lot because it means it kind of stretches your imagination of the game, because you run into weird shit that just wouldn't happen on Summoner's Rift, where we saw stuff like the Poke Lethality Ash, which became meta after that point. We saw stuff like the AP Nasus as well, as a champion that would just sit there and just throw E after E and control the wave. Occasionally, games like that can mean you run into things you wouldn't think would succeed otherwise. Also, AP Kai'Sa was another thing which came out of that game though too, and the like. So Shanji, going towards his first base, has himself those tier 2 boots now. He'll be much happier in this lane matchup now. Nasus is a very move speed reliant champion to get himself either away or onto his target. Nasus is very much a champion which is gated by his sticking power. Shanji with the phase rush, tier 2 boots very early will be pretty happy now for this point.
Nice trade from Rookie, but Haichao does match it to some extent, and the culling dodged by the Valkyrie of Haichao. So Rookie using that level 6 spike, but doesn't really get it to stick. Remember, in game number 1, we saw this precise matchup. Rookie managed to get that solo kill onto Haichao. Doesn't look like we're going to see a repeat performance.
This one was much more of the dulling instead of the culling. Doesn't really do that much, and we'll see whether they can do more with that a little bit later on. We'll see. Weird thing about the Lucian, as we see the grubs going down, I have no idea why we've moved away from Kraken Slayer and over to Blade of the Ruin King just randomly. Like, we could have been building Blade all this time if it was good, but then I just don't get the logic. Blade hasn't even, Kraken Slayer hasn't even been nerfed yet. It's coming up later on, but sometimes mid lane builds really confuse me. It just makes me think that someone like Chovy's done it or Faker's done it, and then just everyone follows suit without really understanding why. But hey, we have Blade Lucian now, very good duelist item. You get that slow on the autos, on the multiple autos later on. It becomes very, very impactful. But yeah, I just don't quite get why we moved away from Kraken Slayer if we were building that in the first place.
I think maybe the logic is just more straight up burst damage in terms of the fact that a lot of Kraken Slayer's power is from consistently hitting the same target. And if you're hitting a front line for a long time, that's great. However, Lucian, typically in these fights, you don't get to proc it that many times, right? Twice at most. Maybe just the proc of the Blade of the Rune King makes that initial burst trade just that bit stronger compared to a Kraken Slayer. And I mean, I've not run the numbers or anything like that. I'm theory crafting here, but I could see the logic on you doing more to a front line with a burst from Blade of the Rune King than with just one proc from a Kraken Slayer.
I think the other thing as well is your first back of the game for Blade of the Rune King is much better, because Vamp Scepter is just an insanely good laning item, because now between Doran's Blade and Vamp Scepter, you get yourself a huge amount of sustain. It's mainly what we've been seeing anyway, so we'll be seeing that a lot more. That's a good trade by Birdall. That's a roam up from support, though, and you don't have draw. This is a complete outnumbered fight.
Lian caught out here, pounces, and then flashes into mid lane. I'm surprised he got away from that one quite so healthy, but Rookie will not be so lucky. He might be able to get an execute, flashes to make it happen, stays underneath the tower, and will go down for an execute. So despite some action, we are still 0-0.
So Jinchao got the better roam than Dro, who was way back in base while that happened. So LGD, they don't get anything there. They lose themselves the flash and High Chow. When we were talking about various builds and now, look, there are more interesting things to talk about, there being a trade of Dragon and Grubs. I'm just saying that now, just to keep things up there. But, you know, LGD, decent-ish early game from them. Game 1's early game was really not great from LGD, and even then, the second game, too, was still NIP favored. They have been settling more and more into the early game as the series goes on, and that's been one of the big things which has been one of my big criticisms for LGD, is that their early games just haven't been fit for purpose for Group Ascent. They've been blown out by most of the teams that they've been against, and it means that they can't show they're really cool. Split map state, and High Chow in side lanes, and Meteor having his big carry performances at points too. We haven't really been able to see that because their early games haven't allowed them to. They've not actually been able to play the game. One series which really stuck out to mind with that was actually Anyone's Legend, which we'll see play just after this too. That series, I believe, is starting at some point. We'll catch up to that as we do.
It must have started by now.
It's probably started by now.
It started at 12.
Yeah, so we'll get towards that as soon as we can. But they just crushed LGD in the early game where they couldn't even play the game. The fact that LGD do have early games now in this series means that we do get to see the better parts of LGD, which you didn't really get to see in the rest of this group.
I've got to say, very different game, isn't it, to the rest of the series? Like, the fact that this series has been an absolute fist fight for the entire duration of the first two games. Very, very quiet start to the third one. You can see that the seeding does matter to our two teams. Birdall finds the all-out. Shanji wants to set up for Lian, but can't quite find it, and Birdall will zip himself out to safety.
So, Birdall, falling a little bit behind the Nasus matchup, and we see that, you know, Shanji's starting to get himself some stacks, 140 by 10. I'm trying to remember how many stacks he meant to have by Nasus, like per 10 minutes. I seem to remember it was at 200. I'm trying to remember when the mark for 200 is, so if anyone does know about Nasus stacks, it's changed over time, particularly when you level your E a little bit early. You do lose some from the early levels, but, you know, I've tried to clue myself into center stacks, and just Nasus is not a champion, so I've just forgotten about the stack numbers over time.
Yeah, and like you say, it changes as well, depending on the builds, depending on the matchups and whatnot. I think 160 is pretty decent at 10 minutes.
I just can't remember how many you're meant to have.
Like, I'm trying to reach into my memory here. I want to say 300 at 20 is, like, fine. Like, it's not amazing, but it's like, that's sort of requirement to be useful. So he's on track for that. I don't know if that number is totally accurate, but...
Look, chat is saying it's a good number. I'm going to take that. So that's good to know. We'll try and see if he gets like 300 by 20 or something like that. Man, I love Nasus as a champion because it's been a champion ever since the dawn of League of Legends has been changed so much. But right now, he's on the weak side. Has boots and an ultimate coming up in 5 seconds. Don't think he's going to live here.
Zhao goes in, Shanji pinned against the wall. I mean, that's a lot of damage coming in. He's put to sleep. Can anyone actually follow up on the damage? Shanji's still going. Okay, they finally bring down the raid boss. He was barking at the top of his lungs, but it just was not enough.
So left on that weak side, even though there were some resources put up from Lian towards that Nasus earlier on, does not put him into a position where he can survive a 1v3 dive. So we'll see if he can do that later on into the game.
Worth mentioning, that was with no defensive items. All he had defensively was boots there, and he survived a long old time. Now granted, it's only really Meteor as a damage dealer, but even still, Shanji's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, and I think that, weirdly, LGD were the team that were thriving off of split picks in that last game. I think Nasus is the person that wants to do that this game. If you can ever find someone isolated, we saw this with the Shyvana across the last week of play. Shyvana's become weirdly meta here in the LPL. But needs to be a little careful there. But now with this Nasus, if Nasus gets to a point where he gets towards Triforce and he gets towards himself that second item on a good time point, there's not many people in LGD who can survive that. If Corki or Ezreal get themselves with it, that's going to be a problem. Anyway, Dragon has been sorted, and that is more important. Birdle walking potentially down to the play. I think Dragon's going to go down without a fight, though.
Yeah, Lian, I don't think he really has a way in there, so Meteor will be able to smite that objective away. That's 2 now for LGD. There will be a Hextech Soul as well, so could increase the pace of the game. The Hextech portals often do mean that playing through tempo kind of messes with you a little bit. Xin Zhao might go down to the culling. Hydra actually valks in to save his support. Nice fog of war play coming out from NIP.
That's your Blade of the Roking spike right there. One item, and then suddenly Lucian is a heck of a duelist. Kind of is that the entirety of the early game, but extends your power spike even more. So NIP, their solo lane is not in bad points of power. Shanji's doing fine against Birdall there, and of course he's going to be stacking fairly effectively. Rookie, need to see what he can do on this Lucian now. Also, another point of concern at this point, Lian on the Nidalee. And so, funnily enough, a little bit early in the split, I caught a little bit of heat for saying that Shun doesn't have the Nidalee pass right now. And there is a good reason I say that, even for... There are great Nidalee players out there, and you do have to be individually good enough to make these things work. But you also, Nidalee is a team pick right now. You need to make it work in the macro sense. You need to make it work with roams and setup from your laners. And the problem is, Lian, most played pick of all time, and very effective player of this champion throughout history. Nidalee right now needs to do so much work early that it becomes very, very hard to justify this pick later on, and Lian hasn't gotten that much done just yet. I think the window of time for him is starting to close a little bit, and I'm keeping my eyes on this jungler, even though it's a specialty pick for him, to see how much value he's going to get out of it, because this is a problem we've had.
Shanji clears the ward to set up for Rookie in the top side. Birdall withered. Can they finish off the raid boss? Birdall is hard to bring down, and he pulls the dog over the wall. Back into his kennel he goes. Birdall outplays the 2v1 and sets up for Haichao.
Oh, Shanji, you play so much of that champion too. Walls are not your friend. Gets bopped twice by the Q3 and then the W. Birdall, even though he's been losing a lot of lanes, has had impact. He's going to teleport himself back into the player now. Gets himself some gold spent from that base. Shanji doesn't have teleport. LGD can take a 5v4 on the top side around the Herald.
NIP look like they want to contest anyway. This would be a 4-man play as Lian is punted back by Birdall, who wants an MVP, it seems. Chunked by the spear on the way out. Herald down to 2k as Lian trying to move in, but Xin Zhao finds a 2-man engage, and Lian sent away. It's 1-for-1 as Zhuo charges into the mix. Herald picked up by Xiaoya. Zhuo gets some multi-man knock-up, but there's no damage to follow it up, and suddenly Photic is stuck on the back side of the play. Xiaoya keeping Rookie and Zhuo at bay as Shanji goes in and just dies immediately. Rookie next to fall. NIP falling apart before our very eyes.
This is one of the first genuinely large fights which NIP have lost. Maybe it's the pressure getting to them. Maybe it's the heat of the occasion. NIP at 0-7, and it's feeling like a bit of a 0-7 moment around that Herald. LGD, they get themselves a hell of a lot of gold. They're going to get themselves that objective too, is picked up by Xiaoya on that Ezreal. And while they don't have something like 6 grubs or something like that to really accelerate the game with that Herald to the same kind of level, that is a huge fight from LGD. This is now suddenly Shanji, who's gone to 0-3 on the Nasus. We were saying he was stacking fine. Well, he's not if he's dying this often now. This even started fine after this point. You're in the 4v5, but you managed to get a huge amount of damage onto Birdall, who still doesn't have ult. It's not like he can regen beyond this. But then just a lot of the... This just goes weird after this point. Lian gets chunked out. Rookie's still getting traded on pretty heavily after this point. And Zhuo, it's a good knockup, but Photic doesn't have the damage to solo carry at this point. Kai'Sa is not an early game carry. She can't do that amount of burst damage at this point, and it feels like it's just one person running in time after time from NIP without actually coordinating very well, which is a huge problem considering how well they were coordinating earlier in the series.
It just feels like as well, they were playing around damage numbers that just weren't coming out, you know? Like, Rookie and Photic both diving in individually at different moments to, like, finish off a kill, but then being, like, 200 or 300 damage short of the burst required. And it feels like maybe they're just... You know, when you're... Hang on a second, Leon is caught.
Oh, man.
No, this is another pick. There's no flash up. It's Xiaoyu with a freebie. And he's got the Herald in his pocket. This could be an angle to brute force tier 1 mid, honestly, and set up for the Drake.
Exactly. It's typically the Herald can be used as a counterweight, where you put it down in mid lane while the Dragon's spawning, and one team has to respond. Well, they can't respond to either now. I mean, this is the problem I'm talking about with the Nidalee, where it is a team pick. You can be good just individually at that player, but at that champion, but you also have to have the coordination and the understanding of what your team needs from you around that pick as well. And suddenly, Liam, 0-2-1. That's not good enough for Nidalee in this meta. Nidalee is hard to play as the game goes on. Very, very hard. You're not making it any easier. How's that Leandries will have damage if you hit spears, but currently, you know, the benchmark for what Nidalee should be doing in early game has absolutely not been reached, and that's going to really hurt NIP.
And it's like the Nidalee can function as a sort of poke champion later on into the game, but you're against Lilia, Corki, Ezreal. It's not like the enemy team doesn't have poke, you know? It's not like they've not got a Cassante to soak it up on the front line. I'm not sure that'll be much of a win condition as Rookie takes a tower shot. Lien moving up top, but goes wide on the spear. We'll set up for a tier 1 here. Jin Zhao sent into the rest of the team. The spear goes wide again. Jin Zhao will just walk away. A tier 1 acquired, while in the meantime, Haichao gets tier 1 in the bottom lane. It's going to be Drake taken for LGD, and Herald comes down mid, which will set up for Xiaoyu to finish this tower. It's a huge gold swing in favor of LGD. Hang on a second. Xiaoyu caught in the Herald. The slow from the swirl seed saves his life. There's a ward behind enemy lines. Birdle has TP. It's a double TP coming out from LGD as they want to punish NIP. They want to find more. Duo punted into the rest of the team and will be taken down. That's 2 extra off the back of a huge macro trade. Birdle escapes to the rest of his team, and LGD can look for more.
NIP's macro is in absolute shambles. Absolute shambles. LGD take easy turrets in mid and bot lane, and serious credit to Birdle again. I think that Birdle is a player who's had a lot of flack, understandably so. I'm not saying that criticism is not correctly put towards him, but I think even when he's been behind in matchups in this series, he's had teamfight impact. And even here, when he's on the weak side, which he's not always managed to do across this year so far, he escapes that turret trade. He doesn't overcommit in that top side and die under that turret and give NIP something more. He survives in that top side. Everyone collects their resources around the map, and then he teleports back in with Haichao as well. Birdle playing the map like this makes it so much easier. Of course, Haichao coming into it as well. LGD just seems so much more on the same page when it comes to the wider map plays. NIP, when they're not starting on the same screen and people are moving from lane to lane, feel like they get lost in the source a little bit.
And the thing is, like, LGD have just gone to default solo queue strategy here. When it comes to, you see the Nasus on the enemy team, you see a Kayle on the enemy team, you're like, okay, this is a pick that will scale if I ignore it, so let's just kill it 4 times in the first 20 minutes. Like, Shanchi is just doing nothing. He walks in that fight, does no damage, dies immediately, 0-4-0, hasn't had an impact. Birdle on the other side is setting up his team perfectly.
And, you know, we've seen the Nasus once or twice in LPL. We saw Shanji play it once in spring, I seem to remember. I think also Qingtian also played it for Ultra Prime. And one thing I've noticed really about the Nasus as well is that when you are very much in the same degree of the Shyvana, which, weirdly enough, both these champions were around in, like, Season 3, Season 4, around the same kind of time in both jungle and in top lane as well. They are not full tanks. They are very good at running down an individual member when they have those kind of items, but they're not full tanks. And the problem is when you're falling behind on the rest of the map, and also this Alistar in this game is not a good enough tank. You're going to lose your ultimate to poke. You're going to lose half your HP before your ultimate really becomes that valuable either. Shanji is going to have to be a frontline without being a good frontline champion. And also, he is 0-4. So he's not a good frontline champion, and he's not in a good spot within this game. He's just not in a good place. He's just not having a fun time, and he's going to get focused on time after time.
I mean, if he gets a 1v1 with Haichao, then he'll be in a good spot, but I just don't see that scenario
I think he can
really
1v1
coming
the
to
Rel.
pass.
I think the Rel he can manage.
But I just want to remind everyone what's at stake here today. The winner of this series gets to play against IG in their best of 5 to try and find playoffs. The loser will have to go up against RA, and honestly, after this series, I think I favor RA versus either of these teams at this point. And honestly, it's not just about the opponent that you get in terms of, like, you know, IG's probably an easier opponent, right? I think it's fair to say. However, it's also NIP, like Shanji up against, Lien and Rookie up against IG. It does feel poetic that they would have to play that series, but they need to win this one first. Draw gets a 4-man pulverize. Well, that is unfortunately all NIP will get. Abandoned by his team as Birdall finds Shanji on the top side of the play, and that is not a tank, my friends. Photic, next one to be caught up as Birdall gets 2 in his Q3. My goodness, this is a massacre. LGD are just obliterating NIP.
And NIP, they had good early games in the rest of the series. They had good team fights in the rest of the series. They managed it for 2 games, but in terms of that aspect of it, they lose the second game to split players over anything else. And now not even that's working for them in game 3. I don't know what is working for them in this summer split. They've had occasional good games. They've taken away a win in this series where they look good in those scrappier big team fights. But, you know, you're coming back 3-0 now to this play here. Draw, he goes to the big play, but there's no follow-up. He goes in for a great knockup. Okay, and what? What's in there? There's no spear following up. Lern must have that on cooldown. Rookie throws a culling through, okay? Doesn't even take anyone down to half HP. Shanji doesn't have a flash to get over the wall. He's there late as well. This is uncoordinated, it is directionless, and is ineffective. NIP, the composition doesn't work out, and I think that LGD look like they understand their roles within the game much, much better. NIP are by far the second best team in this game.
I don't know if it's an issue of the players. I don't know if it's an issue of the coaching staff, maybe. But I don't know. This sub-in from Lien has not been the answer. It didn't fix things in the way that perhaps NIP were hoping. And here in game, after such a close series as well, after such a close series, the way that this last game is going, it's just painful to watch for any Rookie fans at home today. I mean, avert your eyes, turn off the stream. This is not the one for you, because my goodness, this is just painful to see.
Rookie's not making worlds, folks. Definitely not as it stands. Last time he went to an international
He's not even making playoffs, not mind worlds.
That's where this team has fallen to. And you know, it's very hard to put into perspective or decide which perspective to look at this from. For Rookie, of course, I think on an individual level, I still think he has been an incredibly powerful player for this team, and I think that on a mechanical level, he's also been playing well in the laning phases. He's not the 1v9 Rookie of some years past, and it's very hard to be in a situation like this with the team that NIP has put together. This team has been struggling to find themselves an identity after the spring meta changes, after they came into summer. They've really struggled to recapture that again, and LGD, on the other side of this, they have managed to build beyond something more. I think that their players have managed to find themselves a bit of flexibility. I think particularly Hai Chao and Meteor have found themselves a much better start in this summer.
I think this series is a great example of like strong individuals on NIP versus LGD, which is like the sum is greater than its individual parts. You know, I feel like LGD have come together as a team to be able to make it into Group Ascend. They have outperformed expectation just by being in this group alone. NIP are a team that with a roster like this should be making it to the World Championship, and that is not the level of performance we've seen from them this year. And now LGD, with 2 inhibs already taken, they look towards a third. It took them 3 Barons in their previous game win. This time they take 3 inhibs off of 1 Baron.
So that's another kill there. Hextech Soul rears its head as LGD. This will not be a late game long banger. It is not a bang. It is a whimper for NIP's end of the Rumble stage.
This has been brutal. Birdall will fall at the end of it. Oh no, he won't. Primal Surge. It's traded at very least to Shanji. Does his best to answer onto Jin Zhao. He can't even get the kill onto the horsey. The horse is greater than the dog. I think we all already knew that one from wars of years gone by. Oh my goodness. What a smacking from LGD. What absolute destruction in game number 3. NIP. They look a bit dejected, and I'm not at all surprised. That was a tragic way to end their split.
So, while we were in that game 3 as well, it is worth noting that BLG have already won their first game versus AL. I thought we might miss a bit of that first game, but we've actually ended up missing. For the first time this year, I've missed an entire game rather than just a part of one. I don't know what the hell happened in that series, but we'll catch up to that one ASAP. It does mean that we don't have to jump over immediately to that, but thank you folks for joining us once again. Of course, this is a non-broadcast broadcast day in the English broadcast, and the very last one we'll have that during the year. During this time, we've been trying to, in our own ways, via co-stream or kind of more this stream as well, try and cover some of those games so you out there can enjoy it in whatever form that you want to, even though it's not on the official channel. So we hope that you've been enjoying that as well. We will jump over to that second series. I guess I'll just change the feed over. Probably now's a good time to take a break as well. We'll get in towards that second series as quickly as we can. So let me go find that whole thing where I change over the streams and stuff.
So the question is, do we watch game 2 of that second series first so we can watch that live? Or do we just go watch game 1 and do it in sequence?
Well, I don't actually know how to delay the clean feed is the problem. Oh shit, that's really fucking loud. Well, let's turn that down. Yeah, because the clean feed, I don't know how that really works out. Please start from game 1. The problem is I actually don't know how to delay the clean feed. Yeah. So, how quick was that game actually? Let me just have a look, see if...
I mean, it must have been pretty quick that it's all happened during a 25-minute game. Or
Yeah.
I guess they won't have started at the same time necessarily, so maybe...
Recollect.
But it must have been fairly quick.
Yeah, I actually don't know how to delay it on the media source. Game 2 is live. Well, the Game 2 is not live right now. With Game 2 hasn't started just yet. Right. I can go check on... I wonder if I can manage to get on Bilibili and rewind it that way. That could potentially work, but we'd have to do that without game sound that way, which would be a bit of a pain. We will... So they won that first game. Let me just see... Yeah, let me just see how long the game was. How long does it go to? How quick was this?
Okay, while you figure that out, I'll read out this no context Brits tweet because it's hilarious. Just at Tesco, there was a dispute over whether a guy had jumped in the queue ahead of a woman. It escalated, the two of them yelling, security involved. The woman got her phone and said, I make one call, you will be killed. What? Surely, you've got to save that card for bigger stuff.
That is something. I mean, okay, folks, I think what we do right now is we go straight into the second draft because it is here right now, and I don't really want to faff around with going towards that first game again. So apologies for those that missed that first game. It was so quick, a 24-minute victory for BLG. I guess we just jump straight into this one and see whether BLG can make it as quick. I mean, we've got no Ash Braum, the Sejuani. It is something which can allow you to accelerate the game.
Are we fast forwarded on the clean feed right there?
I don't
feel like
think
this music is faster than usual. I don't think you have power over that. I just mean like...
Oh, in terms of the game music? I'm actually not sure.
Do you know what I mean?
That.
Yeah. Anyway, BLG first pick the Sejuani. Ala blind picks the Tristana. The Kenner for the top side, and the Tristana comes through for Shanks. Some power picks definitely for AL there.
Yeah, and, you know, this is definitely something where Shanks had a load of value in before. I will say Shanks has suffered more and more in the Rumble stage as it's gone on. He has come out of group stage feeling like the best mid laner in the LPL. I think he's been humbled a little bit as he goes into the Rumble stage. BLG needs some magic damage from somewhere. They don't have that magic damage jungler, so they go towards that Ziggs instead towards that bot lane. And I go towards that Yone, so fine matchup into the Tristana, and Elk can very much combo into the Sejuani or the Yone, depending on who finds that first pick.
See who can get it. The feed, I think, has slowed down again. I wonder if it was in like catch-up mode or something. That was so weird. The music was definitely faster. Like, I heard that song so many times that, like, it's ingrained, you know. We do get the Ivan for Kuroko. Ivan has been sneaking its way into the LPL since Stop Esports brought it out internationally. I don't know about you, but my feed has in fact frozen.
Huh,
I don't know if
no, it
that's
hasn't.
on...
So that's not on your end. I will
I'm
try
just
my
going to
best
open... I'll close the stream and reopen.
Is it working now? I've tapped in and tapped out. So look, folks, we have been doing this, of course, as basically a non-official broadcast. So occasionally we have some of those tech issues like that. You just let me know if that's working.
Yeah, no, it's good again.
If it's good again, hopefully it'll stay with us. Let me know exactly when that problem happens.
Yeah, so the Ivan is like... For anyone that doesn't know, historically Ivan has been a disastrous pick for the LPL. Like, it's just not... It's not something that we've vibed with. Whenever it's been meta, it's been a bit of a disaster for us as a region. Top Esports, though, showed that it is possible to play Ivan in the LPL. And I wonder how fast this will spread across our top teams and whether other teams can replicate that level of success. Because I don't know. It just has not been. It's kind of like Corki mid for us back when it was AP Corki mid. You know, it just didn't look good for us as a region. Maybe Top Esports have bridged the way over to IVOD now.
Yeah, and it has been this pick, which, you know, the LPL refused to play this pick for years. It was kind of, I remember MLXG playing it at MSI 2016 or something like that, whenever it first came out. Might have been one of those times. But maybe it was 2017, because I think that was when Peanut was on SKT. But ever since then, it's just been one of those things like, nah, it doesn't allow you to do as much damage. Nah, give you the Lee Sin instead, or something like that. Getting ourselves into the later part of this draft, we do have potential of, well, last pick AD carry for Hope. Very rare to see the last pick bot lane like that, but I suppose Kyle taking away that Rel means that it's a combo missing now from On and Elk in terms of that Ziggs. They do still have the Rakan and the Nautilus, which are both completely fine to go towards that too. They can do whatever they really want. And plus they have the combo elsewhere in the map too. So it's not like Elk is going to be starved for options to combo up with.
No, he certainly won't be. I've been searching the internet for the last 5 minutes to try and find a match history of that previous game. I cannot bloody find it anywhere. No, none of the websites seem to be updated just yet. I want to compare the drafts. If anyone has seen a match history, let me know in chat what website you found it on, and I can go and compare the drafts. But definitely, I like the draft, honestly, from AL here. When you've got an Ivan and a Tristana, I always think that's a really, really strong way to start things off. The one thing I will say, though, Elk and On, having this Ziggs lane against the Kai'Sa, they are going to be very, very comfortable in that lane phase, and there's a real dive angle available for BLG, should Wei want to make his way down into that bottom lane.
Yeah, I think that BLG have really good early proactivity. The question is, how are the early lanes going to allow for that? Because you do have the cannon, which can really bully around this top lane early. Tristana has very good early push as well. And also even bot lane. I mean, you got the Ziggs, who at level 1 can struggle with that a little bit too. So, yeah, we're going to have to see really what's going to happen there. Last game, it was actually Bin on the cannon, so it's a bit of a takeaway on that front. As we load ourselves into this second game, we ended up missing the first game because of an overlap from that first series, and how quickly the first game ended. 24-minute victory for BLG over Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend, their schedule has gotten harder and harder.
So last game was Ziggs Bard bot for Anyone's Legend with a Maokai jungle, a Corki and a Yone. What the hell is that comp?
I believe that is a Corki top lane that was tried out before.
It must have been,
I think there was a Corki top lane into the Kennen. Kennen can struggle versus ranged matchups there, but obviously for Ala, it didn't work when 0-4 ensued. So AL, they were cooking a little bit, and it did not work. They burned their hands, and BLG took them back to culinary school. As now we get ourselves into this game 2 for what could be our last game of the day.
Let's see if AL can do a little bit better this time. They've got the Kennen. They're not going to be against a Corki top. Okay, I wasn't sure if something was going to happen. All right. Shenanigans in the first game. BLG were having none of it. Honestly, an important game for BLG to show what they're made of for playoffs. Remember, this is a team that realistically came into the split looking like the team that should just kind of win everything. The team that should just walk this one home. And then they have struggled. They've gone to 3 games in so many of their series, and it's going to be down to game difference on whether or not they make it into the top 2 seeds or whether they are overtaken by Top Esports. Remember, Top Esports play against JDG tomorrow and still have the chance of stealing that 2nd seed away from BLG.
Yeah, so this is, of course, really big for that. The seeding for LPL playoffs. Hang on a second. Did Croco just miss time or miss his Q? That's going to slow down his clear speed a bit. That's not great from Croco. Ivan, a lot of what you want to do is put down those marks as quickly as possible. Go to the other side and use your smite there, and then you return after the marks have basically matured on these camps. Missing that by a few seconds can sometimes be an issue, especially against someone like a Sejuani who hits level 3, level 4, and can genuinely start impacting the map very quickly beyond that point. So we'll see whether that becomes an issue. Right now, BLG, they might be able to spot a Crocker going onto that Raptors as the level 1 happens.
Exhaust already used in trade for Ignite. Hope and Elk both chunked as On and Kael just hammering away at each other, both big metal clubs of different varieties, slamming away in that bottom side. I'm glad to see an aggressive start, though, from Hope and Kael, because it's so easy to fall behind in the lane against Ziggs, and once you do it, it becomes very difficult to fight your way back in.
I remember when Ziggs bot lane first started getting played, and the person I shout out for this, because I used to watch the stream all the time, was Shifter. Shifter used to play Ziggs bot lane all the time. One of the first people to play it back then. He also played Zed bot lane, which, again, that didn't really catch on, but the Ziggs did. You need to get level 4 for that level 2 of your Q first. That's where things really turn out. Crocker's not on top side. BLG's jungle away is. Ala, he might have to blow his flash here.
Nice little knockback there, trying to set up for the stun.
Wow.
Finn has the wave in a pretty good spot. I wonder how many minions are still there. Looks like it will just about still be frozen, so Ala has to try and step up to this wave once more. Wei moves back into his jungle, though, not going to try and cheese and re-gank again. Moves over to clear his camps. Croco is 3 camps ahead right now.
Yeah, first clear for Ivan is deceptively really fast because you get all of those marks down, you move to the other side of the jungle, you use your smite there, and then you can clear everything very quickly. Crocker's not going to be able to stop him from taking that course. Yeah, Ivan doesn't steal camps in the traditional way. He needs to put that mark down and get the smite, but he'll be very able to put this down very quickly on the Gromp there. Take it and get out. Ivan, at least for the first clear of the game, is very, very good if you get yourself into the right place.
Nicely done there by Croco, using the prio in that top side to find something. Hope dashes over to follow up on the engage from Kael, and Elk is the target. One more auto will finish the job. He flashes and dodges the Void Seeker. A hook from On is perfect for first blood. BLG outplaying the 2v2. On flashes for the kill as Elk backed away, but it's to set up for Wei to finish the job. Immaculate play in the bottom lane.
Worst case scenario against BLG is letting their bot lane get ahead. Elk and On, when they snowball, are potentially the best bot lane in the world. They do it all by themselves this time. Wei cleans up an extra one, but the 2v2 play so close for Hope and Kael, but sadly for anyone's legend, they have learned just how hard the competition is here in the Ascend group. We didn't even get to witness the destruction of that first game. We're here straight into that second game. BLG, they are taking 0 prisoners right now. Ala hasn't got himself a lead in top lane and bot lane. That's going to be a big problem. The early levels versus the Ziggs are where you can start getting some extra advantages. Now you've just given them 2 assists and given them an easy back into that lane. That is a huge issue.
And crucially for AL, a playoffs bye is on the line for them right now. This is an argument between playing in that first round of playoffs or playing in the second. They would love to skip to the second round. They would love to tie up with JDG. Right now they're tied with FPX. They need wins on the board here. Going negative. If FPX can improve their game score tomorrow, could make all the difference. The flash has come on through. Unfortunately, just this hook from On is perfect.
And this is just also great 2v2 mentality. When your AD carry gets all in, you turn on the enemy AD carry, because that's where the damage is. If you burst out the support, sure, that's okay, but the enemy AD carry has more damage for these players too. He just sees that Elk steps up a little too far and misuses that satchel, immediately turns it around, and Hope gets absolutely blasted. Coming back into lane now, and On's almost at those Merc treads and can get himself a lot more of that magic resist. He's very happy with this laning phase so far, and BLG, they have survived now through to 3 levels on the Ziggs queue, which makes laning phase and wave clear so much more easy. We've gone back to another replay of something that happened while we were in the previous replay. It's like the Monty Python thing. It's like the person in charge of this has now been fired, as Knight has just been removed from the mid lane.
So Shanks is basically just solo killing Knight, I guess.
Yeah,
Shanks has actually had an insane year for himself. If you remember, like 2 years ago, this guy was just some guy. He was just another mid laner. He'd come in. I think, if I remember right, when he first joined, he was like famous for his Cassiopeia in the LPL.
Like House 1 trick, yep.
Some crazy quadra kills there and stuff like that. But it wasn't that impressive when he first joined. Ala was, though, as he goes for a slicing maelstrom onto 2. The shields come on through, and Shanks has an opportunity to clean house. Knight wants to answer and does find 1, but 1 is not equal to 2.
No, quick maths to you right there. We're very even in gold, and Shanks has picked up a lot of those resources for anyone's legend. Top lane is even, and that's not something which AL wants to see, and bot lane, of course, is not really what they want to see in terms of that Ziggs. But now suddenly with the Tristana, even after the nerfs, getting through these early levels and getting to 3 kills early on, with a Cull also being stacked up too, Shanks could be the carry that they need.
Oh, the hook from On to save Elk from Kyle's engage there, and Hope getting chunked out. On, low on HP. The exhaust saves On's life. The Bard comes out after they bodied Kyle's Bard in game number 1. Oh, Lord, On is here to play today.
Man, BLG annoy me so much when their bot lane is off form, but when this bot lane are at the peak of their potential, they're a beauty to watch. You know, it's one of the reasons why BLG have managed to be historically dominant in the LPL between last summer and spring regular season. They've been fantastic, and this top side here, going back to a replay of this, I think Ala chooses a great place to reposition to. There's no point flashing back to the turret. He goes down to where the shield is waiting for him, and yes, a kill comes down, and Knight picks that one up, which is very important, but the fact that Ala manages to delay long enough to get to his teammates makes that a much more favorable trade for AL.
And importantly, Shanks has a hat-trick. Ala just cannot catch a break. Can he? Wei sets up with the stun. No. Oh, no. Bin does have his ultimate. I forget quite how short that Gnar ultimate is. Nice setup on the top side for BLG. Shanks is the shining light for AL right now, and he's got an Ivan alongside him. Maybe he can be the carry. Knight once again caught up in the mid lane. The bomb will do some damages on. Looks for an engage. Wei moves in. All things considered, though, Croco is just doing Drake while this all kicks off. Bombs come in. There's a smite. Elk is in a questionable position, and he's being chased down by a tree and a horse and a weird golem thing. Elk knocked up by Kyle, and he will be knocked up by Daisy as well. The roots come on in. Daisy does, bringing down the kill and bringing it home for AL. Croc looking for the root onto Wei, but won't be able to find it. They did manage to eventually get themselves a kill.
Oh, man. I was sat there thinking, well, they don't have damage. They're an over and a rel, right? Well, it's still enough if they still hit you for like 30 seconds continually. El choosing the wrong time to go up there. Hope didn't have his ult, so maybe he thought, oh, the Kai'Sa can't get into the play, I'll be fine. But BLG... this is why we get frustrated with BLG. Fantastic first game, but so many of their series have gone to 3 games because they just turn off. They switch off, and it's really frustrating for a team which should be the best team in the LPL based off of what they've done recently in the LPL's regular seasons, and within, of course, getting to MSI finals. This team should be at the top of the tree. They've had to replace their jungler. They've had weird, wildly varying performances from their bot lane, which we've come to expect a little bit, but also from Knight as well, who's occasionally had some really poor performances on the AD mids as well. That is why I would love for this team to be at top form, but realistically, we're just not seeing it consistently.
The crazy thing, like, I am essentially a conspiracy theorist at this point because I genuinely believe Knight is the difference. Because on Top Esports, they're a team famous for having happy games. They're a team famous for just dropping games in series that don't matter and just messing about, essentially. It wasn't Jackie Love, because look at Top Esports now without Knight on the roster. And look at BLG now with Knight on the roster. This is a team that regularly drops games. I genuinely believe that Knight does not care about game difference. All he cares about is playoff series, and they just vibe. Man. They just absolutely vibe.
You know what's so funny about that is that it's exactly what we were saying about Yagao. Like, Yagao sat there like, oh, it's playoffs, Yagao. Maybe it's the same with Knight. We'll see whether we can pull it out in this series as well. Croco is unseen. Here comes Daisy. Big wave from them. That should disengage the play unless Ala wants a little more. Dodges out on the ult.
Nice little sidestep. Feigns his engage there and pulls the ult out from Wei. Nicely done. Damage onto Hope. Satchel Charge nearly knocks him into the Mega Inferno Bomb. I mean, this is just indefensible as a Kai'Sa on your own under the tower. What on earth do you do to try and get any of this CS?
And this is the problem where I think that a lot of teams over time had to change their opinion of what Ziggs does. He is not a weak side champion where you just let him farm up. He should be destroying turrets like this. Bin is Mininar. He's going to die.
He gets one hop, but the stun comes on through in the end, and there's a root caller as well. Yeah. Ala grabs himself his first kill of the game.
One hop this time. Slide to the left. Grey screen! Bin goes down, and everybody claps their hands. Ziggs on the bot side, still pushing in, going to get more turret plays. That's going to be a dead turret. AL have resort. They put their resource into top side. The problem is, Ziggs, if you're left alone in a winning lane, is going to destroy all those plates, and AL are now going to have to deal with a very, very fed Ziggs later into this game. Yeah. So BLG, they let On back out onto the map. Grubs are now spawning. BLG will look to get multiple.
Bin wanted a clap of the hands. It was a clap of lightning instead. Elk has been found in the bottom side. And there we go. Nice little kill for Hope and Kyle. Nicely done. Nice setup. Nice follow-up. And in the meantime, BLG gets something topside. I feel like we really are aggressively trading around the map here. This is high kill gameplay, but very even high kill gameplay.
I'm really quite upset by BLG there because, look, your Ziggs is the point of power. I get getting the grubs, but also, like, don't let your Ziggs die like that randomly. He should be taking that turret for free. Now, Bin is going to get some resources on top side, and that's important. He is still really far ahead of this top lane, and this is the special thing about Bin. And, you know, I have a lot of respect for Arla and what he can bring to teams. I think that we see someone like Bin, though, and he has had ridiculous stats with almost no pressure for most of this year. Now, the BLG have started playing towards topside more over summer, but on the whole, Bin has been doing all of his own stunts. He doesn't need a stunt double. He is the stunt man. And he's also had some of the best stats while having none of those resources too. Getting the 5 grubs now and being ahead of that cannon, getting towards Merc Treads and getting quickly towards his first item is a great thing for BLG. And Arla is now playing a cannon who's not ahead in lane despite those resources.
Cannon can still have a big impact later on, but it would have been nice, wouldn't it, with how much time Croco has spent on that top side for Ala to be a bit more of a menace at this point in the game. Shanks really is where the gold lead lies for AL. They do have that gold lead, it's just not that significant just yet. Knight doing his best to try and catch some of the wave, but Shanks not letting him anywhere near, basically proxying between the towers. He's got Croco and he's got Kael down with him. And it means Ala has to forego this tier 1 in the top side. And actually TP's mid to catch that wave.
What's happening topside as well? Because Ziggs is still here. Ult misses onto Ala, but Ala, he'd have to flash forward with an ult to get the wave play here. There are 5 grubs. There is a Ziggs. This is going to be in a turret. I mean, this is just the Ziggs turret push. Ziggs should be doing this.
AL just kind of forgot that they're against the Ziggs or something. They lose 2 towers top. The TP mid from Knight means that Hope can't really get anything done mid either. They don't even finish the tier 1 in the bot side. This is literally 2 towers top in trade for a Drake. Knight, okay, doesn't get to cancel a recall there, so the TP back down will come through from Shanks. That's Flicker Blade picked up, so Shanks' ADHD will now be dealt with.
I never heard of it referred to as a fidget spinner before, but it is just wonderful.
Look at it.
Knight, come on. Gets his back cancels, has to blow his ult as well. Knight is now behind a ridiculous amount of gold to Shanks. That's a win condition. You know, AL, credit to them. While they did lose out on multiple turrets on the top side, getting that kind of lead over to Tristana, even though it is a nerfed Tristana, is still going to be Shanks in a position to carry this game. He's not done that very well in the Ascension group overall, but, you know, BLG, they're not in a perfect form themselves. Shanks is definitely in a composition where you could bust a shot a Gnar away from the fight, do the same to someone like Sejuani in a dangerous position. And if it ever gets access now to a very anemic Yone, or even on top of the Ziggs, who's not going to be safe if Tristana is anywhere near him, that could be a win condition for AL.
I mean, it really could. And I think, for me, Shanks has been AL's best performing player of the year, at least. Ala has come in and had some really, really big games, don't get me wrong. I definitely think that there are many players on this roster worthy of note. And I think Croco recently has really stepped up. But Shanks, for me, has been I think he was the reason at the start of the split that this team looked so good down in Group D.
He was one of the very best Tristana Corkis. He really slotted well into the
honestly. And I think he's been so consistent across the split as well that he really, to me, is the reason that this team has been so consistently so good. But now, pushed against the ropes, and it feels like BLG, just on these macro decisions, are just kind of taking over the map. Despite Knight getting caught out and getting chunked multiple times, he's only died once. He is behind because of how many kills Shanks has got, but BLG as a team are not behind. Ala forced to flash on the bottom side.
Ala is playing like the least voltage cannon that I've ever seen. He's got towards the Leandries, but he's never giving himself anything. That's a big set of ults.
Safety cannon goes in, but the lightning is not enough. On walks away, and Kael can't be so lucky. Gromp used as a way out there for Knight. Jumps to the back of it, and we'll take that Gromp as a reward, but maybe he's overstepped for this one. Trigger seed from Daisy. Will not be enough. I think Knight got it, but he has to flash away. Croco finds a route. Knight is overstepped, and On might just pay for it as Hope tries to chase him down. There is no tower to run to. On needs to find an anchor. He's just ever so slightly too short, and in the meantime, Shanks has taken a tower mid. Knight try to recall. won't get away with it. Alan finds him on the other side of the wall.
What is
All
happening?
for a Gromp. All for a Gromp.
Oh, that's on Gromp, man. Orcs would be proud. Jesus Christ, BLG! What are you doing? Overstay for a Gromp kill? That's egregious even by their standards. AL have a gold lead. Tristana was pinging around to a lower gold lead because Knight managed to get that out of turret, but now Shanks is completely happy again. Where do you even start with this? This is after the huge fiesta of tower taking was put in, and Kyle gets everyone under turret. Ala doesn't even need to have a flash to bring everyone into that play. Turnaround damage is good, but then, yeah, Knight has to immediately get out of dodge. This is where the problem comes in. Waiting like this is the problem. You just have to back off, folks. Like, Daisy gets the slow in as well. On cancels the recall. Knight has the flash. This is just an absolute overstay where BLG, well, not for once. BLG have been doing more and more of this, where they really do just disrespect. The brush over the wall gives the vision, the recall lands, and obviously that's a kill there. But BLG have been super disrespectful for how teams can slap them back in this split.
He didn't even get the Gromp, lads. He didn't even get the Gromp. Was it worth it, Knight? I don't think so, buddy. I think they could have walked away with that one. As we're zooming in onto Croco, he's going to go for the recall. Dunks it. Beautiful bit of basketball on my screen right there. I know all about that sport. I've been watching the Olympics, you know.
Funnily enough, I bought a basketball recently because I don't have one out here in Germany. I have one back in my parents' place back in the UK, but I thought, you know what? There's a basketball place near enough to me as the Bolsplatz. And I thought I'd go try that at some point. So maybe you'll see me dunking with those long. I'll learn to extend my limbs even more. Anyway, Dragon's up in 10 seconds, and we'll see whether the dunk can happen on that particular court. As Daisy, look, I don't like Daisy macro in the LPL. Losing a Daisy like this is actually not very good. That was a freebie.
Yes, it was. And suddenly Croco is half the champion. Luckily, Shanks is about 3 champions at this point in the game. Unfortunately, though, Drake is pretty much already dead. So BLG will grab themselves the neutral pretty much as a freebie. However, AL want to give some kind of cost there by pressuring onto the mid tier 2, sorry. It won't happen. Bin TP's in behind them looking for that Gnar ulti. Hope caught by the depth charge. Ala uses the slicing maelstrom just as a disengage tool. BLG, you know, they're not fans of the lightning, it seems.
No, they're not. They want things particularly grounded in this one. Ala using that as a defensive ult to try and stop any follow-up to the Nautilus ult. It looks a little awkward on the moment there, but I think that is actually the right choice. BLG, the best way to frame this team, and this is as polite as I can put it in this split, they are improvisers. Now, what that means is often they haven't done their legwork on the structure, but they're still very good players and they can make use of the random tools they give themselves in these games. But when it comes to moments like that, when you're very quickly moving between pieces of the map, BLG is still very, very threatening, so AL need to be very careful of that. As it stands now, though, Elk is actually even in gold.
I know you want to talk about League of Legends right now, but we've got to shout out Chairman Shan in chat because he just wrote the phrase, anyone's LeBron for Croco. Slam dunking on the Ivan. That might be the best Twitch message I've seen all fucking year. That is absolutely amazing.
Holy crap, that's wonderful. You know, this is one of the great things about, so good, to break the fourth wall here as well. It has been so fantastic getting to cast in a slightly different way here on the streams as well. This will be the last time that we're doing this in this sense for this year. We'll see whether it goes to 3 games and we get another game out of it, but for now, we're going to enjoy ourselves with the chains taken off.
Niall gets a 3-man ulti, but there's nothing following up. Knight gets the knock up, the bomb comes in. Doesn't feel like either team has enough damage, or the shield comes through. The burn won't be there. Bin is just pushing in the meantime.
Again, BLG, they just vibe, they just improvise. Whatever, Bin's just in a side lane. I feel like BLG are one of those, they're one of those teams, I think Weibo were like this with Light last year, where the rest of the team is just flipping, and there's just this one poor kind of like parent archetype in the team sat there going, ugh, I'll stabilize the game, you've been flipping. That's a really good trade there from Bin, stopped Ala from having a good flank angle, I suppose, by chunking him out. You know, but Bin has just been this guy that's just picked up the backpack side and said, okay, I'll make things all right again. That has been his job on BLG. He's the one guy who's not really given into the madness nearly as much as the rest of the team.
GG on EDG, that's all I'm saying. Yeah. On, gonna try and face check in here. This feels kind of tense considering how the early game felt a little one-sided towards BLG, aside from Shanks. Things have evened up. AD carries are basically even at this point. Shanks is still monstrously ahead. But Allah as well, with his Leandries finished, he is getting closer to being the true lightning rat that we all know and love. You know, he refused the Thunderstone. He's still going to be the Pikachu as opposed to the Raichu. But that won't stop him casting Thunder Wave and paralyzing the enemy.
Stuff like that, yeah. But is he that first Pokemon you joined at Stardew Junior? Is he in the level 88?
Yes, he is! The Thunderstone was used after all! They evolve and take down the Knight in Shining Armor. Or maybe they aren't not so shiny anymore. AL move to the Baron once again.
It's another ward that gets them killed. AL, they've used a lot of their engage tools now, though. What can BLG do as a response?
Kyle over the wall, gets 3. AL, health bars are pretty low, and Bin slams into the wall. Kyle will fall. Ala will go as well as a beautiful bomb comes through from Elk, and Croco caught on the bottom side. Wei will stop his escape. This is a huge moment for BLG to find their fight. Just as Baron is set up on the map, BLG, they stop messing around.
It is just like we said, BLG, they can flip as much as they want. Who do they turn to when they need the game back to a semblance of normalcy? It is Bin. Bin carries that fight, and Bin gets a huge amount of gold. He is now the gold lead for BLG.
Yep.
The Baron's going to give him even more room to carry with that too. AL, they just gave over a Baron to a 5 grub, 2,000 gold lead. Gnar at this point. You know, Kyle gets into the backline, and that's fine, but you don't have that much follow-up now. You don't have the Kaiser ultimate. Shanks is too low HP, and Bin, he is tanked enough now. Even as the Starix, he is never in danger at any point here. Fantastic flash. Bin is he is that guy. He is him. He is the guy where, when everything's been flipped, he will still be the carry.
That's my goat right there. Bin in the top side, absolutely monstering this game. Elk, great damage in that fight as well. And I just want to say, BLG, that is the best they've looked all game, and it's when they're 4v5 and Knight isn't a part of the picture. Knight is the problem, everyone. Knight is the problem.
It's a night and day difference, you could say. Dragon started up now. AL, can they find themselves a better team fight than that last one? That will be the task. Bin getting up to Mega Gnar, potentially teleporting back in.
Would be the third Drake for AL if they can find the Smite. Croco trying to stay in the area. He's got vision. Daisy is making sure of that. 2k on the Drake. We're just going to 50-50 this one as Croco steps back in and he gets the Smite, but unfortunately a bomb on top of his head as well, and they just don't have the health bars to stick around in front of BLG here. It's one onto Kyle. Ala looking for the re-engage, and on goes down. Croco so low on HP. Ala has to turn golden just to survive here, but I don't even know if that'll be enough. Knight dips in and out as Elk finds a bonus on the back of the fight.
Elk is getting ridiculous damage out of this Ziggs. AL are not closing down the backline that effectively, and Elk has, of course, he even brought himself up that Morellonomicon, which cuts some of the healing coming through from Croco. This has been a little bit less of a slam dunk fight from BLG. Hope does have that double if it hits. He could ult forwards, but Elk is wise to that one. AL walk away with Soul Point. That is important. It will definitely help the survivability of this team, which will help with, of course, all of the extra items and shielding, which Croco will be using to defend his team. Bin comes into the play, but he doesn't have the flash this time. It's much harder for him to get into that backline, and this is a much better front-to-back from AL in some ways. By the way, Ivan getting a Smite steal is just not a very common thing. He has no extra ability to aid his Smite like a Maokai Q or the Sejuani E or something like that. So that's a great Smite from Croco. And they do manage to get themselves a decent front-to-back, but while all this is happening, they're still going into a choke point versus a Ziggs. That is not very healthy for them, and the last bomb over here somehow skips onto Croco, who misjudges that one and goes down.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, Elk actually tried to time that for Ala's Zonya's finishing, but did it slightly too early, and so it bounces through, and then it ends up landing on Croco, which is absolutely hilarious. This game went from quite a quiet early game, realistically, to an absolute banger in these fights. This has been such a silly game from both teams. Remember, seeding is on the line here. BLG, we kind of wanted to see them looking clean today.
Teleport.
They looked clean in the first game. Ala wants to stop that being the case in the second. Elk is found. That's a huge shutdown for Ala. Hope has the damage to bring down the Sejuani as well. The stun comes on through to set it up. And Hope getting an extra injection of gold. AL's carries are very much online.
They're online, and BLG, they had a Baron buff. They have had themselves a good team fights, and they still haven't got themselves into a really dominant position here.
Poor Bin. He doesn't deserve this.
Exactly. Bin is sat here going like, guys, I'm going into the side lane. I'm going to get the side lane. Guys, I'm 3-2. I've got a 2,000 gold lead. And just watches just the kill feed on the right-hand side of the screen just go to hell on the other side. Got Shanks, who's still sat here on a good gold lead. I will say, I don't think Shanks has been able to leverage his gold lead that much. Part of that is the nature of the team fights. It's quite hard for him to jump forwards into a lot of immediate CC from Sejuani, Yone, Meganar, the Satchel, and the Nautilus as well. So it's hard for him to find a gap there, but still, BLG need to be very careful of letting him into the next couple of fights. If you misuse your CC and you don't close down that Tristana, she will be putting out an absolute ton of damage.
I'm just going to say, Bin needs a hull breaker stat. Like, the man needs to just get in a side lane and get some towers down. I feel like that's the only way at this point. That's not really true. Honestly, the team fight is kind of terrifying. If BLG actually group up in team fight, like the Gnarl into Elk's bomb. Look at Elk's items, man. He's 1,000 gold away from finishing a death cap. Like, that bomb is going to literally one-shot carries if you can just lock them up for long enough for it to hit. Elk is a problem, but only if he doesn't get caught out. And in that previous play, he was the one caught out and flanked by Allah.
So what you're saying is we're now at an afternoon showing of Elkenheimer, as we'll see exactly how much explosives he can put into this research project. But
was that a pre-written line, or did you think of that?
No, I just thought that's a thing. Occasionally my brain comes up with it. Thank you.
Love that one. Please bring that into a real cast.
This isn't real enough for you. We will definitely see more of Elk Sig, so I'm sure we'll have that at some point in the future. He's going to have so much damage here. And AL, they do have the Zhonya's on Ala. I think we haven't seen as much Zhonya's Kennen play in this iteration of Kennen, because he's been much more about the burst. However, when we've seen the last couple of games today, even with the Rumble and the Cannon, what this allows you to do is play as a temporary frontline. And when you have the Ivern, which that then allows you to survive around to the second round of shields, it means you actually can be a little bit of a frontliner despite not having HP and huge tank stats. Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds. That might be the difference. AL, they want a front-to-back fight. They want to make sure that they can play behind these big zone control.
Bit of a zap onto on there from Nikolai Teslale. I've kind of brute forced that one a little bit. It's
that's pretty good, actually.
Killian Murph-Kale trying to finally engage as well.
No!
Okay, hook onto Hope. That's the combo from Knight as well. It's all looked terrible all game from BLG, and they just find it at the perfect moments, don't they? They did it for the Baron, and they're doing it again for Drake, but hang on. Croco's not done, and Shanks ain't done either. On with a bomb. Oh, but the ult doesn't knock it into the team. That's a double still for Shanks, and he gets the resets as Croco trying to find the route. Doesn't quite find his target, though. Shanks is so huge, but just can't keep going forward.
That should give them soul. Either way, that should be soul. Bin can recall and he can teleport into the play. He might be able to stop them doing something, and indeed that's what he's doing. Arla, he doesn't have teleport himself just yet, so he won't be able to regen. I actually think this comes down to a fight now. Shanks, he might have been a little bit late to start at this dragon. Bin is back.
Bin on the flank. Shanks trying to escape. I think he wins the 1v1 though his way. Dives in the mix as well. Shanks looking for Bin, but denied by Elk's bombs. Thrown backwards. Might be finished off, but still going strong. Elk finally finishes the kill as Ala tries to get onto the rat. But it goes 1-for-1. Croco's here with the smite. Bin is about to turn Mega though. This could be the opportunity if he has the hop available. Knight moves into the mix as well. Croco has to be denied. He's got the smite available. Bin trying to burst the Drake as Croco wants to move in. Bin is going to zone him as Knight tries to finish the Drake. Kyle moves in as well. Who gets it? It's Hope of all people. And that is a Mountain Soul. Hope over the wall, but the bomb's coming on through still. Redemption won't land. Oh my lord, what did I just watch?
You just watched absolute cinema. I don't know what the hell the actual implications of this are going to be, but Mountain Soul going up to AL, so they have the shields on top of their shields with no Serpent's Fang to be seen on the side of BLG is going to be a huge issue. BLG, their first combo does a hell of a lot of damage, but I don't know if it's going to be enough now. We even saw Hope. It takes such a long time to die in that first initial engage there. I'm worried if BLG will even have the damage. AL, they might be forcing us to a third game off the back of this Yordle in the mid lane, but they've just given up a pick and river.
Great hook on Croco. And that's the jungler down for AL. BLG arrive in the nick of time. Flash over from Kyle to survive. It's 4v5 on the map right now. But BLG with jungle advantage should be able to move to the Baron. But Wei has overstepped for the red buff potentially. Maybe it's Kyle that's overstepped. I don't know what's going on anymore.
BLG might have just clutched out this play. Croco should never in a million years be stood up alone in that topside river with no damage behind you. I don't care if Kyle's there. He's not going to save you by damaging the enemy team. So Baron goes down despite AL having that Mountain Soul and having great positioning on the map after that last play. God damn, what the hell happened here? I'm worried about what's going to happen with this feature combo. Hope gets caught out by Hook. On has been very accurate with these this game, but look how long it takes him to die. That's 2-3 ultimates because the Yone ult does end up going a little bit wide there. Arla gets a good zoning play, and then Shanks finally gets himself ability to jump forward. We said it's quite hard for the Tristana to play in a lot of these fights because there's so much immediate CC. He tries to flash out of what he thinks is going to be a hook coming out of on there, I think. So I think that's a pretty okay reaction play from him. He kind of would have needed that timing. Things just go off the rails at this point, though, because everyone has so much damage, particularly because Bin is so fed and Elk is too. It just becomes about who can mechanically outplay.
Yeah, Shanks doing absolutely everything he can in this one. The shields from Croco. This is what we were talking about, the combo of Tristana alongside the Ivan later on in the game. It's just so hard to deal with. Look at the gold lead for Shanks. It's the only gold lead on the map for AL, but it's 4K individual lead for Shanks overnight.
So the spectator is hovering over these wards.
Wait,
why is that? It's because Arla has a teleport. He is a level 16 cannon. He has the Mountain Soul, which makes him more towards that. There is a lot of ability for him to get towards this flank, but he's not pulling the trigger right now. Maybe afraid that his team couldn't follow up.
He wants them to overcommit. He wants them to be really locked into the play, I think, but he's joined his team. BLG, in the meantime, though, while AL refused to make a decision on the flank, they lose their entire base. I mean, Ziggs works so well with the Baron buff. Like, the towers are gone in seconds.
He's got a death cap. Like, this dude is so strong. You know that one picture? Again, it's Elkenheimer. He's got the hat that he had and everything, too. He's got the same kind of trilby.
That shot of Killian Murphy looking harrowed right now, that's us when we see this next team fight.
You know, we said we might have set off a chain reaction to destroy the Nexus. I think we just did. He's going towards even like a last needlessly large item at the rod item at the end, too, because if you look at the magic resist over the whole team of AL, it's not really there. They will have some from the 2 Mountain Dragons and then, of course, their base magic resist per level as well. But on the whole, Elk is going to be hitting like a goddamn truck. He buys up his Zhonya's, and a reminder that the Zhonya's, it's not a low damage item anymore. It still gives you 100 AP. It's still a huge amount of AP compared to what it was before. It used to give you something like 70 back then, before in the mythic item kind of patch. He is so strong. If that combo comes through onto the right targets, Elk is going to one-shot.
As you say, Elk will hit like a truck. And the T1 players in their facility in South Korea feel a chill down their spine as the word truck is used. But my goodness, I mean, this is just such a good comp at using the Baron buff, at pressuring onto the enemy base. And it feels so hard to defend, honestly, for AL. They're doing their best, and it does feel like BLG are playing with some serious respect here to not overstep their mark and not just try and overly brute force things. Bin pressuring in the top side. Baron has now timed out, but Bin has a lot of pressure just on his own.
But look what's happening here. AL need to not just defend their tower. They need to stop Elk getting within satchel range because it's insta-kill. That's why BLG were being pushed so hard in mid lane, because it was an instant kill range. Bin taking down that top lane slowly but surely as well. The 5 grubs make this so easy.
Half an inhib in one auto. Half an inhib from one proc of the passive from Elk there. Satchel onto Kyle, but he actually sidesteps it in the end, and I don't think Elk will get in range again. Hope manages to dodge the bomb. I kind of wanted that one to hit just so we get a tester to see quite how much that'll do.
Yeah, we need ourselves the Trinity test here in this game, is what you're saying. As Knight going forwards doesn't find himself that much. I think BLG find themselves in a really awkward spot where none of their champions can build a Serpent's Fang. There's a Mountain Soul and there's an Ivan, and there's like probably like a Locket coming through at some point for KL maybe too. We saw the other day, I think it was Hope himself that built Jhin with Shiv Serpent's Fang into a Jhin. He actually had a very strong game out of that. It can really nullify what that wants to do. It's just not available here. It's one of, it's also a similar conversation to how stuff like Leona is so poor versus Ashe because she doesn't want to build a Mikhail's. Similar kind of thing here. AL, they are going to get full value out of these shields, and we've got 20 seconds and seconds till that Elder. They have been pushed in. They have lost that bot lane inhib. They still might be able to clutch this out around an Elder. It's not the best terrain for BLG. Blue Star Dragons are notoriously hard to do because you can just be stuck in the pit.
Bin is trying to get some pressure on the top side. He's pushing these waves as fast as he physically can. The Daisy, though, just being sort of 1v1'd here isn't ideal. Okay, does manage to despawn it, and Elder has spawned. Daisy is still a part of the play. Wei has to make a miracle smite happen. He's just going to try and blast code in from the top side. Goes in sideways, but Buster shots it back out. AL get themselves Elder Dragon on BLG, try and end in the base. On and Wei, disrupting recalls as fast as they physically can, but Elk is in the base as well. The Ziggs does so much, but Bin escapes. Knight having to escape as well, as Elk is going to try and TP, but the bomb is enough, and he goes down. Oh my lord! AL have actually done it, haven't they? AL have got an Elder, and they might just find game 3.
Do they have any minions? They're killing a wave in mid lane. It's 50 seconds on most of the wave clear from BLG. 30 seconds for Wei, and on. The Elder will still be active when the time they come up. They're trying to brute force run it through with no minion tower debuff. They're trying to get themselves at least an inhib. How much more can they get? I don't know if they can end.
They have so many shields to work with. It might just work. They've still got 30 seconds until carries come up. It'll be On and Wei that spawn first, and the minion wave has nearly arrived. There are no TPs to keep the wave alive, but just Daisy alone is tanking for long enough. I think they might just do it right here. Forget absolute cinema. It's absolute shenanigans here as BLG are going to fall in game number 2, and AL make a miracle come true. Here, live on your screens. Daisy, the absolute MVP for AL, although that bomb from Elk nearly flips it. It won't matter. The Nexus falls, and AL bring us to 3.
We go to a game 3 between BLG and Anyone's Legend. We missed game 1 because it was so quick from BLG, but this is our problem with our current reigning champions of the LPL. They do just sometimes flip it in a full best of 3. They go to 3 games so often for a top team, and Anyone's Legend, a team which we've had very varied expectations of, can't make it happen. Folks, welcome back. We dashed straight back into that game. God, do I need a drink after that one. Don't know how strong it will need to be, but God, I'm gonna need to get myself at least some hydration. Jesus.
That was... I don't even have words for what that was. That was BLG. That was BLG is what it was. AL managed to punish them in the end. Some happy gaming, to say the very least, from BLG. But to be fair, it felt like the longer that went on, the harder it was to get through these Ivan shields. And AL did a tremendous job of defending as well as they did. Like, a lesser team would have fallen.
Yeah, I think, genuinely, not having a champion that really wants to build a Serpent's Fang really screwed BLG. You don't have... Well, Elk's not going to buy it because he's the frickin' Ziggs, and AP champions don't have an anti-shield item, and even Shadow Flame, back when it technically was an anti-shield item, wasn't really. The Yone wants to go towards tankier stuff later on, and Bin was going towards tanky stuff too. I think that really ended up hurting them. They tried to out-macro around the Elder, but they were slow to the Dragon, they were slow to the base, and then they end up losing a load of kills and not stopping the backs effectively. So AL, credit to them, they out-macro BLG at the end, despite an absolute fiesta of a game, and there is no other way you can describe that.
No, that was something else. The decision-making at the end there from BLG to try and just end the game and hope that Wei and On could delay the recalls long enough. It wasn't quite enough. Minion wave wasn't there in time, and I mean, Elk was doing his damnedest, wasn't he? Elk was doing some serious damage. Yeah. Knight did not have a good game. It has to be said, Knight had so many awkward moments, especially early on. If Knight just does less, honestly, in this game, I think it's a BLG win.
Yeah, I'm sad for Bin, particularly. I think that Bin was the one dude who was sat there like, well, I'm just gonna like try and play my own game and see how much value I can get out of it. And also Elk to a degree too. I think that Elk also had some huge... Sadly, Elkenheimer was a bit of a box office flop in this game too, and we'll see whether we get a return to that. We will bring that to the mainstream at some point. That is too good of a reference to throw out. And, okay, I'm gonna go quickly get myself a coffee. I know there's the player, the, blah, blah, blah. MVP coming up at some point, but I just need to very quickly give myself some goddamn caffeine. So I'll be back in just a second, folks. Holy crap. Ugh.
All right. It's just you and me, chat. I don't know about you guys, but I'm warm. It is a hot day here in the UK. And had some damage from Shanks. I don't know what the number is, but it's got to be pretty big because Ala's on 30k. That's got to be like 40, 50k damage out from Shanks. Contending with Elk. Elk, literally the only one on his team doing some damage for BLG. Honestly, Knight had a bit of a stinker on a Yode. Like, bit of a stinker. Elk was trying, Bin was trying. I don't even know what to say. I just don't. What was that game? Do you know what? I'm going to eat the rest of this bacon sandwich that my loving wife delivered to me. And you guys can watch me eat in silence. That's how we do it. HB sauce because I'm British as fuck. This tastes almost as good as that bin flash Q did.
Did we get MVP here or install? Oh, it's in highlights. Holy crap, man.
Me and chat are eating my bacon sandwich together.
Nice. Oh man, you know what? One of the things I really miss about so I went to Sheffield Uni, and just outside the physics building, there was like a bacon roll van, which was so good, man. It's like two quid for, you know, a coffee and a bacon or a sausage roll or something like that. It wasn't even that more expensive to get a best bacon, egg, sausage, tomato. Absolutely banger. Like, they made an absolute killing out of 9 AM lectures of people who didn't cook breakfast or something like that because they're students and, you know, who's got time for that?
And also, why would you have breakfast at home when that's on option?
I know, right? God.
It's not even your money. It's a bank's money.
True. God.
Why would you not?
I'm really glad this went to 3 games. I think it would have been a little bit lackluster if we came back in, missed game 1, and then, like, couldn't get the full series.
I know, it was a stomp, yeah.
Okay. Oh, man. Ah, shit. So after running...
How hot is it in Berlin right now?
What's the same thing? So my room is about 29 degrees, which is not as hot as it can be, actually. But, yeah, it's been pretty warm again. Normally what happens is it stays up around the 30s, and then it goes to, like, a huge storm at some point.
It's 28 where I am right now.
Yeah, it's not bad. Pretty similar.
I mean, it is bad.
No, yeah, true, yeah. I think, because this doesn't, like, transfer well to, like, particularly a lot of people in, like, in the States, whether in, like, you know, like New Mexico, Texas, Florida, Georgia, stuff like that. The problem is, we are very far north, comparative. If you look at the actual, like, latitude? Yeah. And so we're actually very far north, particularly in, in the UK, and then obviously in Berlin as well. But the humidity, particularly in the UK, is very, very high, and also like, and obviously the temperature gets really, really high at points too, which means that it ends up being kind of like Floridian heat at the very worst case scenario, but like on the same kind of like level as Moscow in terms of like north-south, which is
yeah. The problem as well is our buildings are literally designed to be heat boxes because it's usually cold. So on top of all of that, you also are basically in a greenhouse.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Okay.
I do have a little breeze coming through the window though, so all is good in the world.
Problem is because so my windows like got lights on them. I kind of want to keep them open just because I like natural light, but it does heat up the room. But also the air coming in is just warm air, so it doesn't actually help anything. Shanks MVP, yeah, had to be really, didn't it? No surprise there.
Yeah, I think anyone else getting MVP here would have been criminal, to be honest.
I mean, nah.
Argument for Croco, but Ivan just running in and Daisy just running in and dying fight after fight. Maybe not.
Yeah. No, I think Croco also just got caught out a couple of really key moments where Shanks actually, when the carrying was asked of him, actually delivered, which is really important because he's not done that a lot in the Essential stage. And I guess versus BLG, who are inconsistent as hell, but hey, I mean, it is worth celebrating. It is worth celebrating.
I have a question.
Yep.
Was Yagao all of the macro for BLG? was he like 100% of the macro play for the team? Because
Was
I feel like the way that I mean, the way that they play now versus the way they played with the roster with Yagao on, it's a very different team. It's a very, very different approach to the game. I feel like they just try and lane gap now and just snowball as opposed to like, I mean, they had some good macro plays this game as well, but they also had some pretty dicey
losing
stuff going
Tabe
on.
is also a big thing as well. But then again, I guess that's... Yeah. The thing is, for me, like, you can't make the excuse of, oh, it's just the AP jungle meta or something like that. They were playing... The first series of the year they played with shit like Brand. They've been playing Brand the entire year, longer than anyone else. They were the first team to pick up the Brand jungle. I don't know. I don't know what the hell's happened with that, because I think, much like T1, I think that BLG have struggled because they don't have as consistent lane gaps as they had before, because they were consistently lane gapping. They're not doing that now. I think Elkanon, they don't have their kill lanes, which was a huge part of their style, because basically what they ended up doing when they were at their best was playing around like kill lanes, always path bot, use that as a locus of power, go into the bot jungle or dive or zone off bot lane from turret. You have like multiple options there, but it all starts with bot lane pressure really, and that's when we were considering Elkanon maybe the best lane in the world. Obviously I think that has now very much changed in our perception of them. And I think when they've not been playing towards kill lanes and pressure bot lanes, they've really struggled. And I think the problem with that is you have been in topside, who is a fantastic character to play around. There have been moments where I've trusted Elkanon to play weak side, but they've been few and far between. Even in this game, you know, the first time that On leaves Elk alone, he dies in bot lane after getting those huge trades in bot lane. Like, he goes up towards Grubs and they 2v1 him a bot, and Elk just dies randomly. That's not really acceptable in this kind of game.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but I want to do some sports wearing leaning gear now.
I mean, I do have... I've got the JDG and BLG jerseys from leaning. I've got them, but...
Yeah, but I want a snowboard and some yoga kit. And speaking of that, actually, I think maybe I need a new phone and a tablet and a beret.
The adverts for you're not immune to advertising, Joe. You are not immune to advertising.
Maybe a new modem, actually, for my guitar.
Yeah.
And I might just get a hat and a camera.
Yeah. I mean, I have my guitar. I have a guitar bag. So
I feel like going on jindong.com.
Do you feel like getting gamer supplements as well? Do you like gamer subs?
I tell you what, I like milk. I don't know why this is an LPL sponsor. This makes me laugh so much. I just love... I had this in China. It is literally like flavored milk.
I'm down with that. I like milk.
I mean, it's nice. It's nice.
Is it lactose free?
No. I just had to try
I think
it, you know?
like it's only really in Northern Europe which is like not got problems with lactose. I just kind of assumed that all dairy-based products elsewhere are lactose free because it's a big problem. Oh yeah, how much have you been doing on Swarm, by the way?
Not as much recently, but I've just not had that much time to play games recently. Yeah. The one thing I will say, just on the milk topic, those little cartons like full of milk, I love that they always have them on the LPL caster desk as like a product placement. Like, you know that's an empty carton, because the amount of time that singular carton of milk has been sat on that desk, it would have exploded by now. Like, can you imagine you're there casting halfway through the day, suddenly the milk explodes in front of you?
But the thing is, like, whenever milk gets on clothes as well, like, you immediately have to wash them, otherwise that shit is so bad if you're sitting there in the heat and stuff. Oh god, it's just the worst. Is there any bassist in Professional League? I mean, it's not that difficult compared to guitar, I say controversially. I don't know. I mean, we're both guitarists. There's a million guitarists out there. I know Hip Brain's a drummer.
I played bass once.
Really?
That was pretty good.
Yeah, I can play Hysteria by Muse, and that's like my party trick by that. But yeah, that's like the cool bass line they have. Right, I gotta go get my coffee from the other room. I gotta get that. I also think I might need to run another ad break because I was only the short regular ad one. We've got 28 minutes free now. I don't know how many pauses we've got. That might be not enough. I shall see. Anyway, I'm gonna go quickly get my coffee and I'll be back.
The one bass line I can do is the one from Fleetwood Mac's The Chain, the one off of F1. It's very easy, but it sounds cool as fuck. You know what? I think I'm actually going to be right back. I'm going to get some more water. I might get a cold drink, honestly, because I'm boiling. I'm just going to BRB, so you're going to have to take the first bit of draft.
Okay, right. 27 minutes. I don't know how many pauses we've got. Oh god, if it goes hyper late game, it might be an issue. I might like run a 1 minute round. I don't fucking know. I don't know how long that was. We're getting into draft light super soon. Might have mistimed that by putting the because you can't run your manual ads once the auto ads have gone on. And that might be something we contend with at some point. So going into game 3 of this draft, and we'll see exactly how much we can do about this third game. I mean, BLG, that second game was a mess, but the first game was very, very dominant. So, bans coming through for both of these teams. The Ashe, the Leona, the Tristana on one side, the Rumble, the Lucian on the other. Lilia up and available as it stands. What else have we got in terms of those power picks? Tristana, of course, was really important for Shanks, but we've already mentioned that being banned. And now the cannon also being taken away as well. We did actually see AL try to counter the Bin cannon earlier with a Corki top lane. That didn't work out especially well for them. And Bin gets himself that Renekton. Very powerful blind pick in that top side. It has been kind of the flavor of the month LPL pick for that top lane. It's been so dominant in that early lane, and Ala will have to find some way to deal with it. We have seen some people just concede the lane and pick something like a Cassante to try and get some value from it. You can go towards Ala's Jax as well. The Jax-Renekton matchup is one of the longest standing in top lane history from over 10 years in this game, despite the very different iterations of this team. Sejuani, very, very powerful pick as well between both these teams. Croco, sort of answered the Sejuani hard engage by absorbing the engage last game with the Ivern, but it's not going to be quite as easy in this one as we get ourselves closer and closer towards that game. Lilia, very, very powerful magic damage dealer as well. So I'm getting ourselves into the second part of this draft for BLG. The Lily was the easy lock-in. Does fine in terms of that magic damage. What will Knight go towards? Will he go back towards that Yone? He's been struggling on it a little bit recently. Could still be the answer for them in that mid lane. AL, they have themselves that core. Technically a flex pick for them now, but it should still be into that mid lane. All the same, expecting something to come through from that mid lane, but no, going to lean on Knight's champion pool a little bit more. A lot of those mid lane champions been banned out already, expecting more of them to come through later in. Instead, it's the Misfortune. El can play very, very lane dominant with that. So what do we see here from Anyone's Legends? Ezreal, notably still up and available as well. They could also go towards something which can survive that Renekton matchup. Bin on Renekton is very lane dominant with this, so they lock towards something that can answer, or at least survive or answer that. They were thinking about the Cassante, which have been conceding the lane but impacting team fights. The Jax can do better in the early game if you get some resources. You expect the Renekton to win in isolation, but Ala's Jax is not quite the level maybe of Bin's Jax, which is of course legendary in its own right, but still notable. Probably I would say maybe even the second best Jax within the LPL. And it will combo up with that Sejuani as well for the melee synergy. Up there, top side early skirmish is already looking quite spicy between the Renekton Lilia and that Jax Sejuani. Into the second round, not in fact banning out any of the mid laners, instead banning out some of the combinations with that Misfortune. Some magic damage banned away from Anyone's Legends now as well. That Zig's going to be taken away from Hope, and potentially going to remove that Kai'Sa as well if BLG would like to kind of force Anyone's Legend into an all AD composition. Another one of those combos taken away from On. So BLG, they're probably looking towards the Rel now. That can be very powerful for them. I mean, could even see Kyle lock that away. As their fourth pick, be a takeaway. It would leave you with very little ability to kind of play through the bigger AoE combos in terms of that support role. So the Rel, the last really hard engage option left on the table. Wouldn't surprise me to lock that into for Kyle. It would mean you have a lot better teamfight engage.
I was just thinking the exact same thing.
Wonderful. Just say that we've got a lot of our engage options now off the table because of the second round bans. I'm kind of surprised that Knight wasn't banned out more, but honestly, with Shanks' last game, I honestly don't mind letting him have something like that Yone if he's going towards it, because he didn't have a great game on it the last time either.
Agreed. I've just got myself a can of Iron Brew, which is made from girders, for anyone that doesn't know. So I'm charged up and ready to go for the last game. I've got to say, I like the... I'm not a big fan of Renekton first pick, but when it's Bin,
yeah,
I like it. I feel like Bin's like, look, guys, don't give me an R, give me something I can actually carry this game on, because you're all so heavy. I need some more power behind me.
You know, funnily enough, I think that Renekton for me falls into the same bracket as Nidalee, where like you just have to get so much value out of it that only a few players should really be allowed this pick. Bin's one of them. You got 369. I think Arla and Breathe have shown some value out of it as well, but even then that can be sporadic for some players like that too. Last pick coming in from AL. I'm so surprised they didn't take away Rel on 4. Like, it was so obvious that was going to come in, but they're looking towards that Maokai, which means they have a decent amount of their own synergy now with the engages.
They've got a lot of disengage for AL as well, right? With the Maokai plus the Sejuani, everyone always thinks of as an engage tool, but can be a fantastic disengage tool as well. So AL can potentially try and play this at range with the Ezreal and Corki. But Ala, you know he's going to be looking for the flanks. He does it every single game, and he's on his Jax. That top lane matchup is going to be a bit of a banger. Renekton versus Jax, Bin versus Ala. It was always going to be good. I don't know if we've mentioned this on the cast so far as well, but it's literally Tabe's most successful team versus his current team that's like evolved since he joined the roster. So exciting times to see if Tabe can be the difference. Maybe he was the difference for BLG. He'd have to prove it now.
So folks, I'm going to very quickly dash out of the room because I need myself a Red Bull for our last game of the day. So I'm going to keep myself further awake for this one and keep all eyes on the prize. We'll be loading in sooner and sooner towards that Rift and getting ourselves towards whether AL can get themselves a very unexpected victory here. But that game 2 was frenetic as heck. And see if we can get ourselves into an even more frenetic game 3.
Only time will tell. I'm excited for this one. I've lost the plot in terms of trying to analyze anything here, guys. It is at this point just it's vibes, it's memes, and I feel like there's a reasonable chance that's where the teams are at as well, because this is game number 3 in the series. I imagine it's just as hot over there, although I know that they do have good aircon in the arena, because I've been there. I've been in that arena. I sat on that seat first in from the left on the... Sorry, first in from the right on the left segment on the front row. That's where I sat. It was very exciting. And it was lovely and cool. And actually, I could barely see the screen because I was too far forward. So I would recommend sitting further back. You're welcome, everyone. Also, on the topic of Shanghai tourism advice, there's a bar near the Bund called The Captain. It's fantastic, rooftop bar. You can see the skyline. It's not on the Bund, but you can kind of see the Bund from it. Oh, fantastic. Highly recommend it there. Great Long Island iced tea.
Doesn't Rookie also have a restaurant in Shanghai as well? I seem to remember him opening up one and something like that. We could see a bit of cooking in the bot side, but nothing too much yet. Maokai, Ezreal, pretty good at poking out. Not the best bot lane in terms of lane domination. However, getting poked like that does help you quite a lot at the early levels. The Misfortune makes its way through the draft. It has been very flavor of the month here in LPL. There's a lot of reasons for that. I'm sure we'll cover that at some point, but the laning is one of those big points. Getting the sapling poke off, though, does help Hope and Kyle survive this early lane.
On doing a good job to try and soak these saplings while his shield is up as Knight and Shanks trade aggressively this bloody Zeri mid lane. I'm not a fan of it. Not really a fan of Zeri in general, but I feel like we saw it from Rookie earlier on. Couldn't quite be that big team fight tool. We'll see if Knight can have a better performance here. Has hits that level 2 and punishes Ala immediately.
And worth noting, so Rookie played his first Zeri game mid lane earlier today. He lost with that one. Yeah, he did. I was trying to remember if he ended up winning that one. But Knight, this is his second game of the Zeri. He lost his first game and he had a KDA of 1.5. So fair to say, not necessarily his comfort. No, weirdly, in the past, Knight was actually a very good ADC mid player. Like I'm talking years ago, he was actually a very good Corki mid player back then, before it kind of changed back over to the AP version and then blah, blah, blah. I don't think Knight has been very good at the ADC mids at all. I think that has been a real problem for him, and I think that, for me, I think BLG in some ways have some issues not dissimilar to NIP as well. Like, you know, they both actually had both late replacements of junglers in the split because of varying levels of form. But I also think that they've struggled how to find themselves a new identity after Spring and after MSI. I think Knight looked so much better on the majors, like the Talir, like the Ahri, Aurelion, Sol, maybe less so on that one. That was more of a rookie pick. But I much preferred him on stuff like that rather than the ADC mids, because it feels like he's really struggling to playmate in the way he did before. And BLG, now lacking playmaking from mid lane and struggling how to balance the map in terms of should they focus top side and leave bot lane on weak side because they've struggled with that, or the opposite way around and maybe struggling to play kill lanes the same way. BLG have really struggled to find an identity.
They tried changing their jungler as well to see if that would fix anything. To be honest, doesn't really feel like it's changed that much for me, really. I feel like they are still a very similar team to what they were before. Bin has just used his slice and dice as Croco walks into the lane. I mean, that is as easy as you like for AL Ala getting first blood.
And Wei uses his time to go into the enemy jungle and spot out the second respawn of Raptors. They might have overstaged now. Bin does have flash. You can go through the wave and get the non-empowered stun. In fact, I think he might just do that. Wei's looking forwards to it.
Maybe Croco the target instead. And Bin gonna zone him towards the tower. Gets the stun with the flash to make sure that Wei can be a part of it. So both top laners now with a kill. Bin moves back into the top lane and is going to try and freeze this wave for as long as he can. Holds it out of the tower wave, and now Ala in a really rough spot where he has to go for that recall and try and contend.
Yeah, so he's going to teleport back in, but he's going to lose an entire wave pretty much before he gets there, because there were, what, 6 ranged creeps and a cannon. That's so much DPS from the wave, which means that a lot of those extra minions are going to die, and you can see that basically the whole wave dies before Ala can even come back in. Bin will get himself a cannon. The observers would absolutely tell us if he missed it. Don't you worry about that. They are absolutely locked in on that fact. So at least something reclaimed from BLG. Croco now going down potentially towards bot side.
Stun comes through onto Kyle. Do you know a stat I would really love to see in the LPL? I know this is not really possible, but cannons missed that the observers didn't see.
Yep.
I wonder what their cannon miss to view ratio is for the observers in the LPL, because I bet it's damn good.
There
I
are
bet it's
LPL,
absolutely insane.
there are pro views out there. You can see their point of view, but God, I'd be watching so much tape. That'd be many hours invested into that. I mean, it'd be worth it. It would absolutely be worth it, but yeah.
No two ways about it. Bin with a really nice trade. He's level 6 over Ala's level 5 right now. His Knight actually uses his lightning crash down in the mid lane just to clear this wave away, get a good trade onto Shanks, and potentially move down towards the bottom side of the map. There was an on-the-way ping. I don't know if that was just from Elk pinging that he's going back to lane. I do find there's a lot of, like, totally useless pings in pro play. Like, Elk pinging that he's going back to his lane is, I think, surprising to absolutely nobody.
Yeah, I wonder how it is in terms of basically trying to keep comms clear and stuff, because you don't want to put... hang on a second, that's a heavy trade. Hope's got to be careful there. Owie!
Big damage, and Kael has run out of Aftershock. Will walk away with his life. Nearly walked the double up into Hope there. Elk arrives, and they know that he's back. He makes it known with that BF sword.
Bin alone on top side for now. Wei has started up those grubs. There was a chance for Croc to go in. Bin is level 6, doesn't get himself the mind game on that W for the camp strike.
Bin trading heavily. Ala sets it up beautifully. The stun is going to come on through, and that is a second for Ala already. However, here comes Knight to try and clean things up. Ala the target, but he gets underneath the tower. The burn, is it enough from Wei? Not quite. And Croco walks away too.
Ala not going to get hit by the swell seed either. Ala's Jax is up there on a similar level to Bin's Jax, one of those real famed individual picks, and Ala now getting 2 kills in this matchup, even though he's down that CS, does help him get a foot up in this lane. Eventually, Ala will get to the point where he will really start to wreck these team fights if you get on top of either Wei or Bin or someone like that. We've seen exactly how much you can do on the flank of a team fight. And this piece being added to the puzzle of Anyone's Legend was a huge point between Spring and Summer. Tabe coming in and Ala coming in was so big to give them an extra Tarry potential.
Oh, look at the combo from the bot lane of BLG. Flash forward, but Hope still escapes. Kyle will not be so lucky. That's a kill for Elk on the Misfortune.
And Hope is not going to be able to claim this wave on the bot side. He's going to leave like a double stack to... Oh, Hope, that's very dangerous. He's got his E back up, should be safe, but he'll be losing a double wave here now as well. This is why the Misfortune getting through the draft has been so important for BLG, because it allows BLG to play towards lane-dominant bot lanes in a way which they can't do with other picks nearly as much. Shanks will now pick up the wave which Hope has lost. It'll be something for him, at least more resources for their second AD carry. Which is something for them, but Misfortune, such a powerful pick right now, can go towards the Bloodthirster, which gives her a strange interaction with the W, where she keeps her move speed even unless she gets that shield broken. Very, very powerful in terms of her range in her team fights later on with her ultimate, and considering you're playing around a lot of champions who want to be standing in that mid-range, it's going to be very, very powerful.
Kyle has Flash W available, but not level 6, so won't be able to go for any roots, and Knight will just space out the sapling, keep himself fine in the mid lane. Got 2 plates for Shanks roaming down to the bottom side. It's been a tense early game, but BLG just about finding advantages.
We'll say, On and Elk have been playing these 2v2s very, very close, but On has had way better of them today than he normally has done before. I think that On has been very about the place in terms of whether his laning phase has been excellent or disastrous. Today it has been putting towards the positive. Very, very close trades, but Algernon threading the needle well so far. And in a game like this, when the Misfortune Rel is such a key part to your burst combo later, that is very important.
Good stuff from On, setting up for Elk's combo as well. I mean, the damage Misfortune does early on in the game, like you say, going for that Bloodthirster. It's kind of old school, isn't it? The BF sword first back.
Yeah.
It's like a long time
Season
since
3,
that was the standard. Yeah. And honestly, you know, I kind of miss that, because I feel like there's an extent to which when you can buy a BF sword on your first back, it like really rewards a good start to the lane. You know, the difference between you going back and getting a couple of long swords versus a BF sword is night and day.
It's a huge thing. Crocker does have level 6. I think we've got a big fight coming through here. Another big combo.
Well, that time doesn't really quite land properly. There's a lilting lullaby and a bit of follow-up for the sleep, but Croco just going to be tapped. Blue buff. I'm not even sure who got the blue buff, actually. Way and Croco both look like they don't have it.
Yeah, I don't know who got that one. I'd imagine it was one of the extra supporting
Maybe it was
caster.
the bullet time,
Might have been the bullet time, yeah. And I guess that's an extra little bit of something. Of course, Misfortune quite mana hungry, particularly with that Maker Brain, so I guess you'll take that. You'll take the takeaway from Croco as well on the Sejuani. Already falling behind in terms of that CS, but the extra assist is making up the difference as it stands right now. But we'll see whether he can keep up in terms of relevance to the Lilia in terms of items and gold as the game goes on. Lilia has been so goddamn strong in the LPL recently. And it was, yeah, Elcon, he has the blue buff there, so, and that's him taking that one. But yeah,
so
I mean,
he's essentially got his he's got budget Bloodthirster Essence Reaver.
Yeah, already.
He's got the mana regen, he's got the health regen, and the Vamp Scepter. Who needs the actual items?
Yeah. And you know, I think BLG have actually looked at their best when Elk is getting so far ahead of the gameplay aggressively like this too. Croco was looking into maybe see if he can get himself a Smite Steal. He didn't have visuals on the HP of the grubs. Looks in and says, I can't stay around for that. Immediately gets out just with that Q. But it would have been nice to deny one of these. BLG getting 6 grubs. That could be a bit of an issue. We'll see how effectively they can hit towers. So now the question is, BLG, you have the 6 grubs, makes your cross map so much easier. Cross mapping with 6 grubs is very, very easy because you kill towers so quickly, and it means that you can send one person to cross map and then you can send 3, 4 to defend different lanes on the other side of the map. Bin eventually will fall behind this matchup against Ala, but if he gets enough plate gold, it delays that timer, and it means that the Renekton, in which you do need to take winning lanes and bring them into winning team fights. This will help if he can get some plate gold to keep himself ahead of the curve just that little bit longer, and make sure that envelope of time which you're playing through is a little bit larger. That's a bad ward miss.
Yeah, unlucky for On there, as once again, Bin has gone in as Croco arrives on the top side. His reads have not been good in this side lane. Oh, he nearly turned it around there onto Ala. Ala realizes he cannot hit that wave. Wei has arrived. I wonder if Bin is like trying to set up for a long play for Wei to arrive, but
I think so, but this is the problem. Croco's now even going in and saying, all right, passive in there. He doesn't have his ultimate, but the damage is good. The top jungle synergy has been way better for AL than it has from BLG. I mean, okay, we didn't see that game 1, which we know ended with disaster for AL. But in the games that we have seen, in games 2 and game 3, Bin has just not been comboed up well with Wei, and that is one of the issues you have with changing a jungle like this. Yes, Bin and Wei, they played together on RNG in that MSI win back back in 2022, I believe that one was. No, it would have been 2021, rather, 21, because 22 is, of course, when Shahu went back towards... Look, it was one of those years. God damn it, it was one of them. He played with that one. But he's just not comboing up very, very well in terms of the timing of the jungler being in his lane. And that has led now to what should have been a dominant laning phase with a huge gold lead being leveraged through 6 grubs, now being even with Ajax, which has a Triforce now as well. Ale is very happy.
He'll be really happy with how this one's gone. Very, very comfortable for him. And it will still be bin with the 6 grubs. Might be able to finish off one more plate before he kind of runs out of time on those plates, but I don't know. This Renekton it's gonna have to be huge in the fights. He's gonna have to find some giga flanks. That recall is somehow off of vision. Elk really getting away with that one, and that'll be a really cheeky recall because MF gets back to lane so fast with boots, and with your W passive, like, you can really be cheeky with your recalls, and he's going to get back without losing any minions.
No, it's got to the point on Knight and might blow his flash here. This could be a little dangerous. No, he hops over the wall, and he'll get himself that skate 3 out of there. Ala is the one who is finally in a 1v2.
Okay, sleep comes through. No way out of that one. And Bin gets the kill. Crucial there, honestly, for BLG. That Bin didn't fall too far behind the curve. Shanks will get a couple of plates in the mid lane from the play from Croco. This is very back and forth, isn't it? The way that this game is being played. Like, we keep on seeing a positive play on one side for one team, and then it flips over for the next play.
Yeah, and this is why, you know, I'm losing a lot of confidence in BLG, because these were the kind of games where they would have such a mastery over the early game, and their ability to, like, lock the enemy out of using their tools and counterpunch very, very well was so effective. But now stuff like this is happening where they're not really considering the globals, the movements on the map. Bin is going to die for this first turret, which he would have loved to get for free.
Maybe he can get under the towers and execute. I don't know, though. I think he's just going to try and clear the wave if he can. Gets the Q across as many minions as possible. Denies any counter push onto his own tier 1 as BLG. You mentioned the cross map. They get a tower in the mid lane. Knight caught by the ultimate, but on there, body blocking for his mid laner as Elk crashes a wave in the bot lane as well.
Yeah, no, credit to BLG. I was questioning about that play on top side. They actually pushed it all 3 lanes and took all 3 turrets. So that's actually been working out well for them. This is what happened before this. This would have been the 1v2, I suppose, where I guess he took the extended play. And this time, finally, he had his jungler on a better timing than Arla did with Croco. Croco's going to take up that Herald as we, again, watch the replay of that kill go down. BLG, they get themselves a huge map opening play now. How do they accelerate game beyond this one? 15 minutes in, they have really big potential from Elk with that Bloodthirster, and of course the still window of power for the Renekton happening for this early into mid game. This could be very powerful. In fact, actually, BLG, I'm wondering whether they'd even go towards a contest here. MF is here with the Bloodthirster.
Okay, doesn't steal away the Herald. Croco will get that, and Alet zips out of the top side. But speaking of zipping, Knight moving over on that Zeri, wants a big lightning crash, and Croco will be the target. That's 300 gold into Knight's pocket.
Yes, that's nice. He gets an extra, again, a little bit of gold across these solo laners. Bin wants every little bit he can get at this point. The further Renekton is ahead of the game, the longer their window of power remains to be. Kyle potentially going towards Wei, and now Wei's caught out. Shanks is coming in.
Kyle actually got the Gromp there. BLG just cannot get Gromps. They just can't. That Gromp has got them every single time. In the previous game, it was literally Knight losing the game for the Gromp. This time around, it's just a flash from Wei. But either way, that Gromp is a mob boss, I'm telling you.
He's got some dirty secrets there. He's got some frog skeletons in the closet. As get now, again, it's a really strange game state where it feels like these are not very structured plays all the time. It feels like it is very responsive to someone showing on the map and trying to, like, very quickly make these decisive teleports. You know what this is? This is 2 Tabe teams playing against each other. This is actually the result of that. We're actually Tabe's style, and I think he's one of the few coaches you can actually see shine through in the team's macro in the way that they play, very obviously. Very quick, decisive map teleports where they try and read the game state and, like, get snappy teleports to push people out of position on the map. Ale, that's how they managed to come to dominance in Group D of the group stage, and I feel like that's been a core part of their style. And of course, BLG, they were kind of coached into dominance last year by Tabe coming in midway through spring and revolutionizing that team. And yes, he's gone from that team, and yes, Knight has come into the roster and Wei has as well. But I think there are still some shadows of that gameplay left in BLG. Absolutely, they've built a style off of it. I think actually we can see that quite effectively here.
And honestly, I'm really excited to see what AL can get done in playoffs, because I feel like this is it's almost like an experiment here of like, you know, we saw what Tabe could do with BLG, which is a roster of like world-class players, or at least by the time they were done on their run. Can he do the same when you've got a roster like AL that weren't world-class players when this roster first started out, when Tabe joined? Feels like maybe will be by the end of the run, as they find themselves a pick, but that's a bullet time over everybody. Kael put to sleep as well. They get over the walls. Croco and Ala might be able to get away, but Knight doesn't want that to happen. Ala the next target, but he leap strikes over to the minions. The slow is there, is the damage. The burn ticking away at Elk, flashes to finish the job.
And they have the 6 grubs. That'll be another tower down. BLG, they have the tools this time to accelerate the game, and AL are just falling behind on the map. It's Tabe team versus Tabe team, and BLG just seem like they have the better pedigree for this game. They're slightly further ahead, and they're slightly quicker to pull that punch in. Letting that MF through to have that dominant bot lane has really changed things. You could see that AL potentially were looking even there to have a decisive teleport again, to get Shanks into the backline, but they just don't want to take that fight against Elk's MF. He is far too strong.
Elk is monstrous at this point. He's on his way to getting his real Essence Reaper instead of just the phony one we saw earlier. The Herald finally dropped by AL. It should lead to a tower in the mid lane, but with Elk here, actually, maybe they can't push it, and I don't think the Herald charge on its own will finish the job. I don't think they can kill this before it gets the charge, but still, Tier 1 survives. It's only 1 tower this game so far for AL. It's 6 for BLG. That is sheer map dominance.
Yeah, BLG, they have just really accelerated this game. They've got 1 minute until the Dragon. That'll be an early soul point for them as well. Everything is working out. We go back to a replay of course, the play which happened in this top jungle as well, where yeah, he's caught out, but you're overcommitting onto the Rel. It's not the MF. It's not the Zeri. You're putting your damage into the wrong target. I get trying to look for the quick pick. It's not a quick enough pick onto a tanky enough support. You get the 1 kill, but you then run out of tools to finish off the rest of this play.
It's rough. Alan nearly got away. The fact that Elk is willing to flash for that kill as well, that kill really doesn't lead to anything, but Elk confident that they will be on the attacking side of these plays, that he won't need his flash defensively, that he's quite happy to exchange that for 300 gold. And I mean, now, he didn't even go for the Essence Reaver, by the way. He's gone for Infinity Edge, second item, so this is a really powerful misfortune, exchanging that mana regeneration for just outright damage.
And it does really feel like now, BLG, anytime AL misconnect, they don't connect with those carries, they're just going to immediately explode.
Croco is found on the wrong side of the play. It's a TP in from Ala. They're going to try and turn this into a 5v5. AL want to fight it somehow on, looking for the engages. The roots come on in. Bin on the top side of the plate as well, but it's 4v5 for the time being. Here comes the Crocus Knight surviving on the bottom side of the play, and Bin gets his moment. Revenge for the camp on the top side from Croco. BLG get themselves a clean fight.
This is so dominant from BLG. We know the best of 3 merchants. They do occasionally give up a game here and there, and this one just doesn't feel like it is playable for AL at this point. BLG, they gave them a bit of hope in game 2, and even then that got scrappy and it got close. It just hasn't been close this time. Elk wins lane, BLG win bot lane. They roll out across the map. It comes into the combo. Baron's gonna go down just a minute after it's been birthed onto the rift, and AL, they are just not close in any role right now. Shanks can't carry from this position. Ala can't carry from this position. Croco and Hope, they were kind of out of this game as well. And AL, it's just not a close game. They don't hit the carries the right way again. You can see that. They teleport in. This is Tabe team versus Tabe team, but they do try and go for these big, decisive teleports on side lanes across the map. Try and read the map better than the opponent. But right here, the bullet time doesn't get stopped. They don't get onto Elk quick enough. And yeah, they do get some damage onto Knight, but the damage is done. The damage is done. And it leaves so much room when they miss the carries in the right point for the damage to come through after.
Aloe is literally halfway through his attack animation as he dies there. But Knight manages to survive the play, and Bin using the Hex Gates to get himself onto the backline. Dominus going to be used as he tries to escape. Ala considering going in, but Bin has bought all the space he needed there using the Hex Gate. It's an 8,000 gold lead, and I'm telling you, this team is exactly the same as what Top Esports used to be. This is happy gaming right here. You don't stomp game number 1 and then game number 3 like this. and just look completely lost in game number 2 every single series by mistake. I don't believe in coincidences. BLG, they're hiding strats, they're playing the long game, and they're having some happy games along the way.
BLG, of course, they're looking to get themselves ever higher and higher into this Ascension group, trying to fight for seeding and get as best they can. Honestly, they probably don't deserve the top seeds but the way that they've been playing disrespectfully this summer, but they still deserve to be recognized for their upper level of potential. It's one of these really frustrating things about this team. I know they're goddamn good. I just want them to play like it all the time because it'd be better League of Legends. Yes, it's entertaining to see some teams give them good games over time, but this team should be playing like this more consistently. Knight gonna walk into Croco, and I think Croco doesn't want this fight.
Croco is on the wrong side of this one, and Knight gets stunned, but he'll be okay with that one. Baron being used now. All 5 members of BLG on the bottom side. As Croco stunned by Bin. BLG getting kind of chunked at this point. I don't know how much longer they want to hold this siege. It's not like their comp has crazy range to work with.
Yeah, I think that'll be it. 1 minute left of the Baron means that they can reset with the Empowered Recalls, get one last wave pushed out in each lane, and then they can use that to kind of tie it over to the next phase of play. It's not going to be long enough to set up the map for the next Dragon, which is going to happen in 3.5 minutes. God, that Hex Soul with everything else. Hextech Soul is one of the most broken things you can have with either Zeri or Misfortune as well. For Zeri, because every time she hits you, you get slowed, and she hits you some more. And the problem with MF is that she puts down that ultimate, and it's like she's hit you with the Make It Rain without actually casting the Make It Rain if that's not available as well. It's like a free slow into all of this massive AoE, which is just absolutely obnoxious. Also giving the attack speed and the ability haste as well on the individual dragons. I mean, everyone on this team loves a little bit of that as well. Anyone's Legend, they are hugely far behind in gold. They do have the 2 item spikes on their 280 carries, and Arla isn't unstrong with 2 items. He's just way far behind on the map, and he's going to get 1v3'd.
Arla pops his Grandmaster's Might. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference here. Perhaps gets a chance to stun up onto Elk, but no, Bin moves in the way, protects his AD carrier. Now Arla gets flanked by Wei as well. Stepped too far up in the lane, looks for Elk, and the cleanse comes through from Elk in the end, so at least a minor punish from Arla, but at the end of the day, he's still caught out.
And he's going to be dead for another 40 seconds. Oh god, that might even be inhib turret gone. 6 grubs. This is the problem. BLG, they've synced up their waves well.
Pushing mid as well.
Allah's now going to be dead for another 30 seconds. Yeah, Shanks is pushing a side lane, but this is going to be a 6 grub push with multiple AD carries into multiple roles.
Is this going to be 2 inhibs?
Oh, this is going to be double inhibs because Allah dies here. And because he died so late, he can't respawn and then teleport in for a threatening play. Shanks will push for an inner turret, but it is just not worth it. Allah over pushes. Allah costs his team 2 inhibitors because AL just haven't wrangled the map well.
And that is just phenomenal from BLG. The punish, that's triple inhibs because the top tower was already opened up. My lord, 1 top laner death, and this team will take the entire map. Like, it is just brutal. I just wish that they did this consistently.
Yeah, Knight's going to teleport to defend the inhibitor turret as well. 1:30 until the Dragon. This is about the sweet spot timing for this as well, because Shanks, God, he has to teleport out. The Hex Gates will help you get to the points of the map you need to be. Now the problem is for AL, they have 3 inhibs down. There is a Hex Soul coming up in 1:30. Now the inhibs just got taken. That's going to be 3 waves of super minions that will spawn before this Dragon comes through. So you have to deal with all of them. Arla is trying to like hard push out this bot lane as quickly as possible at this point because there's a minute until Dragon now. But the rest of the map, you could just lose the game off with this Dragon, and Wei is catching them out because AL are scrambling and they are going to be behind the map. This should be the series right here. AL, this is an impossible scenario to break.
How on earth do they dig their way out of this one? AL need more than just the potential we've been talking about all year. They need a bloody miracle at this stage. They need to show us something truly exceptional if they're going to find a way back into this game. But, I mean, 3.5 items on Azeri, 8 stacks on Wei's Dark Steel, 3 items on Elk. It's not getting any easier, and with double supers in every single lane, the sheer amount of pressure this AL roster is under, and especially when you know Tabo was talking to them in between the games saying, come on lads, you've got to beat my old team, I'll never live it down if we lose to BLG. Well, I'm afraid, Tabe, you might not ever live it down.
Yeah, might not have a choice in this one. Ale, I just can't look at any of these matchups and say it's going to go well for anyone's Legend. I think that right now, Knight, even though he's not as far ahead of gold against Corki, has all of the items to just completely shred this. This is a free Hex Soul. AL realize if they contest this Dragon, they lose the game. When you kill 3 inhibitors, 2 super minions spawn with each wave, and you can see that AL are trying their very best to try and keep these waves away from the Nexus. how do you defend the Dragon at Baron now? You've given up a Hex Soul. You've given up the map. You still haven't been able to push things across the other side of the river. Baron's up. If you move away from this, there's even a chance that Bin can teleport into a wave as well. He's not the best tower taker on the Renekton, but it'll be enough with all the super minions. Knight's going to go towards this now, and AL, what do they do?
1v1 me, bro. Knight just starts Baron by himself. I'll contest one thing you said there, and that's that the Hex Soul was free. It was not free. It cost AL a lot of happiness when BLG took that one. 8k on the Baron. There is a ward in the pit, but realistically, what's Grocko going to do about it unless he can make some kind of miracle steal happen? But he's put to sleep, and he's taken down the picks on top of the objective. I mean, this is a victory lap for BLG at this point. This is brutal.
BLG versus Anyone's Legend, the two Tabe teams of this era face off against each other, and one is quite clearly head and shoulders above the other. BLG are still best of 3 merchants, but they're still BLG at the end of the day, and Anyone's Legend, well, they're nobody's legend here in Game 3.
Certainly not. Bullet time comes down to finish off Shanks. On even survives. As the fountain dive goes through, Ala looks for one last hurrah, but the only hurrah he'll be hearing is the BLG fans in the audience as the Nexus will fall and BLG take the series in a clean fashion in the final game.
That'll do it for today's games. BLG walk away with a 2-1, and they'll keep themselves higher up in those standings. They have one last series to go, I believe, versus FPX towards the end of the day. And with that last series and that last game done as well, it comes to an important moment for us as well to take a bit of time to talk about ourselves. This will be the last game that is not broadcast officially on the LPL English channel for this year. Over the course of this year, myself and Munchables and many other co-streamers have helped cover these games to make sure that these games do not become lost media. I've cast a lot of these games, a couple of them with you, Munch, with Nizal, with Yanni, and of course a lot of them with my brother Samuel Initialized Hapgood as well. And throughout the efforts of everyone in the LPL community, it has been made possible that you guys out there can enjoy these games as though there were an official broadcast at some points as well. So for those of you that enjoyed that, good. That's what it's here for. We hope that you've enjoyed these games. And honestly, Joe, it's been really enjoyable having you on stream here today again. And, you know, I always enjoy and value the time I get to spend with you on cast here as well. God, we've done there have been 170, 180 non-broadcast games this year. We've finally got through them all. Jesus, man.
Yeah, it's been a big year. And with the new format as well, it's been an exciting time to honestly be an LPL fan. And honestly, this year has been an interesting year for the LPL. Our top teams have not necessarily looked like top teams the whole time. Even towards the end of this split, we still have top teams bringing us big questions like BLG today. But we are getting towards playoffs now, and we are starting to see that the top teams are going to be in form by the time we get to Worlds. Thank the Lord, we actually might have some competitive teams.
So we have 1 day left of our Rumble stage as well. Tomorrow we have FPX BLG.
It's a big day.
And then we have Top Esports JDG. Top Esports JDG, that's actually huge. That's insane. That could potentially... I'm trying to remember if that will potentially flip. No, that doesn't really affect, sadly, JDG. But I think with the results of that day... Oh, actually, I'm not sure if that means... It doesn't mean much for standings. At the end of the day, it doesn't mean that much for standings, because actually a lot of things have narrowed down with today's results. It does mean a lot for momentum. If JDG managed to look competitive versus Top Esports, that really opens up the conversation for top of the table. Because I think currently Top Esports look like best team in the LPL. If they struggle versus JDG, that could be changed.
If I'm not mistaken, it does still matter tomorrow for Top Esports being able to get in the top 2, right? BLG's result really matters, and Top Esports' result matters, because both BLG and Top Esports can still make it to 2nd seed, so both series matter in terms of who gets the buy into double elimination.
FPX would have to lose the series, and Top Esports would have... Top Esports, as long as they win, they will have a better game differential at that point, because they have a really good game score. Okay, so that's what matters there. So Top Esports win, BLG lose, and then Top Esports will get top 2. If that's not the case, we'll have BLG being in top 2 instead. If BLG win, I think they get first. In fact, I think they will get first if they end up winning that one because of game score.
Who got the head-to-head? Because they'd be tied if it was a 2. Wait, no, sorry.
Because I think they just went to 6-1 plus 6 game score.
Yeah, they should be. Yeah, so they'll be tied if it's 2-1. They'll win outright if they 2-0.
Yeah.
They'll be tied if it's 2-1, and LNG has the head-to-head. So if BLG wins 2-1 tomorrow, LNG gets first seed. If BLG 2-0s tomorrow, they get first seed. First versus second seed doesn't really matter in the LPL because you both get into round 4. But either way, BLG need to win tomorrow if they want to make it into top 2. That's the big thing. And the same to be said for top esports, but top esports require BLG also to lose.
Okay, folks, we'll stick around to see who the MVP is, or at least I will. Joe, buddy, yep, happy to hang out or not. But you can also do whatever the heck you want. You're a free person, Joe. Honestly, it's been really. I'm obviously honored to have you on stream again today.
I feel like Dobby, who's just received a sock. What a blessing of you to freebie.
I have to say, I kind of like the Unchained cast a little bit. I had a line there. What was it? It was like. And like the jungle matchup is because of the Sejuani, I was trying to fit in like a David Cameron treating the ball like that at some point. Couldn't quite get that one in there, but God. It was sadly a bit of a sad game to end off today with and end off like the unbroadcast games. A little bit anticlimax, but also I'm just glad we got to see some fireworks from BLG to some extent. This is what we should have seen from BLG.
Yeah, at least we got real BLG gameplay. I feel like I don't know, AL, they still feel like a good team to me. It's just, it's a great many series now that we've not seen that for. That's 5 losses in a row from the squad. I feel like Ala and Shanks both really, really want it. I feel like Crocco's had some really good games. I don't think that there's one individual player that you can really pinpoint as like the problem, but I don't know, it's just not working.
So what I was pointing out before for AL has been jungle support movements on the map and a bit of their synergy as well, but that has looked better in the last week as well, so that might not even be the case. And the problem with games like this, against teams like this, it's like similar to when AL are playing against top esports. It's top esports, it's BLG. The problem is, AL are a good team, but are they a great or a truly excellent team? And that's the problem, where there are genuinely excellent teams here in the LPL, where you have like laners like Bin, like Elkanon when they're on form, where it just feels like every bit of work that you put in, even if you are, Ola has been a top team, a top tier top laner before. Shanks is moving up towards that in terms of top lane. The hope is an LPL champion as well. But it's just so hard to match up on a pound for pound value against the one players on BLG when they actually put together a cohesive game plan. It hasn't always happened, but yeah, I feel like AL, if I was going to criticize them across the most of this Rumble split, it has mostly been about jungle support synergy, but even then, that's looked a lot better in the last week, so I'm not as down on them as I was a week or two ago. I think hopefully they will still contend in playoffs. To what degree, that's going to be an issue. They're going to start off in, a round of playoffs. I think they'll still deal quite handily with like your NIP, JDG, stuff like that. I don't exactly know what they're going to do against the rest of the teams, though. Jury's out on that front for me.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm going to call it there, mate. I'm going to call it there.
Thank you so much, Joe.
Yeah, I'm going to go drink the rest of my Iron Brew. I'm going to probably have G&T a little bit later as well. That'll be lovely in the sun.
And then we'll catch you on the official broadcast. And obviously, folks, remember to go follow Joe. Remember to go follow him on his socials and on his channel, everything like that. Wonderful caster, wonderful friends. And thank you so much for joining you as Wei gets the MVP. And, buddy, I'll see you on broadcast, or I'll see you before then for presumably class planning at some point.
Yes, I think my next cast will be either on the 10th or the 11th. So it's a little while away. But, yeah, is that right?
Something like that.
No, that can't be right.
I'm just... Dude,
no, sorry, it's not. It's the 4th. The 4th is my next broadcast.
I have to say, I fucking crawled across these last couple of weeks. I lost my voice midway through last week. I've been in like 2 podcasts a week, a load of these casts, a load of the official streams. Like, I'm so fucking ready for a break, folks. I'm so ready for that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, as Captain Gore said in chat, Peepo vanish. Catch you later.
See you in a bit, buddy. Thank you so much. Okay, I'll catch you guys on the flip side. So, folks, from me as well, let me turn the volume. Let me chat to you for a little bit, folks. Across this year, across spring and summer, I've kind of put it as a mission to myself to cover the LPL games that were not on the official broadcast. There are other co-streamers, of course, that would help with this. This is the only channel which is specifically stuck with the LPL day in, day out. We have cast it as a formal broadcast and really tried to get as much pro coverage as possible. And between this channel and other co-streams as well, I really hope you found a new way or a continued way to enjoy the LPL games. We have now covered 170 games here across spring and summer. We missed 1 or 2 games. I apologize for that for what it's worth. We really hope that you've been enjoying yourself, that you've been enjoying the LPL. The support has been fucking incredible. I've noticed a couple of subs in chat as well from over time, and we've gone from like 1,000 followers up to like over 7,000, which is absolutely insane within about 7 months. Cam, thank you so much for the sub as well. And for the bits which throw into chat for Fair as well. I saw a sub from you there, and if there's anyone I missed as well, know that I appreciate you all the same. And yeah, thank you to all of the other casters which come on the channel. So much love for Munch, for Mazel, for Yanni, for Carrix, and then particularly to my brother as well, Samuel Initialize Hapgood. You would have seen he's not here right now, but you would have seen him for many hundreds of hours here on this channel as well. I can't have done it without these guys. Solo casting would have been absolutely a no-go. I hope that you've enjoyed yourselves. I hope you've enjoyed the LPL. And I hope you also stick around with the channel as well. In off-season, we're going to do some different projects. I think what we're going to do is we're going to watch back some historical League of Legends. So I want to go back and watch Samsung White and Samsung Blue in 2014, for instance. I want to go back and watch the Fnatic undefeated run in 2015 summer. And some of these historical moments which maybe people have forgotten about a little bit. And if you have any ideas for that, join the Discord. There's a Discord where you can join the community and speak with us a bit more. And yeah, we can go through some of that too. I'm actually weirdly emotional. I've put in fucking maybe 1,000+ hours from this year alongside my official class. My voice is fucking broken. I am exhausted. I've done 400 casts or so this year already in 6 months. I'm fucking broken. But honestly, the support has made this absolutely worthwhile, and I'm sure this is cringe to some of you, but it does mean an awful lot that you can support me in doing this as well. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go find someone to raid over to. So I'm going to find someone to go raid and send over to you guys too as well. But thank you so much for the support. I'll still be doing chill co-streams for the LPL when I can, when my voice allows for it as well. And yeah, I just really hope that you've enjoyed this, that you see the value in this. God, who should I send you over to? So I might do something a little bit different. Oh, would she appreciate that? I have a friend who's streaming to not very many people right now. It's streaming a Star Wars game, which is a little bit different. And also on YouTube, I'm going to end the YouTube